Chapter 29 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 29. The Tariff. 355. The Principle of Exchange. In chapters 7 and 8, it was pointed out that when individuals divide up their labor so that each becomes a highly specialized workman, there is a resultant increase in the community's productivity. Similarly, when one section of the country is adapted primarily to manufacturing, while another section is peculiarly suited to farming, there is a gain in national productivity when each of these areas specializes in those activities which it can carry on most effectively, and is content to resort to trade in order to secure the benefit of industries specialized elsewhere. So far as the economic principle is concerned, there is likewise a gain when different countries specialize in those forms of production at which their citizens are most effective, and are content to secure through international trade the products of specialization in other countries. 356. Nature of the tariff. But though all civilized nations allow and even encourage the division of labor among their individual citizens and among the various areas within their boundaries, many countries restrict the degree to which their citizens may exchange their surplus products for the surplus products of foreign producers. In the United States, for example, Congress has the power to levy a duty or tariff on foreign-made goods which are brought into this country for sale. This tariff may be levied primarily to increase national revenue, in which case the rate of duty is generally too low to keep foreign goods out of our markets. When the tariff is purely a revenue measure, free trade is said to exist. On the other hand, a tariff may be so high that domestic goods will be protected in our markets against competition from foreign-made goods of a similar grade. In this case, a protective tariff is said to exist, though such a measure also brings in revenue. Most tariff measures, indeed, contain both revenue and protective elements, and it is only when a tariff act is primarily a protective measure that we speak of it as a protective tariff. 357. The meaning of protection. Let us be sure that we understand exactly what is meant by protection. Suppose that in the absence of a protective tariff, an English-made shoe can be produced and brought to this country at a total cost of $3. Let us assume that this shoe competes in the American market with an American-made shoe which is of similar grade, but which, for various reasons, it costs $3.50 to produce. Suppose further that both English and American producer must make a profit of 50 cents per pair of shoes, or go out of business. In the resulting rivalry, the English shoe can sell for $3.50 and make a profit. Competition would force the American producer to sell his shoe for $3.50 also, but since this would give him no profit, he would be forced out of business. In such a case, the American manufacturer might secure the passage of a protective tariff on this type of shoe, so that the English shoe would be charged 75 cents to enter this country for sale here. This would bring the total cost of the English shoe up to $3.75, and to make a profit, the shoe would have to sell for $4.25. But since the American shoe can be sold for $4, the English shoe is forced out of the market. Footnote: if, in this example, the duty were, say, 25 cents, the foreign shoe could continue to enter our markets and compete with the American shoe. In this case, the tariff would be a revenue, not a protective measure. End of footnote. The tariff question arises primarily in connection with the matter of protection, and may be stated as follows. Ought Congress to interfere with international trade by levying protective duties on imports? And, if so, just how and to what extent should such duties be levied? 358. Tariff history of the United States. The first tariff measure in our national history was the Act of 1789. This was a revenue measure, though it gave some degree of protection to American industries. Down to the close of the War of 1812, our tariff was mainly for revenue purposes. After the close of that war, a heavy duty on foreign iron and textile products was imposed for the purpose of protecting domestic producers against the cheaply selling English goods which were flooding our markets. After 1816, it became our policy to combine in the same tariff act high protective duties with revenue duties. In 1824, the general level of duties was raised. In 1828, Congress endeavored to lay a tariff which would suit all sections of the country, but the attempt failed. Between 1828 and 1842, the tariff was gradually lowered. Between 1842 and 1861, our tariff policy was unsettled, but in the latter year the domestic disturbances brought on by the Civil War resulted in the passage of a tariff, which turned out to be highly protective. In the period immediately following the Civil War, the tariff continued to be very high, due chiefly to pressure from industrial interests which had secured protection from the war rates. In spite of attempted reform in 1870, 1873, and 1883, the tariff continued to be highly protective. In 1894, the Democrats reduced the tariff somewhat, and in 1909 the Republicans attempted to satisfy a popular demand for lower rates by the passage of the Payne-Aldrich Act. This measure reduced some rates, but not enough to satisfy the popular mind. In 1912 the Democrats returned to power, and the following year passed the Underwood-Simmons Act, lowering the rates on many classes of commodities, and placing a number of important articles on the free list. In 1920, the Republican Party again secured control of the government, and the tariff was raised. At present, our tariff is highly protective. 359. Compromise character of tariff. Our tariff history is full of inconsistencies. The pendulum has swung first to low duties and then to severely high duties. No tariff has satisfied all the interests involved. Indeed, no other issue, with the possible exception of slavery, has provoked as much political strife as the tariff. Every tariff is essentially a compromise, for a duty upon practically any commodity, which we might select, will benefit some of our citizens, while it will either prove of no use to other individuals, or will actually injure them. Animated by self-interests, the farmer, the lumberman, the miner, or the manufacturer, each desires a protective duty on the commodity which he produces, and a low rate, or no duty at all, upon the commodities which he consumes. As a result, the tariff has become a sectional problem, in the solving of which congressmen have too often considered as paramount the economic interests of the particular locality which they represent. 360. Nature of the tariff argument. The tariff question generally divides men into two camps, those favoring free trade and those demanding duties that are highly protective. From the standpoint of economics, the most vital argument against protection is that there is no fundamental reason why there should not be free trade between nations. Protection is economically wasteful because it diverts capital and labor from industries in which we are relatively effective to industries in which our productivity is relatively low. High protection is thus said to decrease national productivity and to impose a burden upon the consumer by preventing him from purchasing cheaper foreign-made goods. In view of these facts, the free trader claims that to the extent that the tariff is an economic proposition, the burden of proof rests upon the protectionist. If this assertion is accepted, the tariff argument consists of the attempts of the protectionist to outweigh the above economic argument for free trade by putting forth economic arguments for protection, and by developing social and political reasons for a protective tariff. 361. An earlier tariff argument. Formerly one of the most important arguments for protection was the home market theory. This theory was advanced in 1824 by Henry Clay. In the effort to win the agricultural interests to protection, Clay maintained that a protective tariff on manufacturers would develop urban centers, and that this would increase the purchasing power of the city dweller. This increased purchasing power, Clay declared, would assure the farmer of a steady domestic market, not only for his staples, but also for perishable goods which could not be shipped to foreign countries. Though still heard in tariff discussions, this argument now exerts less influence than formerly. Perfected means of transportation have tended to place domestic and foreign markets on an equal footing. Moreover, the population of our cities has increased so much more rapidly than has the productivity of our farms that it is unnecessary artificially to create a home market for the farmer's produce. 362. The wages argument. At the present time, one of the most important arguments in favor of a protective tariff is that it either creates or maintains a relatively high level of wages for workmen engaged in the protected industries. Those advancing this argument believe that free trade would lower wages and depress the standard of living for large groups of workmen. The free trader maintains that high wages do not depend upon protection, and this for three reasons. First, equally high wages are often paid in protected and unprotected industries alike. Second, high wages do exist in a number of protected industries, but many of these industries also paid high wages before protection had been secured. Third, there is nothing in a protective tariff to force employers to pay more than the current wage. Rather than raising wages, Professor Taussig maintains, protection restricts the geographical division of labor, causes industry to turn to less advantageous channels, lessens the productivity of labor, and so tends to lower the general rate of wages. 363. The vested interests argument. An important argument in favor of continued protection is that the introduction of free trade would ruin valuable manufacturing businesses which have been built up under protection, and which are unprepared or unable to maintain themselves against foreign competition. In the case of such industries, it is maintained, the removal of protection might result in economic disaster. Factories would have to close, investments would depreciate, and numerous laborers would be thrown out of employment. There is great force in this argument. Even the most ardent free trader will admit that a sudden removal of tariff duties might be demoralizing to industries long used to protection. Nevertheless, the vested interests argument is not so much an argument for continued protection as it is a reason why there should be gradual rather than a sudden removal of protective duties. If protection were to be scaled down gradually and wisely, there is no reason why capital invested in industries unable to stand foreign competition could not be gradually transferred to industries unaffected by foreign competition. 364. Tariff arguments accentuated by the World War. Three arguments in favor of protection have taken on greater importance because of the World War. One of these is the anti-dumping argument. From the standpoint of the American tariff, dumping is the practice which some foreign producers have of temporarily selling their surplus goods in this country at an abnormally low price. Footnote: some American producers in turn dump in foreign markets, but with this practice we are not here concerned. End of footnote. If dumping were permanent, we would gain, because we would be getting goods at a much lower price than we could manufacture them. The evil of dumping grows out of the fact that it tends to force domestic producers out of business. Then later the foreign supply may diminish, in which case we suffer from a shortage of goods. If foreign producers do continue to supply the American market, they may take advantage of the fact that American competitors have been forced out of business and demand monopoly prices. The free trader admits the force of the anti-dumping argument and concedes that the intense economic rivalry growing out of the World War rendered desirable tariff rates which would protect domestic producers against dumping. Another protectionist argument which has gained in strength because of the war is the infant industries argument. Protectionists claim that industries really adapted to this country may be prevented from arising here because of their inability, while still in the experimental stage, to meet strong competition from well-established foreign producers. When an industry is in the experimental stage, the cost of protection is relatively high, and the price will be correspondingly high. Well-established and economically conducted businesses can undersell these experimental or infant industries. Protection for such infant industries is therefore sought until such time as they will be able to stand foreign competition. The free trader has generally replied that such protection may be desirable in some cases, but maintains that care should be taken to make such protection both moderate and temporary. Otherwise, protection will perpetuate industries for which we are really unsuited. During the World War, American producers began to manufacture dyes and chemicals formerly imported from Germany. The industrial importance of these products gave weight to the belief that the new industries which sprang up in this country during the World War were entitled to protection against foreign competition. A third protectionist argument which was strengthened by the World War is the military or self-sufficiency argument. It has long been the claim of the protectionists that high tariff duties encourage the development in this country of all industries producing the necessities of life, as well as all supplies which are vital in wartime. High protection was thus defended on the grounds that it permitted the United States to be nationally self-sufficing, thus allowing us to be relatively independent of other countries, especially in wartime. Previous to the World War, many free traders scoffed at this argument as resting upon an unjustified fear of war, but this attitude was changed by the dangers to which we were subjected by the interruption of our foreign trade during the war. At present, the military or self-sufficiency argument is of great importance. 365. The trend toward protection. Of late years, therefore, there has been a distinct trend toward protection in this country. The fear of dumping, the desire to protect infant industries established during the World War, and the increased importance of the military or self-sufficiency argument have been factors in this trend. Another factor has been that the Republican Party, traditionally committed to a policy of high protection, returned to power in 1920. A last important influence has been an increased need for federal revenue. The World War not only increased our indebtedness, but the advent of national prohibition in 1919 cut off a source of federal revenue formerly very important. 366. Tariff needs. From the standpoint of practical politics, one of the greatest needs of our time is for an intelligent and public-spirited handling of tariff problems. The tariff is a technical and highly complex question, upon which politicians have heretofore had too much to say, and trained economists too little. Too often, vague claims and political propaganda have carried more weight than have facts. It is asserted by many that the tariff can never be taken out of politics, but this is perhaps too strong a statement. In this connection, an interesting development was the establishment in 1916 of the United States Tariff Commission. This commission consists of 6 members appointed by the President for 12 years. Not more than 3 of the members may belong to the same political party. It is the duty of the commission to investigate conditions bearing upon the tariff, and to report its findings to Congress. It is hoped that this plan will place at the disposal of Congress scientific data on which to base tariff legislation. So far, the Commission has not materially reduced the influence of politics upon tariff legislation, though it is perhaps too soon to expect results. It is sometimes said that our tariff policy ought to be less changeable. Certain it is that our tariff history is full of inconsistencies and irrational fluctuations, but the question of a tariff policy is a thorny one. Manifestly, business should not be forced to accommodate itself to a purely political manipulation of the tariff. On the contrary, the tariff ought to vary with changes in business conditions at home and abroad. Whatever may be implied by a tariff policy, it is also certain that the tariff should somewhat accommodate itself to revenue needs. Beyond these somewhat general statements, however, it is hardly safe to say what should be the basic elements in a national tariff policy. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 30. Conservation. 367. Attitude of the early settler toward natural resources. The chief concern of the early American settler was to turn a virgin continent into homes as quickly and as easily as possible. During the 17th, 18th, and most of the 19th century, our natural resources were very abundant, while labor and capital were relatively scarce. As the settlers spread across the Appalachians and into the Great West, it was to be expected, therefore, that the homemaker should use labor and capital as carefully as possible, and that he should use generously such resources as forest, water power, and soil fertility. Little blame attaches to the early settler for this attitude. Indeed, he acted in accordance with sound economic law. This economic law declares that under any particular set of circumstances, factors of production should be carefully used in proportion as they are scarce, and generously used in proportion as they are abundant. 368. Result: growing scarcity of natural resources. The rapid settlement of the West was essential to our national unity and development. Nevertheless, the extensive and even lavish use of natural wealth since colonial times has lately called attention to the scarcity of resources formerly considered overabundant. More than 3/4 of our original forest area has been culled, cut over, or burned since colonial times. Wholesale logging methods have swept vast areas bare of valuable timber. Careless cutting has wasted 1/4 of our timber supply. In the lumber mill, about 40% of the entire volume of the logs is lost by wasteful methods of work. Since 1870, forest fires have annually destroyed more than $50 million worth of timber. Altogether, our timber supply is diminishing 3 or 4 times as fast as we are replenishing it. By holding sod in place, forests furnish a sponge-like reservoir which absorbs rainfall and then retains it sufficiently to ensure that it will be paid out only gradually. The process of cutting down forests, called deforestation, destroys the sod, so that streams formerly fed from forested areas by a steady process become dangerously swollen in certain seasons and greatly reduced in size at other times. One effect of this alteration of freshets with abnormally dry periods is a loss of steady and dependable water power. Deforestation has also had an injurious effect upon agriculture. When heavy rains wash valuable surface soil from the tops and sides of hills, these denuded areas are rendered less valuable for grazing, while the overabundance of topsoil in the valleys retards effective cultivation. Agriculture also suffers from the fact that streams which would ordinarily furnish a steady supply of irrigation water are often either in a state of flood or practically dried up. Despite the excellent work done by the Department of Agriculture, American farming methods are in many sections of the country both careless and wasteful. The abundance of land in past years seemed to justify our free use of it. Nevertheless, such use has in many cases resulted in a serious loss of fertility. Careless tillage and a failure to rotate crops have resulted in a heavy loss of nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, and other essential soil elements. Heretofore, we have used coal very lavishly. Often as much coal has been wasted as has been mined. Mining corporations have often neglected low-grade coal deposits, and have abandoned mines without having first removed all of the accessible high-grade coal. Imperfect combustion, both in dwellings and in industrial establishments, is said to waste more than a third of our coal, as well as creating a costly and injurious smoke nuisance. Our consumption of coal is doubling every 10 years. In view of the fact that our coal deposits are limited, this increasing consumption is a serious development. Iron, too, has been used wastefully. The bog iron deposits of the Atlantic coast were used up before 1800, and as the result of an intense industrial development since 1850, the supply of high-grade ores is being speedily diminished. Oil and gas have been used lavishly, and even, in some cases, deliberately wasted. 369. High prices. The lavish use of natural resources which has characterized the American people since colonial times has been an important factor in the cost of living. In early days there was an abundance of resources and few people to use them. At present the supply of many of our resources is greatly diminished, and there is a much larger population seeking to use them. In the case of every natural resource, the supply is either limited or is failing to increase as rapidly as are the demands upon it. The result is higher prices for coal, wood, iron, oil, gas, and similar commodities. It is at least partly due to the heavy drain upon our resources that the cost of building homes, heating them, feeding the population, and carrying on the varied activities of American industry is steadily increasing. 370. Monopoly. Throughout the history of our natural resources, there has been a strong tendency toward monopoly. Natural resources should be safeguarded for the benefit of the people as a whole, yet much of our natural wealth has been monopolized by individuals. 4/5 of our timber lands are privately owned, and of that 4/5 about half is controlled by 250 companies. 2/3 of the developed water power in this country is controlled by a small group of power interests. Defective land laws, the lax administration of good laws, and extravagant land grants to railroads have allowed private fortunes to be built up without a proportionate advantage to the public. Coal and petroleum deposits are controlled largely by a few corporations, while a heavy percentage of our copper and iron deposits is in private hands. 371. The Conservation Movement. After the middle of the 19th century, the growing scarcity of many natural resources called attention to the need of conserving them. Conservation means to utilize economically rather than to hoard. It means, furthermore, that resources should be used so that both the present and the future generations will reap a proper benefit from America's great natural gifts. Thus conservation seeks, Mr. Van Hise once said, the greatest good to the greatest number and for the longest time. The dawn of the conservation idea stimulated a reaction against the careless administration of natural resources. Toward the end of the 19th century there was an increasing amount of legislation encouraging the legitimate use of natural resources on the one hand, and repressing monopoly on the other. After the opening of the 20th century, interest in conservation increased. In 1908, President Roosevelt called a conference of the governors of various states for the purpose of considering this vital problem, and from that meeting dates a definite and nationwide conservation policy in this country. Some of the effects of this changing attitude toward natural resources may now be noted. 372. Forests and water power. In 1891, a federal law provided for a system of national forest reservations. These reservations now include a substantial proportion of our forests, and are steadily extending their limits. Since 1897, there has been a Bureau of Forestry, which has performed invaluable services. Forest fires have been reduced, denuded areas have been reforested, forest cutting has been controlled, and a constructive program of forest culture developed. Forest reserves under the control of the individual states now total more than 10 million acres. Of late years there has been an increasing use of dams and reservoirs for the storage of floodwaters and the development of water power. This regulation of streams gives a uniform flow of water both for navigation and irrigation purposes. 373. The land. The desire to encourage the homemaker has long been the motive power behind our public land policy, but unfortunately many of our earlier land laws did not prevent peculators and large corporations from fraudulently securing control of land intended for the bona fide or genuine settler. Within the last quarter of a century our land laws have been reorganized, with the double aim of doing justice to this type of settler, and of suppressing speculation and monopoly. As the result of Land Office investigations in 1913, more than 800,000 acres were returned to the public domain, on the ground that they had been secured through fraud. The Department of Agriculture has steadily extended its scope. Better methods of cultivation, lessons in soil chemistry, and experiments with new and special crops have helped conserve the resources of the land. An elaborate system of experiment stations has been built up since 1887. The Weather Bureau in the Department of Agriculture saves millions of dollars worth of property annually by sending out warnings of frost, storm, and flood. Reclamation is increasingly important. New crops are being developed for the semi-arid lands of the West. Swamp lands in the East and South are being drained. Levees and breakwaters along the Mississippi are helping to prevent the loss of arable land through the river's changes in course. Even more important is the irrigation movement. In 1894, the Carey Act gave federal encouragement to several Western states in irrigation projects. And in 1902, the Reclamation Act provided for the construction of irrigation works under the direction of the Secretary of the Interior. The plan provided by the Act of 1902 is self-supporting, the expense of the construction and improvement of the irrigation system being met from the sale of public lands. The administration of the Reclamation Act has already resulted in millions of acres being brought under cultivation. 374. Minerals. Until 1873, coal lands were disposed of on practically the same terms as agricultural lands. But after that date, laws restricting the purchase of coal lands began to be increasingly severe. In 1910, Congress withdrew from public sale nearly 100 million acres of coal, petroleum, and phosphate lands. At the present time, the discovery of coal on land secured by settlers for purely farming purposes entitles the government to dispose of the coal deposits under special conditions. There is also a tendency for the government to demand higher prices of individuals buying public coal lands. In some quarters, there is a demand that all coal lands be leased rather than sold. The federal government has not yet yielded to this demand, but Colorado and Wyoming now lease rather than sell their coal lands. Under the lease system in these states, the state retains ownership, but allows private individuals a definite commission per ton of coal mined. The lease system is also advocated in the case of lands containing iron, oil, and gas deposits, on the ground that it safeguards the interest of the public and at the same time allows the mining corporations a fair profit. 375. Reasons for optimism. In spite of the appalling waste which has been characteristic of our administration of natural resources, the outlook is distinctly encouraging. Resources used by past generations are gone forever, but at last we are making rapid strides in conserving what is left. Not only this, but we are perfecting plans for an increased supply of those resources which can be replenished. The admirable work of our Forest Service promises not only to reduce the present waste of wood products, but actually to increase the supply of timber. The service deserves high praise both for its work in saving and replenishing forests, and for its wise handling of forest problems involving other resources. By reasonable thrift, runs a report of the Forest Service, we can produce a constant timber supply beyond our present need, and with it conserve the usefulness of our streams for irrigation, water supply, navigation, and power. We now appear thoroughly awake not only to the necessity of safeguarding what is left of the public domain, but also to the necessity of increasing the productivity of inferior lands. There are still in this country more than 300 million acres of unappropriated and unreserved land. Three-fourths of this area is at present fit only for grazing, but the rapid development of Kaffir corn, Durum wheat, Persian clover, and other crops suitable for dry soils bids fair greatly to increase the productivity of this land. The irreplaceable character of our mineral deposits, together with the tendency for large industrial interests to monopolize minerals, has greatly stimulated the conservation of these resources. A valuable step forward has been the reclassification of public lands to allow of special treatment of lands containing mineral deposits. Coal is still used lavishly, but 9/10 of our original deposits are still in existence. Furthermore, water power, electricity, and other substitutes for coal are being developed. Our high-grade iron ores will be exhausted in a few decades, but an iron shortage may be prevented by more careful mining, the use of low-grade ores, and the use of substitutes. 376. Different resources call for different treatment. A wise conservation policy will take note of the fact that different resources call for different types of treatment. Coal, petroleum, oil, and gas are limited in extent and are practically irreplaceable. These should be taken from the earth and utilized as economically as possible. The same is true of the metallic minerals, such as iron and copper, though here the use of substitutes is of greater importance than in the case of non-metallic minerals. Water can best be conserved by the wise development of water power sites and by the careful utilization of streams. Forests may be renewed, but slowly. Their conservation requires the prevention of fires, the reduction of waste in cutting and milling, the use of byproducts, and scientific reforestation. Soil elements may also be renewed, though slowly and with difficulty. Reforestation prevents erosion and thus conserves soil fertility. Systems of crop rotation designed to retain nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus are valuable. 377. Some conservation needs. The above considerations indicate some of our conservation needs. It is believed by most students of conservation that federal forest holdings should be extended and consolidated. There is need for more stringent forest fire regulations, especially in the case of private forests. In order to reforest the denuded areas and to grow timber scientifically, some such plan as the German system of forest culture might be adopted. There is urgent need of a systematic development of our inland waterways, the construction of more dams and reservoirs, the dredging of rivers and harbors, the coordination of canals and inland waterways, and the improvement of the Mississippi Great Lakes system. All these would be helpful measures. Irrigation and other reclamation projects, including the drainage of swamplands, should be developed systematically. American farming methods ought still further to be improved. We are in need of laws penalizing wasteful methods of mining and prohibiting uneconomical methods of combustion. Probably the system of leasing rather than selling mineral lands should be extended. A last vital need in conservation is cooperation between state and federal authorities, and between private individuals and public agencies. This is of great importance. Where rivers course through several states, and where forest fires in one section threaten adjacent forest areas, cooperation must be secured. The Governors' Conference of 1908 stimulated cooperation between the states and the federal government, and since 1909 the National Conservation Association has been a means of coordinating the work of all persons and agencies interested in conservation. There is still, however, little cooperation between state or federal governments on the one hand and private owners on the other. It is a matter of special regret that although 4/5 of our forests are privately owned, both fire prevention and scientific forestry are little developed on private estates. 378. The question of administration. Though it is conceded on all sides that our natural resources ought to be utilized economically, there is much discussion as to whether the states or the federal government ought to dominate the conservation movement. Those favoring the extension of federal control over conservation point out that forest control, irrigation, conservation of water power, and similar projects are distinctly interstate in character, and are thus properly a federal function. Federal administration is said to be necessary in order to ensure fair treatment of different localities. Finally, it is maintained, the states have either neglected the question of conservation or have handled it in their own interests rather than with regard to the national welfare. A strong party maintains, on the other hand, that conservation is primarily a state function. The movement is said to be too large for the federal government to handle. It is contended that there is no specific warrant in the Constitution for the federal control of conservation. It is also claimed that federal administration of natural resources has been accompanied by waste and inefficiency. Conservation is said to be a local question, best administered by those most interested in the problem, and, by reason of their proximity to it, most familiar with it. The problem of administration is a difficult one. In a number of cases, the claims for and against federal control are obviously sound. But from the standpoint of the public, the whole matter is of secondary importance. The problem of administration ought to be decided on the basis of what is best under particular circumstances. Some phases of conservation are probably best looked after by the states, others by the federal government, still others by the state and federal governments jointly. The problem of conflicting authority ought somehow to be solved. Conservation is too vital a matter to be hampered by the question of method or means. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 31. Credit and Banking. 379. Some preliminary definitions. Money may be defined as anything that passes freely from hand to hand as a medium of exchange. Money is of two types. First, coin, including gold, silver, nickel, and copper coins. And second, paper money, including several kinds of certificates and notes. Both types of money, coin and paper, are called cash. Credit refers to a promise to pay money or its equivalent at a future date. A bank is an institution which makes it its special business to deal in money and credit. A check is a written order directing a bank to pay a certain sum of money to a designated person. A banknote is a piece of paper money or currency which constitutes the bank's promise to pay in coin and on demand without interest the sum named on the face of the note. A reserve fund is an amount of money or securities which a bank habitually keeps on hand as a partial guarantee that it will be able to meet its obligations. 380. Types of banks. Of the several types of banks, the savings bank is perhaps the most familiar to young people. A savings bank will receive deposits of $1 or more and will pay interests on these amounts. But the savings bank does not pay out money on checks drawn against deposits. Indeed, it may require a formal notice of several days before deposits can be withdrawn. In many states, there are trust companies. In addition to performing the function of a commercial bank, trust companies take care of valuable papers, execute trusts and wills, and sometimes guarantee titles to land. The investment bank is usually a private institution, conducted chiefly in the interests of certain large industrial organizations. A fourth type of bank is the commercial bank, with which this chapter is chiefly concerned. The commercial bank derives its name from the fact that it deals largely with businessmen. If classified on the basis of their charters, rather than on the basis of function, commercial banks may be either national, state, or private banks. 381. Primary function of the commercial bank. Footnote. Throughout the remainder of this chapter, the word bank should be taken as referring to the commercial bank. End of footnote. The primary function of a commercial bank is to receive the deposits of persons who have saved sums of money for which they have no immediate use, and to make loans to persons who desire them. Of course, those who have deposited sums with a bank may draw on their accounts at any time, either themselves demanding sums of the bank, or directing the bank, by means of checks, to pay specified sums to others. But experience has taught the bank that if it keeps on hand a reserve fund equal to from 5 to about 35% of the sums for which it is liable to depositors, it will ordinarily be able to meet all the demands for cash which depositors will be likely to make upon it. The bank may then loan out to business men the remainder of the money deposited with it. This not only encourages production, but it allows the bank to secure a reward for its services. This reward is in the form of interest paid by those who borrow of the bank. 382. The nature of bank credit. When an individual actually deposits with a bank $100 in cash, the bank becomes owner of the $100, and in turn writes down on its books the promise to pay the depositor, as he shall direct, amounts totaling $100. The depositor receives a checkbook, and may draw part or all of the $100 as he likes. Now, it may happen that an individual may wish to increase his checking account at the bank, but that he has no actual cash with which to make a deposit with the bank. In this case, he may give the bank his promissory note together with stocks, bonds, or other forms of wealth, which the bank holds as security. In return, the bank credits him with a deposit. This means that the bank extends its credit to the individual by undertaking to honor checks for sums not actually received from the depositor. The bank has received valuable security from the borrower, and hence feels justified in extending him a deposit credit. But why does a bank feel safe in undertaking to pay out sums of money which it does not actually have in its vaults? The answer is that the bank attempts to keep on hand a reserve fund sufficient to meet all demands for cash which may be made upon it. If the reserve fund is relatively large, the bank will ordinarily loan its credit freely. If the cash reserve is relatively low, the conservative bank may refuse further loans, on the ground that its cash reserve is too low to justify the acceptance of additional obligations. The only safe alternative to this is for the bank in some way to increase its reserve fund, and then proceed to extend the amount of credit justified by this increased reserve. 383. Dangers of bank credit. The integrity of these various operations rests upon the confidence which people have in the bank's ability to make good its promises. Confidence in the deposit credit of a bank exists when the past experience of depositors has taught them that the bank in question will habitually exchange either coin or bank notes for checks. Bank notes are ordinarily accepted in the place of coin, because people believe the credit of the bank issuing those notes to be so firmly established that the bank would be able and willing to exchange coin for its notes upon demand. A bank is enabled to meet these obligations promptly, it should be remembered, because it keeps on hand, against the demands of depositors, a reserve fund of cash, or securities which by law it is allowed to count as cash. If all of the depositors of a bank suddenly and simultaneously demand the full amount of their deposits in coin, the bank would be unable to accommodate them. As a matter of fact, business men normally leave in the bank that share of their deposits which they do not actually need. So long as men have confidence in a bank, they will prefer checks and bank notes to the less convenient coin, unless they need coin for some special purpose. If properly managed, a bank is a profitable business for everyone concerned. But even though properly managed, a bank may occasionally find itself in a precarious position. There are few matters which the average person comprehends as vaguely as banking, and few things which more vitally interest him than the safety of his money. These two facts combine to render banking extremely sensitive to every rumor of unsoundness. The careful regulation of banking by law is therefore necessary. 384. The national banking system. The Civil War plunged our government into serious financial straits. To improve the finances of the federal government, there was created, in 1863, a system of national banks. The original Act of 1863 is still the basis of our banking system, though it has since been modified a number of times, notably in 1913. We speak of a national banking system, but as a matter of fact, this term is inexact. From the beginning of their history, the so-called national banks were national only in the sense that they were chartered by the federal government and were subject to examination by federal inspectors. These national banks constituted no definite system. They transacted business much as other banks did. They had no branches, and they had little to do with one another. There was little teamwork and no effective leadership, so that in time of a threatened panic, the different parts of the system worked at cross purposes instead of as a unit. 385. Why a banking system must be elastic. A good banking system will be elastic, i.e., it will respond promptly to the varying needs of business. Money and credit constitute a mechanism by means of which business is handled, just as the labor force of a factory constitutes a mean of handling the output of the factory. If the output of the factory increases, a larger labor force is needed. If the output dwindles, fewer laborers are needed. Likewise, if business increases in volume, an increased amount of money and credit is necessary to handle the increased volume of business. If, on the other hand, business declines, the volume of money and credit ought to decline also. Otherwise, there will be so much money and credit in circulation, relatively to the amount of goods, that high prices will result. High prices will result for the following reason. Money and credit are used to exchange against goods. As a general proposition, all the available goods in a community are in a process of exchanging against all of the available money and credit in the community. If goods are relatively few and money and credit are relatively plentiful, a small amount of goods can command a large amount of money and credit, i.e., the goods will sell for high prices. A sound banking system, therefore, will allow an expansion of money and credit instruments when business is booming, and will permit the contraction of the mechanism of exchange when business is growing dull. The old national banking system was inelastic in two ways. First, it provided an inelastic supply of deposit credit. Second, it provided an inelastic supply of currency or banknotes. 386. Inelasticity of deposit credit, reserves. It will be recalled that the amount of loans which a bank may make depends upon the maintenance of an adequate reserve fund. From this it follows that the larger the reserve fund, the more loans the bank will feel justified in making. Similarly, if the reserve fund shrinks, sound banking demands that loans be curtailed. Keeping these facts in mind, there were two reasons why the supply of deposit credit was inelastic before 1913. In the first place, individual banks kept only a part of their reserves actually in their vaults. The remainder, and sometimes the larger part of their reserves, was maintained in the form of deposits in other banks. Banks in towns and small cities habitually kept part of their reserves in the form of deposits in the banks of large cities, and the latter in turn kept part of their reserves in the banks of New York City, the financial center of the country. Hence, the cash reserves of the country tended to collect in New York, where they were utilized by New York banks as a basis for extending loans. This was a dangerous arrangement. In the fall of the year large amounts of cash were demanded in the West in order to pay farm hands and otherwise move the crops. At such times, the small Western banks had to demand their deposits in larger banks, while these in turn had to call for their deposits in the New York banks. The New York banks were often embarrassed by these demands, because they had made a practice of fully utilizing the funds left with them, as a basis for extending loans. The call in the West for cash meant a curtailment of these loans with a consequent demoralization of Eastern money markets. In the second place, individual banks were unable to extend loans to customers beyond the point justified by the amount of reserves in their vaults, or deposited to their credit in other banks. A bank with a total reserve of $10,000 might feel justified in loaning its credit to the extent of $100,000. But in case demands for additional loans were made upon it, sound banking practice would oblige it to refuse accommodation. Otherwise, it might later find itself unable to get enough cash to pay out against claims made in the form of checks. This practice of curtailing loans when reserves were depleted was demoralizing to business, since the disappointed customer might find his entire business blocked, and this in turn would inconvenience or seriously injure all those who were connected with him in a business way. Before 1913, each bank stood as a unit, and when its reserves were depleted, it could not secure temporary aid from other banks. There was no centralized control, and no method whereby national banks might secure the help of one another. 387. Inelasticity of currency. Bank notes. We have seen that an increased volume of business demands an increased volume of money and credit. In the previous section it was pointed out that before 1913 the volume of deposit credit in this country was inelastic. We must now notice that bank notes or paper currency are just as truly a part of the volume of money and credit as is deposit credit. And we must note, also, that just as deposit credit was inelastic before 1913, so the issue of bank notes was inelastic. Previous to 1913, it often happened that the supply of bank notes was smallest when business was expanding, and that the issue of bank notes increased during dull business periods. This statement requires some explanation. The Act of 1863 provided that national banks might issue bank notes only after depositing in the Federal Treasury an amount of United States government bonds sufficient to render the bank notes absolutely safe. Naturally, the banks made heavy purchases of bonds when the bond market was depressed, intended to purchase relatively few bonds when those securities were high in price. Since the only reason for purchasing bonds was to enable the banks to issue notes, more notes were issued when bonds were low in price, and fewer were issued when bonds were high. Unfortunately, the same general conditions that stimulated business also tended to raise the price of bonds, while the cause of slack business often operated to lower bond prices. This means that when business was expanding and more notes were needed, bonds were so high that few were purchased, and consequently few notes were issued. Similarly, when business was dull, more bonds were purchased and more notes issued. 388. The Panic of 1907. The Panic of 1907 attracted attention to these two great defects of the old national banking system, i.e., the inelasticity of deposit credit and the inelasticity of currency. In the fall of 1907, a bumper crop caused Western banks to make unusually large demands for cash upon the New York banks. Unfortunately, this depletion of reserves came at precisely the time when the demand upon New York banks for loans was greatest. There was thus increased pressure exerted upon New York banks for loans, but less justification for extending them. In response to the pressure for loans, some New York banks overextended their credit. In October, the inability of a few prominent banks to pay in cash all of the demands made upon them started a series of bank runs. Even solvent institutions were unable to meet their obligations promptly, and many failures occurred. A large number of banks were technically insolvent. That is to say, their assets were invested in forms which prevented their immediate conversion into cash, so that for the time being demands for cash could not be met. The lack of an effective banking system prevented these banks from securing temporary aid from banks more favorably situated. 389. Reform. The Panic of 1907 stimulated financial experts to attempt to remedy the defects of our banking system. In 1908, a monetary commission was appointed to investigate banking experience at home and abroad. As the result of this investigation, it appeared advisable to establish a system which should secure some of the advantages of such centralized banking systems as have long existed in many European countries. A single central government bank was at first recommended by experts, but this was deemed politically inexpedient. In view of this fact, resort was had to a compromise between a centralized and a decentralized system. This compromise was effected by the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. 390. Framework for the Federal Reserve System. The Act of 1913 is administered by the Federal Reserve Board, consisting of the Secretary of the Treasury, the Comptroller of the Currency, and 5 other members appointed for 10 years by the President. The country is divided into 12 districts, in each of which there is located a Federal Reserve Bank. In each district, every national bank must subscribe 6% of its capital and surplus for stock in the Federal Reserve Bank, and thus become a member bank. State banks and trust companies may, upon fulfillment of certain conditions, become member banks. Each Federal Reserve Bank is governed by a board of 9 directors, 6 of whom are elected by the member banks of its district, and 3 of whom are appointed by the Federal Reserve Board. The Federal Reserve Banks are bankers' banks. That is, they do not ordinarily deal with individuals, but with member banks only. 391. Elasticity of deposit credit. Reserves. The piling up of bank reserves in New York is impossible under the Federal Reserve System. The reserves of any member bank do not ordinarily move beyond the district, for a member bank may count as legal reserve only those funds which it has placed on deposit in the Federal Reserve Bank of its district. There exists what may be called district centralization of reserves. That is to say, all of the legal reserves of all the member banks of a particular district are concentrated in the Federal Reserve Bank of the district, and can be utilized as a unit by that Federal Reserve Bank. If in time of stress the total reserves of the district are insufficient, the Federal Reserve Board may arrange for the temporary transfer of surplus funds from one Federal Reserve district to another. This secures one of the most important advantages of a central bank without actual centralization. Elasticity of deposit credit is also provided for the rediscounting device. A bank discounts commercial paper when it loans an individual, say $980, on the security of a $1,000 promissory note. The $20 represents an amount which the bank counts out, or discounts, as payment for the service. A further operation, long known in Europe as rediscounting, was authorized by the Act of 1913. When the reserves of a member bank are too low to justify further extensions of deposit credit, the bank can send certain types of discounted paper to the Federal Reserve Bank of its district, and receive in return either a deposit credit or a special form of paper currency called Federal Reserve notes. 392. Elasticity of currency. Bank notes. When, in return for discounted commercial paper, the Federal Reserve Bank extends a deposit credit to the member bank, the deposit credit of the member bank is rendered more elastic. When, on the other hand, the Federal Reserve Bank sends the member bank Federal Reserve notes in exchange for discounted paper, the result is a certain elasticity in the currency. The Federal Reserve notes are a new type of currency. They are secured by the maintenance, in the vaults of the Federal Reserve Banks, of a 40% gold reserve for their redemption. Since these notes are issued to member banks in return for rediscounted paper, the expansion of business and the resultant tendency of member banks to send discounted paper to the Federal Reserve Bank for rediscount causes the volume of Federal Reserve notes to expand. When the need for additional currency has subsided, there is an arrangement whereby a certain amount of the Federal Reserve notes may be withdrawn from circulation. This is important, for if the amount of money in circulation continues to be enormous after business has declined, inflation and high prices result. A truly elastic banking system necessitates contraction as well as expansion. 393. The outlook. On the whole, it would seem that the Federal Reserve System is a happy compromise between the centralized banking systems of Europe and the highly decentralized system existing in this country prior to 1913. The Federal Reserve System allows us to secure the main benefits of a great central bank without the political difficulties attendant upon the existence of such a bank. It does a great deal to make elastic our supply of money and credit. The Federal Reserve Board can mobilize the entire banking strength of the country in time of stress, so that the strength of one member bank is the strength of the whole system. Since it controls not only a substantial proportion of the bank reserves of the country, but also the privilege of note issue on the security of rediscounted paper, the Federal Reserve Board can administer the member banks as a unit. The system may not eliminate panics, but it is fair to expect that it will reduce their number and lessen their violence. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 32. Taxation. 394. The increasing cost of government. In the United States, as in other modern civilized countries, the cost of government is steadily increasing. The settlement of the Great West, the depletion of natural resources, and the transition from a primitive to an industrial economy have obliged our government to pay out larger and larger sums for the services of public officials and for the materials and commodities used for public purposes. The growth of our cities and the increasing complexity of our industrial life have greatly increased the number of activities which it is to our advantage to carry on, not individually, but collectively, or through the agency of government. The spread of altruism and the widening of the concept of social service have caused the extension of governmental activity in such new fields as social insurance, recreation, and public health. Altogether, our total government expenditure is more than 17 times as large as it was half a century ago, while the per capita expenditure is more than 5 times as great. 395. Sources of public revenue. Writers on taxation generally enumerate as sources of public revenue, public industries, the public domain, gifts, confiscations, fees, special assessments, fines, and taxes. At various times in different countries of the world, all of these have been important, but in the United States at the present time, taxes are by far the most important source of public revenue. A tax may be defined as a compulsory contribution exacted from the individual by the government for the purpose of defraying expenses incurred for the common welfare. The government does not return to the individual taxpayer a definite commodity or service. In return for taxes, the government indeed renders many valuable services, such as public education, the safeguarding of health, and protection from domestic violence and foreign war. But on account of the collective character of these services, no attempt is made to apportion the payment exacted of the individual to the benefit which he, as an individual, receives. Until recently our national government secured most of its revenue from taxes on imports, and from excises or internal taxes on such commodities as tobacco and liquor. Since natural prohibition went into effect 1919, the federal revenues are derived mainly from taxes on imports, from income and inheritance taxes, and from taxes on corporations. More than 3/4 of the receipts of state and local governments are derived from the general property tax, the amounts collected from other sources being as yet relatively unimportant. The general property tax is supposed to be levied upon all the property in possession of taxpayers, though, as we shall see a little later, this tax works out very badly. The old poll, or head tax, was formerly important, but at present less than 2/3 of 1% of state and local revenues are derived from this source. In most states it is being abandoned because of its small yield, and because of the difficulty and expense in collecting it. A. Defects in American taxation. 396. Lack of a tax system. The fundamental defect of American taxation is the lack of a definite and coordinated system. The tax laws of most states have been radically changed during the last few decades and are still in a process of development. In many states, old taxes are being modified or abandoned, and new taxes adopted. But too often this is being done without regard for the taxation reform of other states or of the federal government. As a result, the tax burden weighs unequally upon different classes, while between state and state, or between state and federal government, there is an overlapping of tax power. The effect of this overlapping is to create undue confusion and to demoralize both tax officials and taxpayers. 397. Legal restrictions upon taxing power. A serious defect of American taxation is the lack of correspondence between taxing power and fiscal needs. Let us inquire into this. The federal government has important functions to perform, but has practically unlimited taxing power. So far as the national government is concerned, the problem of finding sources of revenue is relatively simple. The functions assumed by the state governments are as yet relatively few and inexpensive, while the power of the state to tax is but slightly abridged by the federal Constitution. States have relatively little difficulty in making both ends meet. Local governments, and especially municipal governments, have a large number of functions which are increasingly important. Of the total government expenditure in this country, about 35% is made by the federal government, 10% by the state governments, and 55% by the local governments. But whereas federal and state governments have relatively adequate taxing powers, the taxing powers of local governments are narrowly restricted by the state constitution and statutes. Such local functions as health, public school education, and recreation are constantly demanding greater expenditures, yet local governments as yet have few opportunities for securing necessary funds. 398. Defects in tax assessment. The defects of tax assessment are clearly illustrated in the workings of the general property tax, called by some authorities the worst tax in the civilized world. The basis of levy is the work of local assessors, who are generally elective. The assessors estimate the value of millions of dollars worth of property, and their estimates are the basis of the tax rates for not only township and county, but generally for the state as well. Incapable and dishonest assessors often work injustice by underestimating the value of some forms of property and overestimating the value of other forms. In addition, political pressure is brought to bear upon the assessor to cause him to undervalue the property of the township or county as a whole, so that the local unit will bear a relatively small share of the taxes of the state. The estimates of the local assessors are commonly subject to correction by a county, and sometimes by a state, board of equalization. The duty of such a board is to make assessments uniform and just, but, notwithstanding the efforts of these bodies, unequal and unfair assessments have persisted. 399. Difficulty of taxing intangible property. Where taxation is on the basis of assessment, it often happens that the tax burden rests unequally upon different forms of property. Property in tangible form, such as land, cattle, and houses, is easily discoverable, and hence cannot easily evade the payment of taxes. But intangible property, such as bonds, stocks, and mortgage, can easily be hidden, so that owners of this type of property often evade their share of the tax burden. This evasion is often practiced in the case of the general property tax, which is intended to reach both tangible and intangible property. The general property tax worked well a century ago, when the greater share of wealth existed in tangible form, because local assessors could easily locate such things as land and livestock. But the rapid development of corporations, bringing with it a rapid increase in the proportion of intangible forms of property, has rendered the general property tax grossly unjust. The assessors of the general property tax cannot easily discover intangible property unless taxpayers cooperate with them. The all too frequent lack of such cooperation causes a disproportionate share of the tax burden to fall upon tangible property. The general property tax is haphazard, ineffective, and demoralizing to both tax officials and taxpayers. 400. Double taxation. By double taxation is meant the taxation of an individual or different individuals twice for the same thing. Double taxation is of two kinds. The first type of double taxation is illustrated by the taxation of both tangible property and the paper claim upon that property. For example, a state may tax a landowner on his land, and also tax another resident of the state on the mortgage which he holds against that land. Or it may happen that a state will tax the land, buildings, and other tangible equipment of a corporation, and at the same time tax those of its residents who hold stock in that corporation, i.e., individuals who hold paper evidence of ownership in the tangible equipment of the corporation. More generally, however, this type of double taxation arises when the holder of the paper claim resides in one state, while the tangible property lies in another state. In such a case, it is common for one state to tax the paper claim and for the other state to tax the property itself. This type of double taxation is manifestly unfair and often imposes a ruinous burden upon property. The second type of double taxation is illustrated by the overlapping of similar taxes between state and state, or between federal and state governments. Because it is the practice of most states to seek revenue without regard to the taxing activities of other states, or of the federal government, it may happen that corporations, incomes, or inheritances are taxed by more than one agency of government. If a scientific and coordinated tax system were deliberately to provide for this, the supposition would be that such taxation were reasonable and just, because intended to bear with equal weight upon all forms of property in the taxable class. But because such taxation is haphazard, it bears with unequal weight upon corporations and individuals, and is therefore unjust. Moreover, it encourages the evasion of tax burdens. Individuals and corporations sometimes migrate from localities or states in which they are subject to double taxation, to localities or states in which the danger of such taxation is less. This in turn has the evil effect of tempting states and municipalities to neglect taxes on corporations, incomes, and inheritances, for the sake of attracting wealthy individuals and large industrial organizations from neighboring areas. B. Some suggested tax reforms. 401. Ideals of taxation. Summarizing the views of the more generally accepted writers on taxation, we may say that the following are the basic ideals in taxation. Taxes should take as little as possible from the people and still meet the needs of government. Taxes should be uniform. That is, all taxable articles of the same class should be levied upon at the same rate. It is also important that the time, manner, and amount of the tax should not be arbitrary, but that the individual's convenience as regards the terms of payment should be considered. From the standpoint of the government, taxes should be easy to administer and economical to collect. A good tax system will be elastic, so that taxes may easily be increased or decreased according as the revenue needs of the government change. The ability to pay ought to have some influence upon the extent to which an individual is taxed. Taxes should adapt themselves somewhat to the local sentiment as to what is expedient or socially desirable. Finally, taxation policies should be systematized and coordinated. 402. Essentials of a tax system. The construction of an ideal tax system in this country would involve 3 steps. In the first place, each branch of government should be enabled to secure revenues actually needed for justifiable purposes. In this regard, the greatest need is to increase the taxing powers of our municipalities. This is imperative if the cities of the future are to care for their citizens properly. A second fundamental step relates to the separation of taxing power. Each branch of government should pretty well confine its use of the taxing power to definite types of taxable wealth. The federal government, for example, might secure most of its revenue from import duties, excises, an income tax, and stamp taxes of various kinds. Many taxation experts believe that the states ought to confine themselves mainly to license, corporation, inheritance, and possibly income taxes. Local governments might well secure most of their revenue from taxes on franchises, licenses, and real estate. Such a separation of taxing power might aid in the adjustment of fiscal needs to taxing power, as well as help to remedy the evil of double taxation. However, a complete separation of taxing powers is not necessarily desirable, and certainly it is not practicable, for there is a growing tendency toward duplication in income, inheritance, and other taxes. At the present time, for example, not only the federal government, but many of the states levy income and inheritance taxes. A third fundamental step would be the coordination of local, state, and federal taxing authorities. The central aim of such coordination should be so to distribute tax burdens that no form of taxable wealth would escape its just burden, and so that no form of wealth would be subjected to unduly heavy taxation. There is a growing feeling that to prevent double taxation and similar evils, all local taxing bodies ought to be coordinated under the state authorities, while for similar reasons the federal government ought to have some measure of direction or control over that share of state taxation which is interstate in its effects. 403. Reform or abolition of the general property tax. The reform of state and local taxation logically begins with the general property tax. In many states, attempts are being made to reform this tax. In some cases, tax ferrets are employed to discover tax evaders, a policy which may easily lead to corruption and favoritism. In other states, the conviction is growing that local elective assessors ought to be supplanted by a permanent corps of state assessors, appointed under the merit system. This would reduce the danger of unequal and unfair assessments. In other states, there is a tendency to abandon the general property tax altogether. In New York, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and other states, there is a marked tendency to turn over the general property tax to local governing bodies. In such cases, it is intended that the state shall depend for most of its revenue upon income, corporation, inheritance, and license taxes. The future will doubtless see a more widespread tendency toward the reform or abolition of the general property tax. In some states, however, such changes in the taxation system require constitutional amendment, and constitutional amendment is often a slow and tedious process. 404. Reform in land taxation. Coupled with plans for the reform or abolition of the general property tax are proposals for the reform of land taxation. A primary aim of these proposals, some of which suggest elements of the single tax doctrine, is to secure a more correct assessment of land values. In many cases, a state does not now tax the holder of a mortgage when the mortgaged land is also within the state, and thus directly subject to taxation. This is a desirable development, but we ought to go still further, so that the holder of a mortgage would not be taxed whether or not he lived in the same state as the owner of the land. A mortgage is obviously not social wealth, but a paper claim on wealth, and this wealth ought not to be taxed twice. Some authorities believe that the tax rate on land ought substantially to be increased when it appears that such land is being held for speculative purposes. To encourage improvements, it is also proposed that certain permanent improvements on land be temporarily exempted from taxation. Lastly, it would appear socially desirable to levy special taxes on urban sites, so as to secure for the community some share of the future unearned increment. 405. The income tax. All taxes ultimately come out of income, but when we speak of an income tax, we refer to a direct levy upon income as it arises, chiefly in the form of wages, salaries, and profits. A federal income tax was levied during the Civil War, but in the 90s the Supreme Court held that such a tax violated the constitutional provision that Congress shall not lay direct taxes except in proportion to the population of the states. In 1913, the 16th Amendment to the Constitution permitted Congress to lay and collect taxes on incomes without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. Since 1913, Congress has passed several income tax laws, and a number of the states have also adopted this form of taxation. The essential features of these laws are as follows. Incomes below a certain amount are exempt from taxation. The limit of untaxable income is raised for married persons living together. In calculating their net income, individuals may make allowance for debts, business expenses, and certain other items. Upon all taxable income above a certain minimum, there is then levied a flat rate, constituting a normal tax. Where incomes exceed a certain amount, there is an additional tax. Thus, the income tax is said to be progressive. That is, the larger the income, the higher the tax rate. Many benefits are claimed for the income tax. It falls upon those best able to pay, and it is not easily evaded or shifted by the person upon whom it is levied. It is elastic and can be readily increased or reduced according as revenue needs change. Its progressive character is a feature which is considered socially desirable. The chief defects of the income tax are two. In the first place, the effectiveness of the tax depends upon the willingness of the individual to declare his full income. This is not always done, especially where the income tax is regarded as an undue interference in the private affairs of the individual. Second, wealthy individuals often migrate to states where there is either no income tax or only a relatively light one. This last defect, of course, applies only to the state income tax. 406. The inheritance tax. Taxes upon inheritances have come into prominence since the opening of the 20th century. Since 1916, the federal government has levied an inheritance tax. At the present time, most of the states also levy this form of tax upon property passing by will or under the inheritance laws of the state. The essential features of the tax are everywhere the same. Small legacies are generally exempt. Legacies to direct heirs are either exempt or are taxed at a lower rate than are legacies to collateral heirs. The rates are progressive, that is to say, they increase with the size of the legacy. Many benefits are claimed for the inheritance tax. It brings in a large revenue and falls upon those who are best able to pay. The tax cannot be shifted, and it cannot be easily evaded. It is easily assessed and collected because all wills must pass through the probate court. It is held that the state has a social claim upon the property of an individual who has amassed wealth under the protection of its laws, and that this property ought not to be transferred intact to those who did not aid in its accumulation. If carried too far, the inheritance tax would undoubtedly discourage the accumulation of wealth. But tax authorities are already guarding against this danger. On the whole, the inheritance tax is an important addition to our tax system. Its scope is being rapidly extended. Rates are being raised, the principle of progression is being more frequently applied, and exemptions allowed direct heirs are being reduced. The tax is increasingly used in the effort to redistribute unearned wealth, though the extent to which this is true depends very largely upon local sentiment. 407. Corporation taxes. The rapid growth of American industry has been accompanied by an enormous increase in the number and importance of industrial corporations. The proper taxation of these bodies is now challenging the attention of both state and federal governments. The difficulties of taxing corporations are two. First, how to prevent that form of double taxation which results from the fact that several states may levy taxes of varying weight upon interstate corporations, Second, how to prevent that form of double taxation which imposes a burden upon both the tangible property of the corporation and upon the stocks and bonds representing ownership in that tangible property. A number of taxation experts suggest meeting the last named difficulty by exempting from taxation stocks, bonds, and other securities, and by imposing, instead, a tax directly upon the capitalization of the corporation itself. In the case of corporations which are local and of moderate size, this might be effected by the reform of tax laws within a single state. Where, on the other hand, corporations are distinctly interstate in character, such reform would require either a careful coordination of the tax laws of several states, or a corporation tax which should be purely federal in character. The first difficulty mentioned above would likewise have to be met, either by the coordination of state tax systems or by allowing taxes or interstate corporations to be levied solely by the federal government. It is claimed by some economists that the virtual impossibility of effectively coordinating the tax laws of the various states renders it imperative that all interstate corporations be taxed solely by the federal government. In such a case, the federal government would be taxing interstate corporations partly for its own benefit and partly as the agent of the various states. It is said also that such a federal tax should be levied on corporations at the source, i.e., upon capitalization rather than upon stocks and bonds. Being applied at the source, it would reach all forms of corporation wealth. It would be easy and economical to administer. So far as corporations are concerned, a purely federal tax on interstate corporations might prevent both forms of double taxation. Even though the states consented to a purely federal tax on interstate corporations, however, it might prove difficult for state and federal governments to agree upon a fair division of the joint revenues derived from such a tax. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 33. Part B. Making Government Effective. Who shall share in government? 408. Distinction between citizenship and the suffrage. Citizenship implies membership in a nation. A citizen owes allegiance to his government, and in return is entitled to the fundamental advantages of organized government, such as the protection of life, liberty, and property at home and abroad. Suffrage, on the other hand, is the privilege of sharing in government by the exercise of vote. Most voters are also citizens, but less than a third of the citizens of the United States are voters. Citizenship is determined by the federal authorities, the Constitution declaring that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens thereof. The suffrage is a privilege which is controlled by the individual states, subject to certain regulations imposed by the federal government. 409. Significance of the suffrage. In a representative democracy such as the United States, the question of the suffrage is of fundamental importance. Public officials are agents which have been chosen to administer the affairs of the government. Every public official in the United States is either chosen directly by the people or is chosen by agents who themselves have been selected at the polls. The right to vote is thus the right to share in the control of government. And not only are voters making rules and regulations for their own government, but they are governing those citizens to whom the suffrage has not been extended. It is because of this double responsibility resting upon the American voter that a fundamental problem of effective government is concerned with the suffrage. 410. Suffrage in the 17th and 18th centuries. In colonial time, the American suffrage was narrowly restricted. Though the theory that all men were free and equal was known in political circles, the actual conduct of government was largely in the hands of the propertied classes. With a few exceptions, no Negro was allowed to vote. As a general rule, women were also debarred from the suffrage. Even white adults were denied the exercise of the suffrage unless they could meet certain property and religious qualifications. The Declaration of Independence laid emphasis upon the principle that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Nevertheless, this principle was not held to apply to the internal politics of the American states, and so there was at this time no widespread feeling that all adults had an equal right to share in government. In an important sense, the American Revolution was fought to maintain the principle that England could not govern the colonies without their consent. But here again it should be noted that none of the states that won independence interpreted that principle to mean that all of their free adult citizens had a right to govern themselves through the vote. Colonial standards of suffrage were largely carried over into our earlier national history, and in 1789 probably less than 5% of the American people were voters. Interpreted in terms of the suffrage, American democracy was still very narrowly restricted. 411. Suffrage as a national right. According to the doctrine of natural rights, all men are born free and equal, and are entitled to certain fundamental rights of which they may not be deprived. Many of the colonists were familiar with this theory, but not until after 1800 did it constitute an important basis for maintaining that all adult white males were entitled to suffrage. After the opening of the 19th century, however, it was more common for the propertyless man to maintain that just as they had a natural right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, so they had a natural right to suffrage. The principle that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed was by many interpreted to mean that men possessing property had no right to govern men who could not meet the property qualifications accompanying the suffrage. The cry of "no taxation without representation" was also raised in the interests of white adult males who paid taxes but were not allowed to vote. 412. Extension of the suffrage in the 19th century. During the first 3/4 of the 19th century, the suffrage widened steadily. Religious qualifications practically disappeared before 1850. After a long drawn-out struggle, most of the Eastern states practically eliminated the property qualification from their suffrage laws. This change was due, in large part, to the influence of the doctrine of natural rights. There were additional factors, of course. In many places along the Atlantic seaboard, for example, the extension of the suffrage was somewhat in response to the influence of the doctrine of natural rights, but it was also partly due to the economic pressure exerted by the increasing number of landless laborers who were crowding into the manufacturing cities and towns. The extension of the suffrage during this period is closely associated with the development of the West. Whereas the Eastern states removed property and religious qualifications only after a struggle, many Western states imposed few or no restrictions upon the suffrage, but from the start were committed to the principle of equality at the polls. The doctrine that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed was popular in the West. Indeed, it was here that the doctrine was first applied to the problem of suffrage in a definite and practical manner. In the more sparsely settled portions of the country, able-bodied men were more important than social distinctions and religious ties. So much so, in fact, that some of the Western states attracted settlers by giving the vote to aliens who had announced their intention of becoming citizens. After the Civil War, some of the Southern states made similar advances to European immigrants. After the Civil War, the suffrage movement was profoundly affected by the Negro question. The 13th Amendment, adopted in 1865, had merely abolished slavery. In the subsequent discussion over the status of the Negro, some white men held that the theory of natural rights entitled the freed Negroes to the suffrage. This view was opposed by many, particularly in the South. Nevertheless, in 1868, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution provided that any state denying any of its male adult citizens the right to vote might suffer a reduction in its congressional representation. 2 years later, 1870, the 15th Amendment went a step further and declared that the right of citizens of the United States to vote might not be denied or abridged on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The 19th century also witnessed an increased interest in woman suffrage. The proposition was not unknown even in colonial times, but the earlier state constitutions and statutes had almost invariably excluded women from the vote. After the middle of the century, the woman suffrage movement grew rapidly, stimulated to a considerable extent by the movement for abolition of Negro suffrage. In 1852, Susan B. Anthony assumed leadership of the woman suffrage movement, and in 1875 she drafted a proposed amendment to the federal Constitution which would provide for woman suffrage throughout the country. The territory of Wyoming had extended women full suffrage in 1869, and a decade later the right to vote in school elections had been extended the women of Michigan, Minnesota, and several other states. By 1896, Colorado, Idaho, and Utah had extended full suffrage to women. 413. Decline of the natural rights theory. During the latter half of the 19th century, the doctrine of natural rights was of declining importance as a basis of the suffrage. The doctrine was illogical, for not even its most ardent advocates would go so far as to maintain that paupers and mental defectives had an inherent right to vote. Nor did anyone claim that persons under 21 years of age had such a right. As time went on, the connection between the suffrage and the doctrine of natural rights seemed more and more remote. Men came gradually to believe that the suffrage was not a right but a privilege, and that the capacity of the individual to use the vote in the public interest was the factor which should determine whether or not he should enjoy the suffrage. This changed viewpoint reflected itself in several important shifts in the suffrage movement. 414. Shifts in the suffrage movement. To a considerable extent, the decline of the doctrine of natural rights was accompanied by increased restrictions upon the right to vote. We have noted that many Western and a few Southern states formerly made a practice of extending the vote to aliens who had announced their intention of becoming citizens. After the 70s, there was a tendency for such states to withdraw this privilege and to make citizenship a prerequisite to voting. One reason for this changed attitude was that as time went on, immigrant labor was less in demand in the West and South. Still another factor, however, was the abuse of the ballot among unassimilated immigrant groups in our cities. After the middle of the 19th century, there was a growing feeling, originating in New England and spreading westward, that illiterate voters were a menace to sound government. Accordingly, educational tests were imposed in a number of states. These tests generally require voters to be able to read and write. The enfranchisement of the Negro was followed by reaction. The exercise of the suffrage by ignorant Negroes, suddenly admitted to full suffrage, resulted in gross abuses of political power. As a result, many Southern states eventually passed laws which virtually deny the vote to the larger part of the possible Negro electorate. In some cases, white election officials administer the educational test so strictly as to exclude most Negroes. In other cases, a property or poll tax qualification has been used to exclude large groups of shiftless Negroes. In still other cases, a grandfather clause in the state constitution exempts from the educational test all who are descendants of persons voting before the Civil War. This allows white illiterate to vote, but excludes illiterate Negroes. On the other hand, the cause of women's suffrage was greatly stimulated by the decline of the doctrine of natural rights and the rise of the theory that civic capacity should determine suffrage. Particularly after 1900 did the agitation take on national importance. A national woman suffrage association was organized, and powerful pressure was brought to bear upon persons of political influence. Between 1910 and 1912, Washington, California, Oregon, Kansas, and Arizona were won to the cause of woman suffrage. Finally, in August 1920, the amendment which Miss Anthony had drafted in 1875 was ratified and declared in force. Women are now allowed to vote on the same terms as men. 415. Present restrictions on the right to vote. The suffrage in the several states at the present time may be summarized as follows. In every state, voters must be at least 21 years of age. In a few states, the vote is extended to aliens who have declared their intention of becoming citizens. In every state, a period of residence is required of voters, the usual period being between 6 months and a year. Educational qualifications are imposed in about a third of the states. A number of the southern and a few northern states require voters to be assessed for a poll tax. In practically every state, such abnormal persons as the feeble-minded, the insane, paupers in institutions, and certain types of criminals are excluded from the suffrage. Untaxed Indians and foreign-born Chinese and Japanese do not enjoy the suffrage. 416. Present status of the suffrage movement. The suffrage movement has steadily increased the number of potential voters until, at the present time, there are more than 30 million persons in the United States who are entitled to the vote. The important groups of the adult population have been enfranchised, but the suffrage movement still involves important problems. In view of our changing attitude toward the suffrage, we face 4 unanswered questions. First, should the present restrictions on the suffrage be lowered? Second, should they be made more severe? Third, in view of the fact that naturalization automatically makes voters of many individuals, to what extent ought the grant of citizenship to be determined by the individual's promise as a voter? Fourth, what should be our attitude toward Negro suffrage? Let us summarize the fundamental considerations which must be borne in mind in discussing the 4 problems suggested above. This done, we may briefly consider the most pressing of these questions, i.e., that involving Negro suffrage. 417. The suffrage is a privilege and not right. The significance of the difference between citizenship and the suffrage should be clearly understood. Citizenship is a fundamental matter. In return for allegiance to his government, the citizen may be considered as being entitled to that measure of protection which is deemed necessary to his safety and well-being. But though we speak loosely of the right of suffrage, the suffrage is a privilege, not a right. The individual cannot claim it as a corollary of citizenship, nor does mere residence in a democratic country entitle the individual to the ballot. The safety and well-being of the citizen are not necessarily dependent upon his exercise of the vote. Indeed, incapable persons may be better off if they are excluded from the suffrage, provided, of course, that the voting class holds itself responsible for the government of the excluded groups. Fitness alone justifies the suffrage. 418. What constitutes fitness? The ballot cannot be exercised by the unfit without endangering the whole fabric of government. But what is the standard of fitness? The history of the suffrage in the United States throws some light upon this question. In colonial times, the plea of the propertied classes was that fitness was primarily a matter of racial origin, the ownership of property, or church affiliation. According to the theory of natural rights, fitness was vaguely associated with manhood and citizenship. More recently, we have come to believe that while many factors influence the capacity of the voter, such factors as religion, racial origin, and ownership of substantial amounts of property are not vital. A definite standard of fitness has never been established, but at least we can say that fitness means both the desire and the capacity to serve the state by an honest and intelligent use of the ballot. 419. The question of Negro suffrage. We are beginning to suspect that the attention attracted by Negro suffrage is due, not so much to the injustice of disfranchising the Negro as to the spectacular circumstances surrounding the American Negro. It is unjust, of course, to exclude the Negro from the vote merely because of his race. But exclusion of Negroes not qualified to make an intelligent use of the ballot is no more unfair than are the educational tests imposed by many Northern states. To exclude illiterate Negroes from the vote, and at the same time to allow illiterate whites the ballot, is, on the other hand, manifestly unfair. But far more productive of good than debating this unfairness is the attempt to fit the Negro for the vote as a prerequisite to his exercise of it. During this preparation the Negro should have before him the incentive of securing the ballot when he has made sufficient progress in education and civic responsibility. 420. Problem of an intelligent electorate. The problem of building up an intelligent electorate gives rise to two additional questions. First, how may the enfranchised classes be trained to a full realization of their civic responsibilities? Second, to what extent is intelligent voting dependent upon actual exercise of the suffrage? The first question has been treated elsewhere, and we may close this chapter with a brief consideration of the second question. It is maintained by some that no one should be admitted to the suffrage who has not first demonstrated his capacity to use the vote intelligently. Others reply that this capacity comes only through actual exercise of the vote. The solution of this problem probably lies in a judicious combination of theory and practice. A boy cannot learn to swim by standing on the bank and forever listening to theoretical instruction. On the other hand, it may prove fatal to push him into deep water without preparation for that step. Instruction and practice must go hand in hand, wisely interwoven and harmonized. Likewise, it would seem, one way to secure an intelligent electorate is to admit individuals to the suffrage only when they demonstrate a minimum capacity for civic service, but at the same time to recognize that full moral development can come only through actual exercise of the vote. End of chapter 33. Chapters 34 and 35 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 34. The Political Party. 421. Nature of the political party. A political party may be defined as a voluntary association of voters, entered into for the purpose of influencing elections to public office. The individuals comprising a party have certain broad political principles in common, and these they seek, by organized effort, to have applied to actual government. Just as individuals differ on matters of business or religion, so it is human nature for the voters of a community to form varying opinions as to the nature, functions, and methods of government. And just as men tend to draw away from those with whose opinions they do not agree, so they tend to draw toward those with whom they are in agreement, and with whose cooperation they may advance principles of mutual interest. It is this natural tendency of men, first, to differ with one another, and second, to form associations for the advancement of mutual aims, that has led to the formation of political parties. 422. Development of parties in the United States. The American political party is older than the nation. Differences of political opinion divided the American colonists into Whigs and Tories. Later, party spirit was manifested in the formation of the Revolutionary Committees of Correspondence. The struggle over the Constitution of 1787 divided men into Federalists and Anti-Federalists. The question of a broad or strict construction of the Constitution, the tariff, and the problem of slavery in the territories. These are a few of the great national issues that have influenced party lines. Before the Civil War, party spirit had extended to all parts of the country, evidencing itself in a number of party organizations. Many of these organizations proved temporary, but since the Civil War party lines have been relatively fixed. For more than a half century there have been two great parties, the Democratic and the Republican. Third parties have been either temporary or relatively unimportant. 423. Party organization. There is no constitutional basis or provision for American political parties. Nevertheless, each of the great parties has built up a powerful organization which coordinates party members in every part of the country. In practically every township, village, election district, and city ward, there are party agents and local committees whose work it is to promote the interests of the party both at election time and between elections. The local party workers constitute a link between individual voters and the county or state committees, while these latter groups in turn connect with the national committee of a party. It is the work of all those officially connected with this centralized organization to win adherence to the party standard, to place issues before the voters, to stimulate interest in candidates, to organize meetings and clubs, to collect funds for party support, to secure the registration of voters, and to see that they get to the polls. Party opinion is formed by means of personal contacts, campaign literature, speeches, parades, and every manner of propaganda. Party opinion is formally expressed through the caucus, the primary, the convention, and the regular election. 424. Services performed by the political party. The political party performs three great services. The first of these is that the party provides machinery which bridges over the gaps between local, state, and national government. Similarly, it often serves to bring the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government into harmony with one another. The check and balance system so divides authority in American government that in many ways the different branches and divisions of government are uncoordinated. The party facilitates the working of American government because party members affiliated with one division of government will tend to cooperate with members of the same party who may be in control of other divisions of government. For example, a Democratic governor tends to cooperate with the Democratic members of the state legislature. Similarly, a Republican president will tend to work in harmony with those members of his party who are in control of purely state government. The second great service performed by the party is that it formulates public issues and presents them in concrete shape to the voters. Just as in industry, it is the function of the entrepreneur to coordinate the other factors of production. So in government, it is the function of the politician to act as coordinator. Indeed, President Lowell calls the politician a broker, without whose services popular government would be impossible. If voters went to the polls with no previous agreement as to candidates or issues, but each determined to vote for whomever he liked, thousands of names might be found on the ballot. If a majority were required to elect, no individual would be chosen. The party thus performs a valuable service by formulating those principles which will attract the greatest number of voters, and by definitely associating those principles with particular candidates. These issues and these candidates the party places squarely before the electorate, to the exclusion of minor issues and unimportant candidates. The party is thus a means whereby democracy makes up its mind, and expresses that mind with a minimum of confusion and disorder. The third great service of the political party is that it provides a means of collective and continuing responsibility in politics. If a candidate were not affiliated with any political party, misbehavior in office might result in his removal or in his failure to secure re-election. But here responsibility would end. When, on the other hand, the party selects, supports, and vouches for a candidate, the party constitutes a definite and permanent pledge to the voters. Thus, the party is stimulated to select its candidates carefully, lest their incompetence or dishonesty fatally injure the reputation of the party. The past exploits of the party are appropriate for future campaigns. Conversely, the failure or misbehavior of an office holder will be pointed out by his political enemies as typical of the party to which the unfortunate man belongs. 425. The abuse of party power. Though party government confers substantial benefits, it is likewise true that the power of the political party has been frequently abused. American party organizations sprang up silently and developed largely without legal control. Increased power has been accompanied by diffused responsibility. Increased power and diffused responsibility have led to the abuse of power. The evils of the party are numerous, and only those of fundamental importance can be discussed in this text. Some of these evils will appear in successive chapters. A few may be treated here. In every case, it should be borne in mind, the basic defect of party government is that the party has tended to use its power primarily for private rather than public ends. 426. Campaign contributions. Throughout much of our national history, one of the great evils of the political party has had to do with contributions to the campaign fund. A few decades ago, it was the custom of parties not only to accept large sums of money from special interests, but actually to demand substantial contributions from railroad and other corporations on pain of unfriendly legislation when the party got into power. In our cities, gambling houses and other vicious interests habitually contributed to the campaign fund of the party, with the understanding that the party so supported would, if successful at the polls, protect these unlawful businesses. Large amounts were also secured from office holders who feared to incur the ill will of the party by refusing to contribute to the campaign fund. The enormous sums got together from these various sources were used to finance election contests, the peak being reached when, in the presidential election of 1896, the Republican Party is said to have spent more than $7 million. The source of most of this sum was unknown to the general public. Fortunately, recent legislation has remedied a considerable measure of the evils attending unrestricted contributions to the campaign fund. Laws now prohibit party agents from seeking contributions from the holders of federal civil service offices. In 1910 and 1911, Congress passed acts providing that a candidate for representative to Congress may not expend more than $5,000 toward his election, while a United States senator may not spend more than $10,000 for a similar purpose. Other laws specify the purposes for which campaign money may be spent. In presidential and congressional elections, the treasurer of the national committee of each party must now report the entire campaign fund contributed and expended, giving the name of every individual contributing over $1,000, and also furnishing an itemized statement of all expenditures over $10. This report is filed with the clerk of the House of Representatives and is open to the public. There can be no doubt but that these and similar laws have operated to deprive the campaign fund of many of its illegitimate features. Most of the money now expended by parties is secured from a large number of small contributions. This not only lessens the control of party policies by special interests, but it also serves to make the party more responsible to the rank and file of the organization. 427. Party domination of nominations and elections. A great problem of party government is to prevent parties from unduly influencing the choice of public officials. Leaving until later the general question of nominations and elections, it may be pointed out here that very often the whole weight of party power is directed towards securing the election to office of candidates deemed desirable by the party machine. The political boss has consistently used his power to manipulate the caucus or the primary so as to advance his own interests at public expense. Caucuses have been held without proper notice being given, and party henchmen have been employed to work for an inside clique or ring. Formerly, the rolls of party members were padded with the names of men dead or absent. Too often elections were characterized by the stuffing of ballot boxes, the intimidation or bribery of voters, and the practice of voting more than once. The effect of these and similar practices has been to thwart the will of the majority of party members and to elevate self-interests above the general welfare. The last few decades of American political history have been characterized by a number of laws designed to safeguard the process of nomination and election. In practically every state in the Union, there are corrupt practice acts which aim not only to prevent the misuse of the campaign fund, but to control the party in other respects also. In all but 2 states registration is a prerequisite to voting. The introduction into this country of the Australian ballot, and its rapid spread among the states after 1890 has made the ballot secret. By preventing the intimidation of the voter, and by otherwise safeguarding his rights at the polls, the ballot reform has remedied many abuses which formerly resulted in illegal and unrepresentative elections. Bribery and illegal voting are no longer glaring evils. It is now the general practice for state laws to provide definite polling places and to guard the receiving and counting of the ballots. 428. The spoils system. During the first 40 years of our national life, it was taken for granted that subordinate executive officials should continue in office during good behavior, regardless of a change of administration. After President Jackson's first term, however, it became the general practice for the incoming party to use offices to reward party supporters. Senator Marcy's original declaration that "to the victor belongs the spoils" was accepted by both Democratic and Republican parties. Each party, upon coming into power, habitually turned out appointive officials placed in office by the opposition party. The positions thus made vacant were filled by individuals from the ranks of the victorious party. The spoils system is a serious evil for which party spirit must be held accountable. By virtue of their patronage, party leaders have exercised an undue influence over the rank and file of the party. Frequently, a candidate has been named for office, not because he possessed marked capacity for public service, but because he showed promise of being a good vote-getter at election time. Very frequently, therefore, office holders have secured their positions as the reward of party support rather than because of merit. The spoils system has encouraged the holders of executive offices to pay more attention to the political fortunes of their party than to their public duties. Knowing that with a change of administration they would probably be ousted to make room for the supporters of the rival party, officials have been tempted to use public office for personal ends. The spoils system still constitutes a defect in American government. Nevertheless, something has been done toward eliminating its worst features. The Civil Service Act of 1883 provided that more than 12,000 federal executive offices should be filled by competitive examinations rather than by political appointment. The federal civil service system has been subsequently extended until, at the present time, about two-thirds of the administrative offices in the federal government are filled on the merit plan. In many sections of the country, the merit plan has also been used to fill state and municipal offices. Though as yet limited in scope, it would appear that the future will see a steady expansion of the merit plan in local and state as well as in the national government. The essential feature of this system, whether in local, state, or national government, is that office holders secure their positions on the basis of an individual merit. In theory, at least, they are little affected by changes of administration. Both retention of office and promotion are on the basis of merit, though the standards by which appointees are judged have not yet been perfected. 429. Extension of favors to special interests. The tendency of the political party to extend special favors to private corporations has constituted a serious evil in American politics. In some instances, powerful corporations have corrupted party politics. In other cases, party organizations have blackmailed corporations under the threat of unfriendly legislation. In many other cases, both party and corporations have been to blame. In every case, however, the essential fact is that often the party has been used for the advancement of special interests rather than to promote the general welfare. Unfavorable legislation has been bought off and favorable laws secured by trusts, public service corporations, and other large industrial interests. Exemption from prosecution has been purchased by gambling houses and other illegal businesses. Public service corporations have secured valuable franchises for inadequate consideration. Contracts for paving and other public works have many times been awarded, not to firms offering the best work at the lowest price, but to incompetent or dishonest corporations. Such contracts have been secured by these corporations because of favoritism shown them by political henchmen holding office under the spoils system. Notable headway has been made in checking these evils. The regulation of the railroads by the Interstate Commerce Commission renders it difficult for railroad corporations unduly to influence party policies. Antitrust legislation has similarly checked the political activities of other great industrial combinations. There is a growing tendency for states to pass laws forbidding or restricting the maintenance of lobbies in legislative halls. Many recent state constitutions narrowly restrict the franchise granting power. Corrupt Practices Acts forbid party contributions from corporations. The civil service system renders less easy the unfair award of government contracts to private corporations. 430. Decline of party abuses. It is clear that the development of party government in this country has been attended by important benefits and serious evils. But the best authorities agree that the merits of the party system outweigh its defects. Hence, our problem is not how to destroy the system, but how to regulate it so that we may secure the benefit of its services and avoid the evil results of its defects. The experience of the last half-century is heartening, and it must be admitted not only that party abuses have declined, but that there is good reason to believe that they will continue to decline. In our attitude toward the political party, we must distinguish, as Burke distinguished, between the legitimate form of the party and its perverted form. The perverted forms of party organization call for censure and attack. The legitimate features of the party deserve our appreciation and support. 431. Duty of party support. Parties seem to be inevitable, for no one has yet shown how representative government can be carried on without them. Since the average voter cannot make his influence felt except through organization and mass action, it is, as a rule, as futile for the individual to cast his vote regardless of party affiliations as it is for a soldier to fight without regard for army discipline and organization. Parties are the result of compromises, and the individual must be willing to shelve minor issues for the sake of uniting with his fellows upon vital issues. Ordinarily, the individual will best perform his civic duties by affiliating himself with some political party. But we are coming to believe that the necessity of party support in national and state elections does not imply that party support is necessary in local elections. In national politics, each party generally has a definite policy with regard to taxation, the tariff, armaments, and other debatable issues. Support of the party for the realization of its program on these matters may be justifiable. On the other hand, loyalty to party in local politics may be an evil. There is no democratic way of cleaning a street, and no republican method of fighting a fire. Thus, the same citizen who may be under a moral obligation to support some party in national and state politics may be under a similar obligation to make his choice of local candidates independent of party. A desirable development in this regard is the recent tendency for some municipal elections to be decided regardless of the party affiliations of the candidates. 432. Integrity is above party. Young people are commonly advised to affiliate themselves with that political party which seems most adequately to express their political ideals. But, though this is a method of conserving political energy, no citizen ought to support a party which has ceased to represent him on matters which he considers of vital importance. When the party machine sets itself up as an end rather than a means, and when it emphasizes gain to a few rather than benefits to the party as a whole, then it is time for honest men to abandon their party. Integrity is above party. The slogan, "My party, right or wrong," is not only stupid but treasonable. Let the citizen be eager to cooperate with his fellows for the advancement of common political views, but let the corrupt party be abandoned. 433. Responsibility of the individual for party abuses. Nothing could be more mistaken than the belief that defective government is due primarily to the existence of an entity known as the political party. The party is merely an association of individuals, and if it is corrupt, it is so because of the corruption of the individuals comprising it. It is time that political pessimists stop blaming the party for the defects of party government, and time they began to see that the indifference and short-sightedness of the individual voter is at the bottom of the trouble. One of the greatest sources of corruption in American life is the knowledge of political bosses that many of their adherents will follow the party standard regardless of its platform, and no matter what the character of its candidates. The party boss is given an opening when individuals neglect to perform their civic duties, the failure to vote, or to serve in office when the opportunity offers, the failure either to protest against candidates chosen unfairly or to demand an accounting of office holders, spell corruption and inefficiency in government. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. Choosing the agents of government. 434. The problem. In an important sense, good government is a matter of getting the right men into office. Hence, one of the most vital problems in American democracy has to do with the choice of public officials. In any representative democracy, nominations and elections must be a difficult and complex matter. In the United States, the problem is rendered doubly difficult by the great size of the country and by the rapidity with which its population is increasing. In this country, hundreds of thousands of public officials are placed in office annually, all of them either elected at the polls or chosen by agents who are themselves elected. The problem before us involves 4 questions. First, how can we perfect the mechanism by means of which the officers of government are selected? Second, how can we elect officials who represent a majority rather than a plurality of those actually voting? Third, how can voters be helped to make intelligent choices at the polls? Fourth, how can we encourage qualified voters to make a habitual use of the ballot? 435. Nominations by caucus. One of the earliest methods of choosing party candidates in this country was by means of the caucus. The caucus was an informal meeting in which the local members of a political party nominated candidates for town and county offices. Candidates for state offices were named by a legislative caucus, in which legislators belonging to the same party came together and determined their respective nominations. The legislative caucus spread to all of the states, and in 1800 was transferred to Congress as a mode of nominating the president and vice president. After 1825, the caucus declined in importance. In the lawmaking bodies of both nation and states, there continues to be a legislative caucus, but its influence upon the choice of public officials has greatly diminished. Outside of the state and national legislatures, the caucus is now found only in towns, wards, and other small areas. In these areas, it is used for the purpose of nominating candidates for local offices and for the purpose of electing delegates to nominating conventions. Except in some parts of New England, it should be noted, this local caucus is now generally known as the primary. 436. Rise of the nominating convention. After 1825, the caucus was largely superseded by the convention. The convention is a relatively large meeting of party delegates chosen for the express purpose of deciding upon party policies and candidates. The convention device was developed partly because party bosses had come to dominate the caucus, and partly because the increasing population of the country necessitated larger congregations of party members. The convention was made possible by improved means of transportation, which allowed relatively large groups of individuals to come together for deliberative purposes. By 1850, all of the political parties had adopted the convention plan for the nomination of candidates for most local, state, and national offices. 437. Decline of the convention. The convention was an improvement upon the caucus in that it allowed a greater number of party members to participate in nominations. Unfortunately, delegates to the convention continued to be chosen in local caucuses, where the party ring or machine usually determined the choice of delegates. Bosses prepared slates, bribed delegates, and otherwise manipulated what was supposed to be an expression of the party will in convention. In many cases, the convention became merely a cut-and-dried affair in which party members ratified nominations previously agreed upon by party leaders. In the latter part of the 19th century, and especially after 1900, these defects stimulated the development of measures designed to reduce or eliminate the abuses of the convention system. The most important of these reform measures is the direct primary. 438. Nature of the direct primary. The terms caucus, primary, and direct primary are easily confused. We have seen that the local caucus is now generally known as the primary. The essential difference between this caucus or primary and the direct primary is this. In the direct primary, party members vote directly for the party's candidates at the forthcoming election. In the caucus or primary, on the other hand, party members do not vote directly for the more important of these candidates, but instead vote for delegates to a convention. Later, these delegates meet in convention and there vote directly for party candidates. Thus, the direct primary is really an election within the party, held for the purpose of allowing party members to choose the candidates who will represent the party at the approaching regular election. When adopted, the direct primary abolishes the convention by allowing party members to cast their ballots directly for their party's candidates. Those individuals are nominated who receive a plurality of all votes cast. In most states, the direct primary has recently been placed under detailed legal control. Such laws generally prescribe the time and place of holding the direct primary, the qualifications of those who may participate, and the organization and general management of this party election. There is provision for polling places, official ballots, and election of officials, just as there is provision for similar machinery in the regular election, which follows the direct primary. 439. Extent of the direct primary. Heralded as a cure for the defects of the convention, the direct primary spread rapidly after 1900. By 1919, every state in the Union had adopted it in some form, and about 40 states were applying the statewide primary. At first, the direct primary was used only to nominate candidates for local offices, but at the present time, state officers and even federal senators and representatives are often nominated by this method. In more than a third of the states, the voters at the direct primary are allowed to express their preference directly for one of the candidates for the presidential nomination. Altogether, the direct primary has largely supplanted the convention in about 3/4 of the states. 440. Advantages claimed for the direct primary. A number of important advantages are claimed for the direct primary. It is said that the device reduces the power of the party boss and ensures democratic control within the party. Party members are more interested in the direct primary than in the local caucus or primary because in the direct primary they actually aid in the direct selection of party candidates. The local caucus or primary, on the other hand, does not directly select the more important party candidates, but can only choose delegates to a nominating convention. Because the direct primary increases the control of the individual over party policies, it encourages active political work on the part of the rank and file. It is maintained that the direct primary brings out a larger vote than would otherwise be possible. Better candidates are secured by means of the direct primary, it is claimed, because the nomination of individuals depends upon the presentation of their claims to the voters, rather than upon winning the favor of party bosses. 441. Objections urged against the direct primary. The opponents of the plan claim that the direct primary has serious faults. It is said that in supplanting the convention, the direct primary has made more difficult the exchange of views and opinions among party members. It is declared that the direct primary has disorganized the party and has therefore broken down party responsibility. It is claimed that the direct primary has not eliminated the boss, for rather than voting directly for candidates of their own choice, electors must make a selection from a list of candidates previously arranged by party leaders. All of these candidates may be objectionable to the voter. It is also pointed out that many worthy candidates have not the money to defray the expenses of competing in the direct primaries. Frequently, the ring brings out a number of candidates to divide the voters, while the henchmen of the ring concentrate their votes upon one man. Lastly, it is pointed out, the excessive number of candidates to be selected renders it impossible for the average individual to make an intelligent selection. In such a case, the average individual attends the direct primary only to confirm the choice of party leaders. 442. Outlook for the direct primary. Although there is much to be said for and against the direct primary, the belief is gaining ground that this device does not offer the final solution of the difficulty which led to its establishment. After an exhaustive study of the subject, Professor Munro concludes as follows: in a word, the primary seems to afford protection against the worst fault of the convention, which was the frequent selection of incapable and corrupt candidates at the behest of a few political leaders. But it has not, in 20 years or more of experience, demonstrated that it can achieve positive results of a measurably satisfactory character. It has not rid the state of boss domination. It has increased the expense which every candidate must incur, and it gives a marked advantage to the man whose name is well known to the voters, whether he be a professional politician or not. To say that the primary secures on the average somewhat better results than the old convention may be stating the truth, but it is not at high praise. 443. Nomination by petition. The system of nomination by petition came into use between 1880 and 1890. It provides that candidates may be placed in nomination by filing with some specified officer nomination papers or petitions signed by a specified number of qualified voters. The filling of these papers entitles the candidates named thereon to have their names printed upon the official ballot. The merit of this device is that it prevents the party machine from dictating the choice of candidates, and that it enables independent candidates to be brought forward. On the other hand, it has encouraged the circulation of petitions for hire. On the whole, this method of nomination is proving more and more popular in local elections. It seems well adapted to the needs of municipalities, for it reduces partisanship to a minimum. It is said that in some cases it practically eliminates national politics from local elections. The supporters of nomination by petition are increasing, and it is now proposed to apply it to all local and state nominations. In such an event, the direct primary would be radically modified or even abolished. 444. Majority representation. How can we make certain that an individual nominated or elected represents a majority of those voting? When there are only two candidates, the one receiving the largest number of votes receives both a plurality and a majority. But when there are several candidates, it often happens that the individual receiving the largest number of votes does not receive a majority. Suppose, for example, that 100,000 votes are cast, and that A receives 20,000, B 25,000, C 30,000, and D 25,000. Ordinarily, C will be declared successful because he has received a plurality of the votes cast, but he has not received a majority of the votes cast. This custom of declaring successful The candidate receiving a plurality constitutes a defect in our representative system, since a plurality candidate may represent only a small minority of those actually voting. Several attempts have been made to remedy this defect. In some Southern states, it is the practice to require an absolute majority for election. If no aspirant receives a majority, a second ballot is taken on the two candidates standing highest on the list. In a number of northern cities, the evil of plurality voting has been attacked through the preferential voting device. This system of voting allows the voter to designate not only his first, but his second and third choices as well. If any candidate receives a clear majority of first choice votes, he is declared elected. But if no one receives such a majority, the second choices are added to the first choices. If this further calculation does not give any candidate a majority, third choices are resorted to. In cities where the plan has been tried, preferential voting is said to have proved markedly successful. 445. Minority representation. Related to the question of making sure that successful candidates represent a majority of those voting is the problem of the adequate representation of the minority. The most notorious phase of this problem has grown out of our custom of electing one national representative from each of the congressional districts into which every state is divided. Often gerrymandering is resorted to. That is to say, congressional districts are so arranged as to give the minority party overwhelming majorities in a few districts, while the dominant party is allowed to carry the remaining districts by very small majorities. The result is gross misrepresentation in Congress, because the party having a bare majority often secures a large percentage of the representatives, while the minority is very inadequately represented. Such misrepresentation also appears in connection with the choice of representatives to state legislatures. In the attempt to remedy this type of misrepresentation, various plans of proportional representation have been put forth. In Illinois, members of the lower house of the state legislature have long been chosen as follows. Each state senatorial district is given the right to elect 3 assemblymen. Every elector in the district has the right to cast 3 votes, 1 each for 3 different persons, or 2 votes for one candidate and 1 for another, or all for one candidate. By concentrating its votes upon one candidate, an average minority can be sure of at least 1 representative in each district. A plan employed in several other states likewise aims to give each political party representation proportional to the number of votes cast by the party, regardless of whether the number is a minority or a majority. The principle of proportional representation, if fully worked out, and if made simple enough to be comprehended by the average voter, would ensure majority rule and at the same time allow the adequate representation of minorities. 446. Obstacles to intelligent voting. Several obstacles to intelligent voting in this country are intimately connected with the long ballot. Footnote: the term long ballot refers to the fact that so many officials are elective that the ballot on which their names appear is often of great length. The term short ballot refers to a reduction of the length of this ballot by making fewer officers elective. End of footnote. The wave of democracy which swept the country in the last century had the double effect of increasing the number of elective offices, and of shortening the terms during which officials were allowed to hold office. A greatly lengthened ballot, together with the great frequency of elections, has made it impossible for the average voter to exercise proper judgment at the polls. The difficulty of investigating the merits of the numerous candidates, or even of becoming familiar with their names, has discouraged many from voting. Of those who still pretend to reach independent decisions regarding candidates and issues, a considerable number really rely upon the direction and advice of professional politicians. The long ballot is the enemy of democracy, since it allows politicians, rather than the masses, to control actual government. 447. Shortening the ballot. The chief remedy for these evils is the short ballot. The essential features of the short ballot plan are as follows. Popular elections should be resorted to only for the purpose of choosing those officials who have to do with public policies. For example, state voters ought to select only the governor, lieutenant governor, and members of the legislature. City voters ought to choose only the mayor and council. Footnote: where this form of municipal government is still employed. End of footnote. While county voters ought to confine their attention to a small group of county commissioners or supervisors. All other officials ought to be appointed either directly by chief executive officers or by means of the merit plan. Along with the shortening of the ballot, we should be increasingly willing to allow officials to hold office for longer terms. A supplementary feature of great value would be the establishment of such means by popular control as would protect the public against abuse of power by officials to whom these longer terms had been extended. 448. Merits of the short ballot. There can be little doubt that a drastic shortening of the ballot would work a great improvement in our electoral system. If the vast majority of officials were made appointive, the voter could give more time and thought to the consideration of a few important elective officials. A short ballot would lessen the possibilities of manipulation by rings and bosses. Unquestionably, the interest of the voter would be quickened, since his influence upon the political life of his community would be more apparent. And not only would the short ballot make government more representative, but it would help make it more responsible. If the majority of the administrative officials who are now elected were made appointive, responsibility for their conduct in office could be concentrated upon the chief executive officer appointing them. 449. The neglect to vote. The last of the vital questions arising in connection with the choice of public officials is the matter of encouraging the enfranchised classes to use the ballot. The long ballot and the domination of party politics by rings and bosses discourage many from voting. Nevertheless, it is probably true that the slackness of the individual is the chief reason why voters neglect to use the ballot. This slackness may take the form of personal indolence, or of indifference to civic duty, or of preoccupation with the press of personal business. When individuals are busy with their private affairs, the time needed for intelligent political action is often begrudged. Again, the duty to vote is not always a compelling one. When a duty is shared with innumerable other people, it appears less of a personal duty. When the individual notes that his fellow citizens neglect that duty, his own tendency toward slackness is encouraged. In a democracy, as Lord Bryce points out, everybody's business becomes nobody's business. 450. Importance of civic education. The perfecting of our nominating and elective machinery, together with the shortening of the ballot, is doing a good deal to awaken interest in the proper use of the vote. But the problems of democracy cannot be solved by purely mechanical means. If our voters are to regard the use of the ballot as a civic duty, we must rely largely upon civic education. Young people, soon to be voters, must be impressed with the responsibilities of democracy. They must be taught the vital importance of using the vote. In Belgium and Spain, it is customary to penalize individuals for neglecting to vote, but the idea of compulsory voting is repugnant to the American spirit. Moreover, law alone can neither build up nor sustain individual morality. The remedy for indifference to the ballot would seem to be not law, but the education of voters to their moral obligation toward the government under which they live. End of chapter 35. Chapters 36 and 37 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 36. Honesty and Efficiency in Office. 451. Magnitude of the problem. How can we ensure the honest and efficient administration of American government? Civic education and the perfection of nomination and election devices will do much toward securing this end. But there remains a troublesome question. This has to do with reorganizing our legislative and administrative machinery so that public officials may be allowed or encouraged to perform their duties in a responsible and effective manner. The problem is a vast one, the adequate treatment of which would require volumes. In this chapter, therefore, it will be necessary to confine the discussion to a few of the more pressing aspects of the problem. Of these are perhaps the more important. First, the defects in legislative procedure. Second, the reorganization of state administration. Third, budget reform. And fourth, the reform of municipal government. A. Defects in legislative procedure. 452. American legislatures are overworked. It has frequently been pointed out that in the United States, both state and national legislatures are overwhelmed with work. One reason for this is that the extension of government control over industrial corporations has rendered legislation more complex and greater in volume. The development of public interest in health, education, and related fields has, of recent years, markedly increased the amount of legislation. The custom which many legislators have of attempting to get as much special legislation for their respective districts as possible has likewise increased the number of laws upon the statute books. Lastly, it should be borne in mind that throughout our history we have tended to believe legislation a cure-all for the defects of American life. This attitude has led to an excessive number of laws on subjects which in European countries are ordinarily left to the discretion of administrative officials. The combined effect of these developments has been to confront our legislatures with so much business that honest and efficient legislation has been rendered exceedingly difficult. 453. The committee system. The chief defects of American legislation appear in connection with the committee system, which exists in both national and state legislatures. The committee system is the practice of dividing the legislative body into a large number of small groups or committees whose duty it is to consider various types of legislative business. The great merit of this device is that it expedites business. Indeed, the membership of our legislatures has become so large, and the amount of legislative business has increased so rapidly, that it is difficult to see how the committee system could be dispensed with. Without some such division of labor, chaos and endless delay would result. At the same time, the committee system has numerous faults. As Lord Bryce has pointed out, it destroys the unity of the legislature by breaking it up into a number of small groups, among which there is no appreciable degree of coordination. The committee system limits debate. Since most committee business is transacted in secret session, the public is deprived of light upon public affairs. So minutely does the committee system divide legislative labor that even the most important piece of legislation cannot secure the attention of the best men. There is a diffusion of responsibility when various committees work upon related problems without regard for the work being done by one another. Finally, the committee system throws power, unaccompanied by adequate responsibility, into the hands of the committee chairman. 454. Log rolling. Log rolling is the trading of votes among individual legislators. Many of the faults of our state and national legislatures are connected with this practice. Some legislators are so intent upon securing the passage of bills in which they are personally interested that they are willing to vote for a fellow legislator's pet bills, regardless of merit, provided that legislator will return the favor. In this way, special legislation often displaces bills which are drawn in a wider interest, taxation, education, and other vital matters being neglected so that members may pursue personal ends. There is as yet no limit to the number of bills which may be introduced by state or national legislators. As a result, there is a large number of unnecessary and hastily framed bills for which no one is definitely responsible. It is supposed to be the duty of all legislators to weed out bills which are poorly framed, or which are designed to promote special interests. But in this case, everybody's business becomes nobody's business. Such machine-like formalities as repeated readings of a bill and a series of committee reports upon it are generally substituted for individual scrutiny of a measure. 455. Legislative reform. The reform of legislative procedure is attracting an increasing amount of attention among students of American politics. Many recent state constitutions define in detail the powers and procedure of the state legislature. A considerable number of states now have legislative reference bureaus, which enable legislators to keep track of legislation in other states, as well as to have ready access to important data bearing upon their own problems. There is a growing tendency for state legislatures to employ expert bill drafters to draw up laws on technical and highly complex subjects. The expert bill drafter and the legislative bureau help materially to reduce the amount of defective and unwise legislation on the statute books. Much remains to be done, however. Important public bills ought invariably to be given first consideration by legislators, instead of, as is still many times the case, being put off until the end of the session in order to allow time for log rolling. Filibustering and other time-wasting tactics should be curbed because they tend to obstruct legislation. Many students of government advocate the extension of a plan already adopted in Massachusetts and a few other states, whereby all bills are given a public hearing. It is also clear that some method ought to be devised whereby the work of the various committees dealing with related subjects could be correlated and harmonized. Lastly, any measures which will reduce the amount of unnecessary and ill-advised legislation must prove of great value. B. The reorganization of state administration. 456. Defects in state administration. Originally, the state administration consisted of the governor and a few elective officers, notably a secretary of state, a treasurer, and an attorney general. With the rapid development of the country, education, health, dependency, corporations, and similar matters have required more and more attention from state governments. To perform a host of new functions, the state administration has expanded to include numerous commissioners, boards, departments, some of them elected by the people and some of them appointed by the governor. This development has been haphazard rather than orderly and planned. As a result, the administrative department is in most states a confused and tangled mass of boards and commissions, departments and single offices, often duplicating the work of one another and largely working without any appreciable degree of coordination. In most states, numerous administrative officers are elective rather than appointive. The situation has two drawbacks. In the first place, elective officials are responsible to no one but the people at large, and therefore these officials cannot be efficiently directed or supervised by the governor. In the second place, no definite person or persons can be held responsible for the conduct of this numerous body of elective administrative officials. 457. The reform of state administration. The reorganization and consolidation of state administrative offices is attracting an increasing amount of attention. In New Jersey, Massachusetts, Illinois, and several other states, administration has been notably simplified and systematized. The Illinois Administrative Code of 1917, for example, consolidated the work of more than 100 administrative offices into 9 main departments. Each department is in charge of a director appointed by the governor, and each department is responsible to the governor. Coordination of this type economizes time and energy and saves the state's money by reducing the number of salaried officials. The centralization of the entire administration under the governor not only allows efficient supervision, but permits the people to hold this official strictly accountable for the administration. The need of reform in state administration is recognized throughout the Union, but in most states the reorganization of administrative offices is retarded in 2 ways. First, the movement is opposed by office holders who fear that their positions will be abolished by a consolidation of departments. Second, in many states, the consolidation of administrative offices is impossible without substantial amendments to the state constitution. C. Budget reform. 458. The question of a budget. In contrast to the leading countries of Europe, our national government until very recently had no budget system. Some of the estimates were prepared by the administrative departments, under the direction of the President, while other estimates were prepared by various committees in the House of Representatives. In Congress, there was little or no coordination between the various committees considering different appropriations, nor were these committees properly coordinated with the administrative departments which were responsible for the original estimates. After appropriations had been granted, Congress had no scrutiny over the actual expenditure of the money. Thus, the administrative departments might waste their appropriations and then secure the passage of deficiency bills to make up the shortage. At no time did the various departments and committees considering appropriations take into careful account the amount of government revenue. For this reason, it was purely an accident if appropriations kept within the limits set by available revenue. A similar situation formerly prevailed in many of the states. The various administrative departments transmitted to the legislature an estimate of what each required for the coming year. These estimates, together with an unlimited number of appropriation bills introduced by individual members, were referred to various committees. Whether particular appropriations were granted depended not upon the amount of state revenue, but upon the political pressure brought to bear in favor of those measures. As in Congress, neither the executive nor the legislative branch of government, neither particular committees nor individual legislators, could be held wholly responsible for any appropriation measure. Excessive waste of public funds was the result. 459. Budget reform. The last 2 decades have witnessed a growing demand for a national budget. Under the direction of President Taft, a commission investigated the general question of responsibility in the handling of federal finances. The report of the committee favored a national budget, but the unfriendly attitude of Congress checked the movement. Interest in a national budget increased during the 2 terms of President Wilson, stimulated especially by the wave of post-war economy which swept the country after the signing of the armistice in November 1918. In the spring of 1921, a bill establishing a budget system for the national government passed both houses of Congress, and on June 10, 1921, the bill became law by the signature of President Harding. This system is expected markedly to improve federal finances. Practically unknown a few years ago, the budget movement among the states has spread so rapidly that at the present time almost all of the commonwealths have some sort of budget system. 3 methods of preparing the budget are found among the several states. In some states, as in New York, budget making is in the hands of the legislature. In other states, as in Wisconsin, both legislature and executive participate in budget making. In still other states, as in Illinois, the executive alone is responsible for the preparation of the budget. Many authorities claim that the last named type of a budget preparation is preferable, but in many states it is objected to as giving too much power to the executive. D. The reform of municipal government. 460. Municipal reform. Changes in the mayor-council plan. Until the opening of the 20th century, practically every American city was governed under what is known as the mayor-council plan. This plan provides for a council to make the laws and a mayor to act as executive. Formerly, the council of the larger cities was very often composed of 2 chambers, a board of aldermen and a common council, but of late years the single-chambered council has become more and more common. The mayor-council plan still prevails in most American cities, particularly in the large municipalities. But everywhere the growing demand for honesty and efficiency in government is leading to the reform of this system. In order to reduce the length of the ballot, the appointive power of the mayor is being increased. In the interests of economy and responsibility, the administrative offices are in many cities being consolidated, coordinated, and centralized under the mayor. To guard against the abuse of financial power, there is in many commonwealths a tendency for state constitutions and statutes to limit the debt-incurring and franchise-granting powers of city councils. 461. Municipal Reform, the Commission Plan. In September 1900, a tidal wave seriously demoralized the mayor-council form of government in Galveston, Texas. To meet the emergency, the state legislature authorized the establishment of a new type of government, known as the Commission Plan. Instead of selecting a mayor and councilman, the voters of Galveston now choose a commission of 5 officials. All of these commissioners are equal in power, except that one presides as mayor-president. The commission form of government spread rapidly, chiefly among the smaller cities, until in 1921 there were more than 300 municipalities governed under this plan. In every case, the commission has both legislative and executive powers. Collectively, the commissioners act as a legislative body for the city. Individually, they head the various administrative departments. A number of important advantages are claimed for the commission form of city government. Responsibility is no longer divided among mayor and councilmen, but can definitely be placed upon the small group of commissioners. It is believed by many that commission government allows a greater harmony of action than is possible under the mayor-council plan. Finally, it is declared, a group of 5 or 7 commissioners can administer city government with more efficiency than can a mayor and a numerous council. The opponents of commission government maintain, on the other hand, that the plan is undemocratic and oligarchical because it centralizes great power in the hands of a small group. The plan is said to increase the danger of corruption, since appropriating and spending powers are placed in the same hands. The opponents of this form of government also maintain that it renders easier the corruption of the city administration, since party bosses may easily gain control of a few commissioners. A final, and perhaps the most serious objection, is that commission government does not go to the logical conclusion in concentrating responsibility. There is no head to the administration and no way of preventing the diffusion of responsibility among the commissioners. Jealousy among the commissioners has often led to friction and to working at cross purposes. Footnote: of recent years, a number of cities have abandoned commission government for either the mayor-council or the city-manager plan. 462. Municipal Reform, the City-Manager Plan. A recent modification of commission government is the city-manager plan. This provides for a small elective commission which does not itself administer the government of the city, but which chooses instead an experienced executive or city manager. The city manager is supposed to be a non-partisan, except whose duty it is to administer the city in accordance with business principles. As the agent of the commission choosing him, the city manager enforces all ordinances, prepares annual estimates, and appoints all other city officials and employees. He also accepts full responsibility for the administration of the city's affairs. The first city to apply to the city manager plan was Dayton, Ohio, which began the experiment on January 1, 1914. Since that date, the plan, or some variation of it, has been established in about 100 cities. The city manager plan is an improvement over the commission plan, in that it allows a greater concentration of responsibility. Another advantage over commission government is that the city manager plan ensures a high grade of professional skill at the apex of the city's administration. The plan appears to work well in the smaller cities, provided a high-grade manager can be found, and provided also that his position can be safeguarded against corrupting political influences. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. The extension of popular control. 463. Basis of popular control. The fact that our government is a representative democracy entitles the voters to choose, direct, and control the public officials who act for the people at large. We have discussed a few of the methods whereby the nomination and election machinery might be improved. We must now go a step further and examine the means by which office holders may be controlled. Supposedly, officials are chosen because the people believe them able and willing to discharge public duties with honesty and efficiency. But after officials have taken office, it may develop that they have secured their positions by unfair means, or that they are dishonest, or that they are inefficient or otherwise unsatisfactory. Wherever it develops that office holders no longer meet with the approval of the people, truly representative government is impossible unless some method of effective popular control is found. A. Indirect methods of control. 464. Refusal to re-elect. If the voters are dissatisfied with the conduct of their representatives, they may express their disapproval by refusing to re-elect those representatives. This affects a measure of control, even though it is negative and not immediate. 465. Removal by the appointive authority. If satisfaction is not rendered by subordinate administrative officials who have secured office through appointment, such officials may be removed from office by the authority appointing them. The power of the president, governor, or mayor to appoint generally carries with it the power to remove from office. Such removal may be on the initiative of the appointing authority, or it may be in response to a popular demand. From the standpoint of the voters at large, however, this method of removal is indirect and often ineffective. 466. Impeachment. Unsatisfactory officials are sometimes removed by the impeachment process. In the various states, either a part or the whole of the legislature may sit as a court of impeachment for the trial of certain important officials accused of serious crime. In the national government, the House of Representatives may initiate impeachment proceedings against the President, Vice President, and all other civil officers of the United States. In such cases, the Senate acts as a court of trial. Yet, as a method of popular control, impeachment is unsatisfactory. It is indirect, since a part or the whole of the legislature acts for the people. It is slow and cumbersome. It does not extend over the entire list of public officials, nor over the entire range of offenses. 467. Control through the amending process. The powers and duties of public officials may be partially controlled through the formal amending process. In all states except New Hampshire, the Constitution may be amended through legislative action, subsequently ratified by popular vote. About two-thirds of the states also provide for amendment by a constitutional convention, composed of delegates elected by the voters. In a number of states, as we shall see a little later, constitutional amendment may also be secured by means of the initiative and referendum. The federal Constitution may be formally amended in 4 different ways. The 2 most important methods are, first, by a two-thirds vote in each house of Congress, and second, by a convention called by Congress upon application of the legislatures of two-thirds of the states. In either case, the amendment must be ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the states. The formal amending process is an important part of our governmental machinery, but as a method of popular control, it is open to a number of criticisms. It is slow, it is indirect, for the people must rely chiefly upon their legislatures. Constitutional amendment cannot remedy all of the abuses of office. Furthermore, it is too drastic and far-reaching a remedy for many of the minor abuses of office. 4. Direct methods of control. 468. The initiative. In more than a third of the states, popular discontent with the state legislature, together with the growing self-confidence of the voters, has led to the adoption of the initiative. The initiative is a device whereby any person or group of persons may draft a statute, and, on securing the signatures of a certain percentage of the voters, compel the state officials to submit the measure to popular vote. If at this voting the measure secures the required popular approval, it becomes law. When the measure is submitted to the voters directly after the fulfillment of the petition requirements, the device is known as the direct initiative. When, after passing the petition stage, the measure goes to the legislature and does not come before the people at the polls, unless the legislature fails to accept it, the device is known as the indirect initiative. In a dozen states, chiefly in the West, the initiative is also used to propose amendments to the state constitution. 469. The referendum. Early in our national history, it became an established principle that proposed constitutions or constitutional amendments should be referred to the voters for ratification. Of recent years, about a third of the states, chiefly in the West, have extended the referendum device to cover ordinary legislation. This type of referendum may be defined as a plan whereby a small percentage of the voters may demand that practically any statute passed by the legislature must be submitted to the voters and approved by a specified majority before going into effect. Footnote: a few types of laws are not subject to the referendum. End of footnote. The referendum is variously applied. In the compulsory referendum, which is the most common form, a measure must be submitted to the people whenever a designated number of voters petition that this step be taken. The optional referendum allows the state legislature to decide whether or not an enacted measure should be submitted to the people. The statutory referendum applies only to proposed statutes, while the constitutional referendum is limited to proposed amendments to the state constitution. 470. Direct legislation. The initiative and referendum are found together in more than a dozen states. The two devices are supplementary. The initiative is a positive instrument which may be used to set the wheels of direct legislation in motion. The referendum is a negative measure which gives the people a potential veto on laws passed by the legislature. The initiative and the referendum are known collectively as direct legislation, that is, legislation directly by the people, as opposed to legislation enacted entirely through the legislature. 471. Advantages claimed for direct legislation. Important advantages are claimed for direct legislation. It is declared that the initiative and referendum keep lawmaking from being dominated by special interests. Because it constitutes a check upon constitutional conventions and state legislatures, direct legislation is said to make government more truly responsive to public opinion. It is claimed that direct legislation does not supplant, but rather supplements, improves, and renders more democratic the formal legislative machinery. In several states, and especially in Oregon, it is claimed that the device stimulates political interest on the part of the voters. In Oregon, the authorities print a pamphlet containing a statement of proposed laws and summarizing the arguments of both advocates and opponents of each measure. Some weeks before the measure is to be decided at the polls, this pamphlet is sent at public expense to every registered voter in the state. 472. Objectives urged against direct legislation. Critics of the initiative and the referendum maintain that direct legislation has many serious defects. It is declared that by breaking down and weakening the state legislature, this type of legislation threatens the integrity of the framework of government established by the state constitution. It is pointed out that direct legislation shifts lawmaking from a definite group, the state legislature, to a large and indefinite group of persons, the voters as a class, upon whom responsibility cannot be fixed. By robbing the legislature of power and responsibility, the initiative and referendum are said to degrade rather than to improve that body. The best class of men is not attracted to a legislature which has been shorn of dignity and influence. And if the people rely upon the initiative and referendum, the voters deem it less necessary to choose honest, capable legislatures. It is also maintained that the initiative and referendum do not promote independence of political thought, since only a mechanical yes or no is demanded of the voters. In all states where direct legislation is applied, it is said, so few persons actually vote that legislation is really determined by a small minority of the voters. Again, the ease with which the initiative and referendum may be set in motion allows so many measures to be brought before the people that they cannot vote upon them intelligently. It is also said that the direct legislation is primarily the instrument of the propagandist, because in many cases cranks and professional agitators monopolize the privilege of circulating petitions. A serious defect of direct legislation is that the drafting of many laws requires detailed and technical information which the average voter is in no position to secure. In several states, notably in Maine, the recognition of this difficulty has led to the adoption of a modified initiative. According to this plan, the state legislature may examine any measure proposed by the voters, enact an alternative measure of its own, and submit both to popular approval. The voters decide between the two. The difficulty with this plan is that it is not only expensive, but that by doubling the number of measures to be weighed and studied, it imposes an added burden upon the voter at the polls. 473. The recall. The recall is a device whereby certain elective officials who have not given satisfaction in office may be required to stand for re-election before the end of their terms. The recall is set in motion when a petition has been duly signed by a specified percentage of the voters, usually at least 25%. The recall cannot be employed until the official in question has been in office a specified period, so that he shall have had an opportunity to give satisfaction before being subject to recall. Accused officials may forestall the recall by resigning when a petition is launched against them. Otherwise, they must stand for re-election. The ballot which goes to the people contains, in brief, the objections to the official, and, in some states, also the reply of the accused office-holder. If defeated at the polls, the accused official must retire from office. If vindicated, he continues in office during the remainder of his term. The principle of the recall was recognized in American state government before the end of the 18th century, but in its present application it is much younger. In its modern form, the recall was first used in 1903, when the city of Los Angeles applied it to elective municipal officials. 5 years later, Oregon adopted it for all state officers, and since 1908 it has spread to a number of other states, most of them in the western part of the country. The recall has been used chiefly against city officials, though in several states it may be applied to a majority of both local and state officials. In Oregon, California, Arizona, Colorado, and Nevada, the recall may also be used against judges. 474. Arguments for the recall. Those favoring the recall maintain that it is the natural and legitimate expression of the right to remove unsatisfactory officials. It is pointed out that the recall permits longer terms for elective officials, for if the voters know that they can use the recall to remove officials who prove unsatisfactory, they will feel safe in electing those officials for relatively long terms. By reducing the number of elections, the device lightens the burdens of the voter. The recall is said to be a wholesome reminder of pre-election promises. It is also maintained that since recall is a threat, it encourages office holders to be honest and efficient. 475. Objections urged against the recall. In answer to the above arguments, the opponents of the recall claim that the device encourages officials to curry popular favor, regardless of public duty. It may also place officials at the mercy of popular passion and caprice. When it is applied to judges, the recall threatens the integrity and independence of a branch of government which ought to be removed from popular clamor and prejudice. This last is a serious objection, for it may happen that judges subject to the recall will hesitate to hand down decisions that may prove unpopular, however just those decisions may be. For this reason, the extension of the recall to judges is being strongly resisted. Even the most ardent advocates of the device are beginning to admit that the recall is more applicable to administrative officials than to judges. 476. Status of the recall. A satisfactory decision upon the merits of the recall is difficult because it is so recent a development and still so little used that few data are available. The statewide recall has been in existence for a number of years, yet few state officials have been removed by it. Los Angeles used the recall to unseat the mayor in 1904 and in 1909, and in 1911 the device was used against the mayor of Seattle. But the recall is primarily a threat and is rarely used. In view of this fact, the arguments for and against the device rest upon theory rather than upon actual experience. The recall has great possibilities for good if wisely administered, but it may become an evil influence if carelessly or revengefully used. 477. Significance of popular control. The development of the initiative, the referendum, and the recall indicates a growing impatience with the abuses of party power, the evils of the long ballot, and the corruption and inefficiency of many legislative bodies. It is significant that direct popular control has accompanied the widespread movement to reform municipal government, and that it is playing an increasingly important part in the movement to reform state administration. Up to the present time, the initiative, the referendum, and the recall have been confined chiefly to the West, where political problems are less acute than in the East, and where, too, the tendency toward direct participation in government has always been marked. Nevertheless, there is some indication that the future will see an extension of direct popular control, not only in the West, but also in other parts of the country. Whether or not this extension is desirable, we cannot now say, but certainly it is an interesting and important development, and one demanding careful study and mature deliberation on the part of those who seek to make American government highly effective. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 38. Public Opinion. 478. The Nature of Public Opinion. One of the most powerful influences in any community is that intangible something which we call public opinion. Though everyone is familiar with it, the term public opinion is difficult to define. Public opinion is intimately connected with the opinion of the individual, and yet is something more than a mere total of individual options. Every man has a set of opinions or beliefs which are characteristic of his native instincts, his home training, and other influences which have helped mold his personality. Wherever individuals associate, the opinions of each person affect and are affected by the opinions of his fellows. As the result of this interaction, we think of public opinion as being made up of a number of different currents, each embodying a view, a belief, or a doctrine. Where many individuals support a given view with moderate intensity, or where a small group feels very intensely upon a given topic, we say that public opinion has formed. Public opinion may be defined as a definite focus of individual opinions which are either numerous or intense enough to constitute a recognizable force and to exert a noticeable influence upon the life of the community. 479. Public Opinion and Law. It is characteristic of the human mind that we perceive concrete and tangible things more easily than we understand abstract and intangible forces. Law is a definite, concrete, almost tangible thing. We perceive its outlines, recognize its various forms, and understand its nature and significance. But it is less easy to understand that law may be only a symptom of public opinion, only the concrete expression of intangible community sentiment. There is an interaction between law and public opinion, but the latter is the more fundamental and the more powerful. Public opinion which is vigorous and well organized may force the enactment of law. On the other hand, a law which runs counter to the prevailing state of public opinion may cease to be effective, because individuals will not cooperate in enforcing it. Law half leads half follows public opinion, and when legislators are skilled in discerning and influencing the mental attitudes of the people, law and public opinion pretty well keep pace with one another. 480. Public opinion in a democracy. The beliefs and opinions of the masses have been an important force even in the most absolute of monarchies. In representative democracies, public opinion is even more important. Under a democratic form of government, the attitude of the masses tends to be one of inquiry, self-confidence, and self-expression upon public questions. Lord Bryce has pointed out that because democracy permits and encourages freedom of discussion, public opinion in a country like the United States becomes much more powerful than in a less democratic country. And not only is public opinion more powerful in a democracy, but democracy is impossible without the regular exercise of a well-informed and sensible opinion by the majority of its citizens. Democracy emphasizes government by the people, rather than government of the people. Thus, if genuine democracy is to be developed and sustained, the people must cultivate an attitude of constant vigilance against civic indifference. Nominations and elections are focal periods in government, but government is a continuous obligation which requires constant rather than intermittent attention. Where civic interest is neither strong nor consistent, the virtues of democracy may be diffused in blind and leaderless wanderings. 481. Development of public opinion. Even though never definitely focused or expressed, the vague beliefs, fancies, and prejudices of individuals may influence public affairs by causing community leaders to feel that the people will or will not tolerate a contemplated line of action. But the influence exerted will be much greater if the opinions of the individual are definite, and if there is some method of clarifying, coordinating, and expressing the opinions of groups of individuals upon a given subject. If the opinions of the individual are to be definite and concrete, he must habitually come in contact with forceful persons and institutions. If the opinions of various individuals are to be coordinated and expressed, there must be either physical contiguity among people, or else adequate means of transportation and communication. We may now consider a few of the forces which serve to make definite and to organize the opinions of individuals. 482. The home. Certainly no institution exerts a more powerful influence upon the beliefs and opinions of the individual than the home. Our basic ideals and traditions pass from generation to generation through the continuity of the family life. During the plastic and impressionable period of infancy, the child is constantly under the influence of the parents. At first fashioned largely by the parents, the beliefs and sentiments of the growing child are later modified by contact with other family members. When children go out to the school, the church, or the workshop, beliefs and attitudes encountered outside the home are weighed in the light of family teachings. When young men and women make homes of their own, they in turn imprint upon their children a complex of tradition and opinion which is the compromise result of their own family training, modified by influences later encountered outside the family circle. 483. The school. Supplementing, and in some respects supplanting, the influence of the home is the influence of the school. While still in the plastic stage, the child is given over to the molding influences of teacher and fellow students. New contacts are made, new opinions are encountered, new avenues of thought and action are opened to the young and growing mind. Of recent years, the tendency of the school to identify itself more closely with the practical life of the community is increasing the power and influence of that institution. The school is proving a genuine means of transition between the relatively localized influence of the home and the more widely diffused influences of the community. 484. The church. Closely related to the school as a determinant of opinion is the church. In the early stages of social development, the home was equally the center of intellectual and religious life, but in recent times the church and the school have become separate, though related institutions. The child spends more time in school than in the company of religious instructors other than his parents, but affiliation with the church often continues throughout the life of the individual, while the average child leaves school at a relatively early age. From the standpoint of public opinion, the primary importance of the church is that it exerts a powerful influence upon the ideals and conduct of both young and old. And, as in the case of the school, this influence is being deepened by the increasingly close connection between the church and the practical life of the community. 485. The theater. The theater has always been a vital influence in man's aesthetic and emotional life. Drama, opera, comedy, and burlesque are variant forms, but they are alike in that they influence the audience. In the last decade, the moving picture has greatly increased the power and influence of the theater. The low price of the moving picture brings the theater to millions who were formerly excluded from any appreciable degree of theatrical entertainment. The daily moving picture attendance of 10 million people, the stimulating effect of music, the strong emotional appeal, the tender age of many of the audience, and the growing use of the moving picture as propaganda, all combine to make the film a powerful factor in the formation of public opinion. 486. The press. The press is the nervous system of the nation. Supplemented by other means of communication and aided by agencies of transportation, the press coordinates individuals not physically contiguous, and thus enables them to act in concert. It lets everybody know what everybody else is thinking, or at least what they are supposed to be thinking. The forms of the printed page are infinitely various: daily papers, weeklies, monthlies, pamphlets, and books. All of these are increasingly numerous. Statesmen, teachers, reformers, propagandists, and professional writers combine to turn out tons of printed matter a day. Pictures, jokes, contests, and stories are resorted to for the purpose of attracting attention. Editorials, advertisements, and news articles are among the vehicles of expression used. Printed matter does not wait for the individual to seek it out, but instead it goes to him. In various forms it encounters him in the street, stares at him from shop windows and billboards, forces itself upon his attention in the street cars, and knocks at the door of his private dwelling. In all its forms, it should be remembered, the dominant aim of the printed page is to influence the individual, to cause him to do something or to refrain from doing something. 487. Growing importance of public opinion. Despite the volume of European immigration to this country, American ideals and institutions are rendering our population more and more homogeneous, and thus more open to unifying influences. The increasing ease of transportation and communication is everywhere making isolation more difficult. Not only are the school, the church, the press, and the theater widening in scope and increase in influence, but new forms of expression are developing. There is a growing number of private organizations advocating social, economic, or political reforms. The popularization of psychology has encouraged the rise of innumerable forms of propaganda designed to influence the opinions of the community and the nation. Occupational and social groups are everywhere organizing, clarifying their opinions, and expressing the common principles in effort to influence the public mind. All of these factors combine to increase the importance of public opinion in present-day American life. 488. Dangers of unregulated public opinion. The growing power of public opinion brings with it increased possibilities for good, but also increased possibilities for evil. In an important sense, this is the age of the propagandists, the crank reformer, and the subsidized newspaper. The age of the agitator who spreads lies through anonymous letters, unsigned posters, and irresponsible whisperings. The individual must be constantly on his guard against this flood. He must recognize that public opinion is often capricious, and that a sudden hysteria may inflict untold injury. The morality of a mob is inferior to the morality of the individuals composing the mob, because in a mob the sense of power is dominant and the sense of responsibility is suppressed. Properly speaking, a mob depends upon physical contiguity, but the coordinating influence of rapid transportation and communication may create a mob spirit between individuals not physically in contact. When propaganda lashes into a passion groups of people in widely separated areas, democracy becomes the most dangerous of all forms of government. There is no sure hand upon the helm, the people in control. In a burst of passion, they may lay waste to the social heritage of the centuries. 489. Freedom a partial safeguard against unsound public opinion. While democracy facilitates the creation of the mob spirit, it likewise carries within itself at least a partial remedy for unsound public opinion. Men's opinions are infinitely various. The same community that produces the fanatic or the impractical idealist generally produces sensible and practical men as well. In politics, men everywhere tend to divide into a radical group and a conservative group, between which control of the government oscillates. Where freedom of expression is permitted, the existence of these two antagonistic camps is automatically a safeguard of the public welfare. Any one of a number of groups of people might ruin the country if left to themselves, but they are not left to themselves. Their opponents are constantly criticizing and checking them. When cranks launch propaganda, the conservative critics launch counter-propaganda. When special interests attempt to influence the public mind, public-spirited individuals or organizations force both sides of the question before the public. When public officials neglect their duties, 1,000 discerning men are ready to shout the fact from the housetops. Though the majority party secures control of government, the minority is never idle. Rather, it is constantly watching, waiting, marshaling opinion against the majority, calling public attention to the mistakes of their opponents, and agitating for a change of administration. 490. The guidance of public opinion. Let us briefly consider the question of guiding or directing the formulation of sound public opinion. In a free country, such guidance may sometimes prove dangerous, and yet careful direction of the formulation of public opinion is justified by two facts. First, the formulation of sound opinion is retarded by the great difficulty of securing adequate information on the great problems of modern civilization. Here the individual needs some help. Second, every one who can distinguish between license and liberty must agree that we should limit influence of individuals and institutions which suppress minority opinion, and distort facts in the effort to pervert public opinion. These considerations suggest two distinct lines of action. First, we can aid in the formulation of sound opinion by making it easier for the individual to secure data and information on current topics. The extension and perfection of the postal service, the improvement of our system of transportation, the spread of the school and library, and possibly the free distribution of literature dealing with the nature and functions of government, these and similar measures would prove helpful. Second, law and moral education ought to cooperate in suppressing influences which seek deliberately to poison or pervert the public mind. Free speech is a priceless element in democracy, but just as we must harmonize individual liberty with the interests of the group, so we must prevent the use of free speech for criminal purposes. Especially ought the press and the school be encouraged to give both sides of debatable questions. Every agency dealing with the issues of American life, indeed, ought to be careful not to distort those issues by suppressing or misusing facts. Above all, we must be careful not to pander to low ideals by emphasizing the negative and destructive side of our problems. 491. Responsibility of the individual. A progressive civilization confers more and more benefits upon the individual, but his duties and responsibilities increase with equal speed. As Theodore Roosevelt once said, "It is not difficult to be virtuous in a cloistered and negative way, but honestly and effectively to fulfill the obligations of citizenship in a complex society is less easy." And yet the need of individual responsibility is infinitely greater in a modern community than among the members of an isolated and self-sufficient group. When small isolated villages were the dominant form of American settlement, the laxness of one group did not vitally affect the welfare of other groups. But so entwined are the present-day citizens of the United States that the acts of one individual may vitally affect the national well-being. The carelessness of a food canner on the Pacific coast may cost the life of a family on the Atlantic seaboard. A swindle originating in the East may demoralize individuals throughout the country. The obligations of citizenship have become national as well as local. In thought and in action, the individual must function, not only in terms of his locality, but in terms of the nation as well. 492. The power of the individual. Measuring himself against more than 100 million of his fellows, the average American citizen is likely to be overpowered by the apparent futility and powerlessness of his personal opinions. And yet the power of the nation is only the result of the combined influences of its individual citizens. All power is with the individual. However much the absolute monarchy may have suppressed the individual, in a democracy he can become a vital force in government. We are too fond of taking censuses on the one hand, and of deferring to governmental mechanisms on the other. The individual is master of his fate, and he is the ultimate determinant of government. If government is sound, the misbehavior of the individual can ruin it. If government is defective, the assumption of responsibility by the individual must ultimately reform it. We do not need a foolproof government half as much as we need active, responsible individuals to run the government we already have. "How long will American democracy last?" a European statesman once asked. Just so long, the answer might have been, as Americans honestly and intelligently grapple with the problems confronting them, holding themselves individually responsible for the conduct of government, and seeking consistently to exert an influence upon their community life which shall be constructive and inspirational. Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 39. The Federal System of Government. A. Background of the Federal Constitution. Footnote. For a fuller discussion of the background of the Federal Constitution, see chapters 2 and 3. End of footnote. 493. Colonial governments. It is possible to classify the American colonies as charter, royal, and proprietary, and to point out important differences between these three types. But these differences fade in importance before the broad and fundamental similarities existing among the colonies. Just as there was among the colonies a substantial unity of race, language, and religion, so there was a basic similarity in political institutions. All of the colonies were under relatively the same degree of control by England, and consequently all of them had much the same degree of freedom in managing their own affairs. In each colony a governor acted as chief executive. In each colony, likewise, there was a legislature. In most of the colonies this legislature consisted of two houses, the lower of which was elected by the people. Colonial jurisprudence everywhere grounded upon the common law of England. In each colony there was a system of courts, largely following English judicial procedure. In local government there was a good deal of variation among the colonies, but everywhere the English model was followed, and everywhere the principle of local autonomy was asserted and championed. 494. Early attempts at union. These fundamental similarities, together with the rise of common problems and the pressure of outside enemies, encouraged federation among the colonies. A notable attempt at union was made in 1643, when Massachusetts Bay, Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven united in a league of friendship, primarily for mutual defense against the Indians. This league rendered effective service during the 40 years of its life. In 1754, delegates from 7 colonies met at Albany and adopted a plan of union proposed by Benjamin Franklin. The project was never carried through, but it is significant as indicating the trend toward union. Still later, 1765, the Stamp Act Congress showed that the delegates of at least 9 colonies could join in a protest against England's taxation policy. The 2 Continental Congresses may also be considered as steps toward union. The first of these, 1774, concerned itself chiefly with a declaration of rights and grievances, but the second, 1775 to 1781, went so far as to assume and exercise revolutionary powers. 495. The Articles of Confederation. Impelled by the necessity of a united front against England, the Second Continental Congress sought to give force to the Declaration of Independence by drawing up a comprehensive plan of union. This plan, embodied in the Articles of Confederation, was put into operation on March 1, 1781. The new government was a confederation or league of states, rather than a federal government such as we have today. The states gave up such important powers as the right to declare war and the right to borrow and coin money, but the Articles specifically declared that each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right which is not by this federation delegated to the United States in Congress assembled. The Confederation government was seriously defective. There was no national executive and no judiciary. All authority was concentrated in a one-chambered Congress, the delegates to which were entirely under the control of the state legislatures, which chose them. The central government had no real authority or power. Its Congress could reach the individual only through the action of the state governments, and these it could not coerce. The Confederation government managed to carry the states through the last 2 years of the war, and then declined rapidly in power and influence. The Congress could not force the states to cooperate with one another in matters of national interest. The inability of the central government, either to pay the interest on the national debt or to force the states to observe treaties which were made with foreign powers, cost us the respect of Europe. We were bullied by England, writes John Fiske of this period, insulted by France, and looked askance at in Holland. The defects of the Articles could not be remedied, for amendment was by unanimous consent only, and on every occasion that an amendment was proposed, one or more states refused their assent. By 1786 it was the conviction of most American statesmen that if the country were to be saved from anarchy and ruin, the central government would have to be reorganized. 496. The Constitutional Convention of 1787. In May, 1787, delegates from every state except Rhode Island came together in Philadelphia to consider, means necessary to render the Constitution of the federal government adequate to the exigencies of the Union." Early in the session Edmund Randolph introduced what has been called the Virginia Plan. This called for an abandonment of the Articles of Confederation and demanded the establishment of a strong national government. The Virginia Plan favored the larger and more populous states by providing a national Congress of 2 houses, in both of which representation was to be on the basis of population. Of the several other plans put before the convention, the most notable was that proposed by William Paterson of New Jersey. The adherents of this plan wished to retain the Articles of Confederation. The Articles were to be revised so as to give greater powers to the central government, but in most practical concerns the states were to continue sovereign. The New Jersey plan opposed the idea of a two-chambered legislature in which the states were to be represented on the basis of population. If representation in both houses of Congress were on the basis of population, it was declared, the larger and more populous states would be able to dominate the national government and the rights of the smaller states would be inadequately safeguarded. After a long debate, a compromise plan was adopted. It was agreed that there should be established a strong national government, but one sufficiently checked by constitutional provisions to safeguard the rights of the states. The national legislature was to consist of two houses. In the upper house, the states were to be represented equally, while in the lower chamber representation was to be on the basis of population. 497. The new government. The convention completed the Constitution on September 17, 1787, and the document was immediately placed before the states. By the summer of 1788, the necessary number of states had ratified the Constitution, and on April 30, 1789, the new government was put to work under George Washington as first president. The English statesman Gladstone has implied that our Constitution was an original creation, "struck off at a given time by the brain and purpose of man." But as a matter of fact, the Constitution was not so much the result of political originality as it was a careful selection from British and colonial experience. The trial of the Confederation government had proved especially valuable, and in drawing up the Federal Constitution, the members of the Constitutional Convention were careful to avoid the defects of the Articles of Confederation. The most fundamental difference between the Confederation government and the new federal government was that the Federal Constitution provided for an adequate executive and judiciary to enforce the federal laws directly upon the individual. The Confederation government, it will be remembered, had been obliged to rely upon the states for the enforcement of all laws. B. Framework of the federal government. 498. The theory of limited government. The new Constitution created a system of federal government which retains the advantages of local self-government for the states, but at the same time secures the strength which results from union. The government of the United States is a compromise between centralization and decentralization, the balance between these two extremes being maintained by a rather elaborate system of checks, balances, and limitations. These checks, balances, and limitations we may consider under 5 heads. First, private rights under the federal Constitution. Second, the threefold division of powers in the federal government. Third, the division of powers between federal and state governments. Fourth, interstate relations. And fifth, the supremacy of federal law. 499. Private rights under the federal Constitution. The constitutional limitations upon the federal government in behalf of private rights fall into 2 groups: those designed to protect personal liberty. Footnote: some of the limitations in favor of personal liberty enumerated in this section are contained in the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, adopted in a body in 1791. End of footnote. And those designed to protect property rights. In many important particulars, the federal Constitution protects personal liberty against arbitrary interference on the part of the national government. Congress may pass no law establishing or prohibiting any religion, or abridging either freedom of speech or freedom of the press. The right of people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances shall not be denied. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended. Congress may not define treason. Neither bills of attainder nor ex post facto legislation may be passed by Congress. Jury trial, fair bail, and freedom from both excessive fines and cruel and unusual punishments are guaranteed by the Constitution. Neither life, liberty, nor property may be taken without due process of law. The Federal Constitution likewise protects the property rights of the individual against federal aggression. The state governments alone may define property. Congress may not tax articles which are exported from any state. All direct taxes must be apportioned according to population. Footnote: the 16th Amendment exempts the income tax from this rule. End of footnote. All duties, imposts, and excises must be uniform. That is, they must fall upon the same article with the same weight wherever found. Under the right of eminent domain, the federal government may take private property for public use, but in such a case the owner must be fairly compensated. 500. Threefold division of powers in the federal government. A second distinctive feature of our system of government is that federal authority is distributed among three distinct branches: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. This is part of the general system of checks and balances, by means of which the framers of the Constitution sought to prevent any branch or division of government from securing undue control of the governmental machinery. The basic merit of this threefold division of powers is that it safeguards each branch of government against aggression from the other two branches. And yet, this division of powers is by no means so complete that the three branches do not work together. For example, both the appointive and the treaty-making powers of the President are shared by the Senate. The President shares in legislation through his veto power, as well as through his right to send messages to Congress. The Senate has the right to impeach all civil officers of the United States, and may even exert some control over the Supreme Court through its right to prescribe the number of its judges and the amount of their salaries. The judiciary, on the other hand, enjoys the unique power of passing upon the constitutionality of the acts of the other two branches of government. 501. Division of powers between federal and state governments. Another feature of the check and balance system is that authority is divided between federal and state governments. The 10th Amendment declares that, quote, "The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states." End quote. Thus we speak of the national government as enjoying delegated or enumerated powers, while the state governments have residual or unenumerated powers. The federal government must show some specific or implied grant of power for everything that it does, but state governments need only show that the federal Constitution does not prohibit them from doing whatever they see fit. This division of powers between federal and state governments has several distinct advantages. For example, it allows federal and state governments to act as a check upon one another. Furthermore, the device admirably divides governmental labor. The federal government is given control of matters essentially national, while the states are left in charge of affairs distinctly state or local in character. 502. Interstate relations. Further to guarantee the integrity of the federal system, the Constitution specifies the fundamental nature of interstate relations. The states are independent of one another, and are equal in federal law. The laws of a state have no force, and their public officials have no authority beyond the state limits. The Constitution specifically provides that, quote, "full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state." End quote. This does not mean that the laws of a particular state are binding upon persons in other states. It does mean, however, that the courts of each state shall endeavor to give the same force to the laws of a neighboring state as those laws would have in the courts of the legislating state. To prevent discriminations against citizens of other states, the federal Constitution provides that the citizens of each state are, entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states, This means that a citizen of one state may remove to a neighboring state and there enjoy the same civil rights that the citizens of the latter state enjoy. In order that fugitive criminals may be tried and punished, the Constitution further provides that a person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall, on the demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime." 503. Supremacy of federal law. A last distinctive feature of our system of government is that federal law is supreme. The Constitution states, "This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land." The states are supreme in their sphere of action. Nevertheless, when it is claimed that there is a conflict between state and federal law, the latter prevails. Federal law is the supreme law of the land, and, in the last instance, it is the Supreme Court of the United States which is the interpreter of that law. The decisions of the Supreme Court are binding upon the federal government, upon the several states, and upon private individuals. C. Development of the Federal Constitution. 504. The formal amending process. The Constitution of the United States may be formally amended in any one of four ways. First, an amendment may be proposed by a two-thirds vote of each House of Congress, and ratified by the legislatures of three-fourths of the states. Second, an amendment may be proposed by a two-thirds vote of each House of Congress, and ratified by conventions in three-fourths of the states. Third, an amendment may be proposed by a national convention, called by Congress upon the request of the legislatures of two-thirds of the states, and ratified by the legislatures of three-fourths of the states. The fourth method resembles the third, except that ratification is by conventions in three-fourths of the states. 505. Amendments 1 through 19. There have been 19 amendments to the Federal Constitution. Footnote: for the full text of these amendments, see the appendix. End of footnote. Of these, the first 10 were adopted as a body in 1791 to satisfy those who feared that the new Constitution did not adequately protect individual or states' rights against federal aggression. Amendments 1 through 8 are designed to protect the fundamental rights of the individual. The 9th and 10th express the principle that the federal government is one of enumerated powers, while those powers not specifically conferred upon the federal government by the Constitution are reserved to the states or to the people. The 11th Amendment, adopted in 1798, provided that the federal judicial power should not be construed to extend to any suit against a state by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. The 12th Amendment, adopted in 1804, provided that presidential electors should cast separate ballots for president and vice president. The 13th Amendment, 1865, abolished slavery. The 14th, 1868, defined citizenship and sought to prevent the states from discriminating against certain classes of citizens, while the 15th Amendment, 1870, declared the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. In 1913, the 16th Amendment authorized Congress to tax incomes without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. In the same year, the 17th Amendment provided for the direct election of the United States Senators. In 1919, an 18th Amendment prohibited the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within, the importation thereof into, or the exportation thereof from the United States. A 19th Amendment was adopted in 1920. This declared that the right to vote shall not be denied to any citizen of the United States on account of sex. 506. Constitutional changes through judicial interpretation. The federal Constitution has also been modified and developed by judicial interpretation. The United States Supreme Court has maintained that the federal government possesses not only those powers expressly granted by the Constitution, but also those powers which are included with or implied from powers expressly granted. This liberal construction is authorized by the Constitution itself. For the last clause in Section 8 of Article 1 of that document declares that Congress shall have power to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution its enumerated powers. Under this doctrine of implied powers, the influence of the national government has been markedly extended, chiefly with regard to the war power, the power to regulate interstate commerce, and the power to levy taxes and borrow money. 507. Constitutional changes through usage. The federal Constitution has also been modified by the force of custom and political practices. Examples of the power of usage to modify the Constitution are numerous, but a few will suffice to illustrate the principle. Custom has limited the President of the United States to 2 terms. In conformity with a long-established custom, presidential electors do not exercise independent judgment, but merely register the vote of their respective constituents. Though the Constitution provides that the appointive power of the President shall be exercised with the advice and consent of the Senate, custom virtually prohibits the Senate from challenging the President's cabinet appointments. On the other hand, many executive appointments of minor importance are determined solely by members of Congress. Usage decrees that the President alone may remove officers which he has appointed with the advice and consent of the Senate. Lastly, the legislative committee system, as well as the entire machinery of the political party, is the outcome of custom. Concerning these important instruments of practical politics, the Constitution is silent. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 40. The President of the United States. A. Choosing the President. 508. Original method of choosing the President. The federal Constitution sought to protect the office of the Chief Magistrate against popular passion by providing for the indirect election of the President. According to the Constitution, each state was to appoint, in such a manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the state's combined quota of senators and representatives in Congress. These electors were to meet, each group in its own state, and were to vote by ballot for 2 persons. These ballots were then to be transmitted sealed to Congress, where the President of the Senate was to open and count them in the presence of both houses. The person receiving the highest number of votes was to be declared President, while the individual obtaining the next highest number was to fill the office of Vice President. 509. Changes in the original method of choosing the President. 3 important changes have been brought about in the original method of choosing the President. At the beginning of our national history, the state legislatures themselves chose the presidential electors. But with the spread of democracy, the legislatures gradually transferred the choice of these electors to the people. Today, presidential electors are in every state chosen by popular vote, on a general statewide ticket. After the election of 1800, it became apparent that in order to prevent the candidate for vice president from defeating the candidate for president, there would have to be a separate ballot for each of these officers. In 1804, there was accordingly passed the 12th Amendment to the Constitution, providing that the presidential electors should thenceforth cast separate ballots for president and vice president. Party politics have effected a third change in the original method of choosing the president. The Constitution evidently intended that the presidential electors should be men of high repute, and that they should select the nation's chief executive as the result of mature deliberation and independent judgment. But as early as the third presidential election in 1796, it became clearly understood that the electors would merely register the opinions of their constituents. Technically, the electors still choose the president. As a matter of fact, they exercise no discretion, but merely express decisions previously reached by their respective constituents. 510. Present method of choosing the president. Today, the President of the United States is elected as follows. Each political party nominates a candidate for the presidency at a national convention held in June or July of the presidential year. At about the same time, the various parties in each state nominate the quota of presidential electors to which the state is entitled. The people vote on these electors on the Tuesday following the first Monday in November of each leap year. In each state, the electors receiving a plurality assemble at the state capitol on the second Monday in January following their election, and vote directly for president and vice president. These votes are then certified and sent to the President of the Senate. On the second Wednesday in February, this officer opens them, and in the presence of the two houses of Congress, counts them, and declares elected the candidate who has received the majority of the electoral votes. If no candidate has a majority, the House of Representatives elects one of the three leading candidates, the representatives from each state casting one vote. In 1800, and again in 1824, the presidential election was thus decided by the House. 511. Qualifications. All persons who are entitled to vote for the most numerous branch of the state legislature are entitled, likewise, to vote in presidential elections. No presidential elector may hold any office of trust or profit under the United States. By custom, electors are also residents of the district from which they are chosen. The President of the United States must be a natural-born citizen of the United States, and must be at least 35 years of age. He must also have been a resident of the United States for 14 years. 512. Compensation. The President's salary is determined by Congress, but the amount may neither be increased nor decreased for the existing presidential term. Between 1789 and 1873, the presidential salary was $25,000, and in 1873 it was increased to $50,000 a year. Since 1909, the president has received an annual salary of $75,000, plus an allowance for traveling expenses and the upkeep of the White House or Executive Mansion. 513. Term and succession. The president-elect is inaugurated on the 4th of March following his election, and serves until the 4th of March 4 years later. By custom, though not by law, he is limited to 2 terms. The Constitution provides that in case the president is removed by impeachment, death, resignation, or inability, his duties shall devolve upon the vice president. In 1886, the Presidential Succession Act provided that in case of the inability of both president and vice president, the cabinet officers shall succeed in the following order: Secretary of State, Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of War, Attorney General, Postmaster General, Secretary of the Navy, and Secretary of the Interior. No cabinet officer has ever succeeded to the presidency, but Presidents Tyler, Fillmore, Johnson, Arthur, and Roosevelt were formerly vice presidents who ascended to the presidency because of the death of the chief executive. 514. The vice president. The Vice President of the United States is elected in the same manner and by the same electors as the President, with this exception. The failure of any vice presidential candidate to receive a majority of the electoral votes permits the Vice President to be chosen by the Senate from the two candidates receiving the highest number of electoral votes. The qualifications for the Vice President are the same as for the President. The Vice President's salary is $12,000 a year. Aside from the fact that he may succeed the President, there is little to be said about the Vice President. He presides over the Senate, but he is not a member of that body. He can neither appoint committees nor even vote, except in case of a tie. Vice Presidents have generally exerted little influence upon national affairs. During President Wilson's second term, neither the President's extended absence in Europe nor his serious illness at home operated to increase the influence of the Vice President. Under President Harding's administration, however, Vice President Coolidge was accorded considerable recognition, including the privilege of sitting in the President's cabinet meetings. D. Duties and powers of the President. 515. General status of the President. The President of the United States acts as the head of the executive branch of government. Since the executive is independent of the other two branches, the President is subject to the control of neither legislature nor judiciary. The President cannot be arrested for any cause whatsoever. No ordinary court has jurisdiction over the chief magistrate, though misconduct may result in his being impeached by the Senate of the United States. The President enjoys extensive powers, some of which are enumerated in the Constitution. Footnote, Article 2, end of footnote, and others of which he has acquired by the force of custom. These powers are divisible into four groups, which may be discussed in the following order: war powers, powers with reference to foreign affairs, administrative powers, and legislative powers. 516. War powers of the President. Section 2 of Article 2 of the Constitution provides that the President shall be, quote, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and of the militia of the several states when called into actual service of the United States, end quote. In pursuance of this power, the President controls and directs the nation's military and naval forces, and appoints all Army and naval officers. Footnote: In time of war, the President may dismiss these officers at will. In time of peace, however, they are removed by court-martial. End of footnote. The execution of the military law under which the Army and Navy are governed is also directed by the President. The President may call out the state militia, when, in his judgment, such action is necessary in order to suppress insurrection, repel invasion, or enforce the laws. In case of war with foreign countries, the President, as Commander-in-Chief, assumes full direction of hostilities. So long as he acts within the bounds of international law, the President may do anything which he deems necessary to weaken the power of the enemy. In the exercise of this right, President Lincoln blockaded the Southern ports during the Civil War, suspended the writ of habeas corpus, declared martial law in many districts, and freed the slaves by proclamation. During the World War, 1917 to 1921, the powers of President Wilson were greatly expanded. For the purpose of bringing the struggle with Germany to a successful termination, Congress conferred upon the President large powers of control over food, fuel, shipbuilding, and export trade. The railway, telegraph, and wireless systems were taken over by the government under the President's war powers. An important phase of the President's war powers is the constitutional charge to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Usually, the administration of law is a peaceful process, but when the civil authorities are rendered powerless by persons defying federal law, the President may use his military power to restore order. On 3 notable occasions, the President has enforced the laws by the use or display of military force. In 1794, President Washington called out the militia of 4 states to suppress the Whiskey Rebellion. During the Civil War, President Lincoln resorted to military force to execute the laws. Again, in 1894, President Cleveland used regular troops to prevent railway strikers in Chicago from interfering with federal mails. 517. Control over foreign affairs. The Constitution vests in the President the power to negotiate treaties and conventions with foreign nations. In practice, the President usually acts through the Secretary of State. During the process of negotiation, it is customary for the President to consult with the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, as well as with the leaders of the senatorial majority. Such consultation is a wise step, because no treaty may become law unless ratified by the Senate. The President receives diplomatic representatives from foreign countries. This is largely a ceremonial duty, but it may involve serious consequences. When the independence of a foreign country is in doubt, or when the representative of any nation is personally objectionable to our government, the President may refuse to receive the foreign representative. In case relations between this and a foreign country become strained, or in case the representative of a foreign power is guilty of misconduct, the President may request the withdrawal of, or may even dismiss, the foreign representative. The severance of the diplomatic relations may lead to war. The President has the further power to appoint diplomatic representatives to foreign countries. We send ambassadors to the more important countries, ministers resident to most countries, envoys extraordinary, or ministers plenipotentiary to several countries, and commissioners for special purposes. In the absence of the permanent diplomatic representative, some minor office takes temporary charge, and is known as the charge d'affaires ad interim. All of the President's diplomatic appointments must be confirmed by the Senate, but the President acting alone may remove any diplomatic officer. Such removal is at the pleasure of the President. The term of office enjoyed by diplomatic representatives is not fixed by law, but due to the influence of the spoils system. It often terminates when a new President assumes office. Besides diplomatic officers who are charged with political duties, our foreign service comprises various grades of consuls, or commercial representatives. The President and the Senate likewise choose consular officers, but from lists of persons who have qualified under the merit system. Promotion and removal are determined by civil service rules. 518. Administrative powers of the President. The chief administrative function of the President is to carry into effect the laws of the United States. In the discharge of this duty, the President is aided by a large number of subordinate officials, who, directly or indirectly, are responsible to him as head of the administration. Altogether, there are more than 500,000 officials in the executive civil service of the United States. Over the appointment of these numerous officers, the President has a varying measure of control. He alone appoints a few executive officials, such as his private secretary and the members of his cabinet. The latter are nominally chosen by the President and the Senate, but in practice the Senate universally approves cabinet appointments sent in by the President. Officers in this first group may be removed only by the President. The President and the Senate together select about 12,000 of the more important executive officers. These include diplomatic agents, federal judges, most military and naval officers, collectors of customs and internal revenues, and many others. In the case of minor positions to be filled within a congressional district, the President usually confers with the representative from that district, if that representative is of the President's party. If such representative is not of the President's party, the candidate for the position is really selected by the senators from the proper state. Footnote: provided, of course, that these senators belong to the same political party as the President. End of footnote. The more important positions in this group are filled by the Senate from the state in which the vacancy exists, the President ratifying such selections as a matter of course. Officers in this second group are removable only by the President. More than 300,000 of the minor executive positions are now filled by the Civil Service Commission. Persons entering office through the merit system may be removed only for a cause which will promote the efficiency of the service. In addition to his administrative duties, the President has the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in the case of impeachment. A pardon fully exempts the individual from the punishment imposed upon him by law. A reprieve, on the other hand, is simply a temporary suspension of the execution of a sentence. 519. Legislative powers of the President. Though primarily an executive officer, the President enjoys important powers over legislation. The President may convene either or both houses of Congress on extraordinary occasions. For example, he may call an extra session of Congress to consider such questions as the tariff, currency reform, or a treaty. The President has the right to send messages to Congress from time to time during his term. The recommendations contained in these messages exert some direct influence upon legislation, and are important in formulating public opinion outside of Congress. Indirectly, the President exerts a considerable influence upon legislation by bringing political pressure to bear upon the congressional leaders of his party. He also exerts some influence upon legislation by the use of the patronage which accompanies his appointing power. This influence is important as breaking down the barriers between the executive and the legislative branches of government. The President may issue ordinances which have the force of law. As Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, he may issue ordinances for their regulation. In pursuance of the duty to enforce the laws, the President may issue ordinances prescribing uniform means for the enforcement of the statutes. He may issue ordinances for specific purposes, as, for example, Congress in 1912 authorized the President to issue legislative ordinances for the government of the Canal Zone. Very important is the President's veto power. The President may veto any bill or joint resolution passed by Congress, with the exception of joint resolutions proposing constitutional amendments. But the President must veto the bill as a whole, and not particular items. Even though vetoed by the President, a bill may still become law by being passed by a two-thirds vote in each house of Congress. In spite of these restrictions, the President exerts a considerable influence upon legislation by the use of the veto, or by the threat that he will employ it. Most authorities regard the veto power as a wholesome check upon harmful and unwise legislation. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 41. The National Administration. 520. Development of the Federal Executive. The President is the head of the Federal Executive, but in the performance of his numerous administrative duties, he is aided by a number of subordinate officers. No executive departments were directly established by the Constitution, but that document evidently assumes their existence, for it clearly states that the President may require the opinion, in writing, of the principal officer in each of the executive departments upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices. Footnote: Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution. End of footnote. President Washington was authorized by Congress to appoint 3 assistants: a Secretary of State, a Secretary of the Treasury, and a Secretary of War. With the development of governmental functions, additional departments have been created. Congress established the Post Office Department in 1794, the Navy Department in 1798, the Department of the Interior in 1849, the Department of Justice in 1870, the Department of Agriculture in 1889, the Department of Commerce in 1903, and the Department of Labor in 1913. At present, then, there are 10 federal executive departments, all of them under the direct control of the President. 521. The Cabinet. The heads of these 10 departments are appointed by the President, nominally with the consent of the Senate. They may be removed only by the President, and by him at will. Neither in the Constitution nor in the statutes of the Congress is there provision for a cabinet, but as the result of custom which has been formulating since Washington's second term, the heads of the federal executive departments have come to constitute, in their collective capacity, the President's cabinet. Cabinet meetings are generally held twice a week, or oftener as the President desires. The American cabinet should not be confused with the cabinet in Great Britain and other European countries. In Europe, the cabinet is generally a parliamentary ministry, that is to say, a group of men chosen from the majority party in the legislature. These cabinet members, or ministers, sit in the legislature, propose laws, and defend their measures on the floor. They are held responsible for the national administration. This means that when the majority of the legislature fails to support them, they are expected to resign, in order that the opposition party may form a new cabinet. Quite different is the American cabinet. This body is advisory only, and the President may disregard the advice of any or all of its members. The cabinet in this country is accountable only to the President. The attitude of Congress towards cabinet officers has nothing to do with the tenure of office of these executive heads. Cabinet members do not sit in Congress. They do not, in the capacity of cabinet officers, introduce or defend legislation, and they are not held responsible for the administration. 522. Heads of departments as administrative officers. Collectively, the heads of the 10 executive departments act as the President's cabinet. Individually, they administer their respective departments. Though responsible to the President, and at all times working under his direction, the heads of departments are allowed a wide range of independence. Department heads may appoint and remove at will a large number of minor officers in their respective departments, though of late years this power has been considerably restricted by civil service rules. The exact scope of the work of the various departments is largely denned by law. Within the limits thus set, the head of the department is free to make regulations affecting the conduct of departmental business. To expedite business, the work of each department is divided and subdivided among numerous bureaus, boards, and commissions, functioning under the general direction of the head of the department. 523. The Department of State. Without doubt, the most important of the subordinate executive officers is the Secretary of State. His most pressing duty is to conduct foreign affairs in accordance with the wishes of the President. In pursuance of this duty, the Secretary of State issues instructions to diplomatic and consular officers, issues passports to American citizens going abroad, and otherwise exercises control of matters touching foreign relations. Important domestic duties devolve upon the Secretary of State. When the President desires to communicate with the governors of the several states, he acts through the Secretary of State. The Secretary is the custodian of the Great Seal of the United States. It is he who oversees the publication of the federal statutes. The Secretary of State, likewise, has charge of the archives containing the originals of all laws, treaties, and foreign correspondence. Much of the work of the Department of State is performed through bureaus, the titles of which indicate their respective functions. Of these bureaus, the following are the most important: the Diplomatic Bureau, the Consular Bureau, the Bureau of Accounts, the Bureau of Indexes and Archives, the Bureau of Rolls and Library, the Bureau of Appointments, and the Bureau of Citizenship. Each of these bureaus is headed by a chief who is directly responsible to the Secretary of State. In addition to these chiefs of bureaus, the Secretary is aided by 3 Assistant Secretaries of State. 524. Department of the Treasury. Supervision of the national finances is the chief business of the Secretary of the Treasury. The Secretary annually submits to Congress estimates of probable receipts and expenditures, and supervises the collection of customs and internal revenues. He also issues warrants for all moneys paid out of the Treasury. The scope of the department's work may be indicated by an enumeration of its chief officers. These include the Secretary himself, 3 Assistant Secretaries, 6 Auditors, the Treasurer, the Comptroller of the Treasury, the Director of the Mint, the Register, the Comptroller of the Currency, the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue, the Director of the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, the Chief of the Secret Service Department, the Captain Commandant of the Coast Guard, the Superintendent of the Life-Saving Service, the Surgeon General of the Public Health Service, the Supervising Architect, and the Farm Loan Commissioner. 525. The Department of War. National defense is the chief concern of the Secretary of War. Coast fortifications, the supervision of navigation, and river and harbor improvements fall within the scope of the department. Our insular possessions are administered by the Secretary of War. It is also the duty of this officer to prepare estimates of the expenses of his department, to supervise all expenditures for the support and transportation of the army, and to take charge of the issuance of orders for the movement of troops. In addition, he has charge of the military academy at West Point and recommends all appointments and promotions in the Army service. Under the Secretary of War are grouped a number of administrative bureaus, each headed by an Army officer detailed for a period of 4 years. Of these officers, the following are the most important: the Inspector General, the Quartermaster General, the Adjutant General, the Surgeon General, the Chief of Engineers, the Chief of Ordnance, the Chief Signal Officer, the Chief of the Coast Artillery, the Judge Advocate General, the Provost Marshal General, and the Chief of the Bureau of Insular Affairs. 526. The Department of the Navy. The Department of the Navy is likewise concerned with national defense. While less important than the Department of War, the Department of the Navy is steadily gaining in prestige. The department is in charge of a secretary, aided by an assistant secretary. It is the duty of the Department of the Navy to superintend the construction and armament of war vessels, and in addition exercise a supervisory control over the naval service. The Naval Academy at Annapolis and the Naval War College at Newport are in charge of the Department of the Navy. The administrative work of the department is carried on by 7 bureaus, most of them in charge of line officers of the Navy, working directly under the Secretary. These bureaus are as follows: the Bureau of Navigation, the Bureau of Ordnance, the Bureau of Yards and Docks, the Bureau of Supplies and Accounts, the Bureau of Steam Engineering, the Bureau of Medicine and Surgery, and the Bureau of Construction and Repairs. 527. The Department of Justice. This department is headed by the Attorney General, who acts as the chief legal advisor of the national government. It is his duty to represent the government in all cases to which the United States is a party. It is he who conducts proceedings against corporations or individuals who violate the federal laws. General supervision over all federal district attorneys and marshals is exercised by the Attorney General. This officer likewise examines the titles of lands which the government intends to purchase. The Attorney General has a supervisory charge of the penal and reformatory institutions which are federal in character. Applications for pardons by the President are investigated by the Attorney General. Still, another of his duties is to superintend the codification of the federal criminal laws. In these various duties, the Attorney General is assisted by an underknown officer known as the Solicitor General. 528. The Post Office Department. This department, headed by the Postmaster General, has general charge of the postal service. The Postmaster General awards contracts for the transportation of the mails and directs the management of the domestic and foreign mail service. The handling of money orders, the parcel post system, and the postal savings banks come under the control of the Postmaster General. Of great importance is the power of this officer to bar from the mails publications which are fraudulent or otherwise obnoxious. Working under the Postmaster General are 4 Assistant Postmasters General, each in general charge of a group of services within the department. 529. Department of the Interior. Aided by 2 assistant secretaries, the Secretary of the Interior performs a number of important functions. He has charge of all public lands, including national parks. The handling of Indian affairs constitutes one of his duties. The territories of Alaska and Hawaii come under the direct supervision of this department. Many miscellaneous functions are performed by the various bureaus within the department. Patents, pensions, and the Geological Survey come within the purview of the department. The Secretary of the Interior has charge of the distribution of government appropriations to various educational institutions. A general supervision over a number of charitable institutions within the District of Columbia is also exercised by this officer. 530. Department of Agriculture. All matters pertaining to agriculture in the widest sense are the concern of the Department of Agriculture. Under the direction of the Secretary, the department issues a large number of scientific and technical publications, including the Agricultural Yearbook, the series of Farmers' Bulletins, the Monthly Weather Review, and the Crop Reporter. Quarantine stations for imported cattle, and the inspection of domestic meats and imported food products are concerns of the various bureaus within the department. Of great importance is the work of the Weather Bureau in sending out storm, flood, frost, and drought warnings. An increasingly important phase of the department's work is in the Forest Service, the work of which has been described in Chapter 30. An important bureau is the Bureau of Animal Industry, which combats animal diseases and gives advice concerning the best breeds of poultry and cattle. The Bureau of Plant Industry ransacks the world for new crops suitable for our soils, and gives fruit growers and farmers advice concerning plant parasites. Insect pests are the concern of the Entomology Division. Additional functions of the Department of Agriculture may be indicated by an enumeration of some of the more important of its remaining bureaus and divisions. These include the Bureau of Chemistry, the Bureau of Soils, the Bureau of Statistics, the Bureau of Crop Estimates, the Office of Public Roads and Rural Engineering, the Federal Horticultural Board, and the Bureau of Markets. 531. The Department of Commerce. In 1913, what for 10 years had been known as the Department of Commerce and Labor was divided into 2 separate departments, a Department of Commerce and a Department of Labor. The chief duty of the Department of Commerce is to foster the foreign and domestic commerce of the United States, to promote our mining, manufacturing, and fishing industries, and to develop our transportation facilities are, therefore, among the aims of this department. The census, the coast survey and lighthouses, and steamboat inspection are concerns of the Department of Commerce. The scope of the department, which is increasing rapidly, may be indicated by an enumeration of the more important bureaus grouped within it. These include the Bureau of Foreign and Domestic Commerce, the Bureau of Census, the Bureau of Lighthouses, the Bureau of Coast and Geodetic Survey, the Steamboat Inspection Service, the Bureau of Navigation, the Bureau of Standards, and the Bureau of Fisheries. 532. The Department of Labor. Though at present the functions of the Department of Labor are fewer than those of the other departments, they are being rapidly expanded by the extension of government interest in industry. The department is concerned with practically all matters which affect labor conditions in the United States. The Department of Labor collects and publishes information upon all subjects connected with labor and capital, the hours and wages of labor, and methods of improving the condition of the working classes. It seeks to encourage industrial goodwill and to adjust labor disputes peaceably. An important bureau within the department is the Bureau of Immigration, which, under the direction of the Commissioner General of Immigration, is concerned with the administration of our immigration laws. The Bureau of Naturalization keeps a record of immigrants and supervises their naturalization. Of growing importance is the Children's Bureau, which investigates matters having to do with child labor, infant mortality, orphanage, and the work of the juvenile courts. 533. Miscellaneous boards and commissions. In addition to the executive departments which have been briefly discussed, the federal administration includes many independent boards, bureaus, and commissions which perform duties not assigned to any of the 10 departments. These agencies have been established from time to time under the authority of congressional statutes. The chiefs of the bureaus and the members of the boards and commissions are appointed by the President and the Senate, most of them for a term ranging between 6 and 12 years. These officials are largely experts, who happily are sufficiently exempt from the spoils system to stand a fair chance of surviving a change of administration. Among the more important of these boards and commissions are the following: the Federal Reserve Board, the Federal Farm Loan Board, the Federal Board for Vocational Education, the Federal Trade Commission, the Interstate Commerce Commission, the United States Tariff Commission, and the Civil Service Commission. The nature and functions of most of these administrative agencies have been discussed elsewhere in the text and need not be gone into here. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 42. Nature and Powers of Congress. 534. Congress consists of 2 houses. The national legislature, or Congress, consists of a Senate, or upper chamber, and a House of Representatives, or lower chamber. Several factors are responsible for this division of Congress into 2 houses. Undoubtedly, the framers of the Constitution were influenced by the fact that British Parliament and nearly all of the colonial legislatures that consisted of 2 houses. A second factor is that in the opinion of the fathers, a 2-chambered legislature would allow each house to act as a check upon the other. Finally, the creation of a 2-chambered legislature was necessary in order to reconcile the conflicting desires of the large and small states. During the Constitutional Convention, 2 opposing factions were brought together by the creation of a 2-chambered legislature, in the upper house of which the states were to be represented equally, and in the lower house of which representation was to be on the basis of population. A. The Senate. 535. Terms and qualifications of senators. 2 senators are chosen from each state, regardless of population. The senatorial term is 6 years. In order to make the Senate a permanent body, membership is so arranged that 1/3 of the senators retire every 2 years. The federal Constitution provides that senators must be at least 30 years of age. In addition, a senator must have been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and he must be an inhabitant of the state from which he is chosen. The Senate alone is judge of the qualifications of its members. With respect to the Senate, 2 disqualifications are imposed by the federal Constitution. No one holding a federal office may stand for election as senator, nor may any person become a senator who has taken part in a rebellion against the United States after having taken an oath as a government officer to support the Constitution. 536. Election of senators. Previous to 1913, senators were chosen by the various state legislatures, according to the provisions of the federal Constitution. Article 1, Section 3. This method proved unsatisfactory. Demoralizing political battles often took place in the state legislatures in the effort to select the state senators to Congress. Sometimes, even after a long struggle, no candidate was able to secure a majority, and a deadlock occurred. Thus, on the one hand, a state might be deprived of representation in the Senate for weeks or months, while, on the other hand, the attention of the legislature was so distracted by the senatorial struggle that purely state interests suffered. As the result of a long agitation growing out of these evils, the federal Constitution was amended, 1913, to permit the direct election of senators. Since 1913, then, any person may vote directly for senator who, under the laws of his state, is qualified to vote for members of the more numerous branch of the state legislature. When for any reason a vacancy occurs in the representation of any state in the Senate, the governor of the state issues a writ of election to fill such vacancy. Provided the state legislature grants the authority, the governor also may appoint some person to serve as senator until the vacancy is filled by popular election. Senators are generally reflected, and at the present time the average term of service is not 6, but about 12 years. 537. Privileges and immunities of senators. By the terms of the Constitution, senators are paid out of the national treasury an amount to be determined by statute. At present, both senators and members of the House of Representatives receive $7,500 a year, plus an allowance for traveling expenses, clerk hire, and stationery. Except in case of treason or breach of the peace, senators and representatives are immune to arrest during attendance at the sessions of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same. Both senators and representatives likewise enjoy freedom of speech and debate in their respective houses. In either chamber, only the House itself may call members to account for their statements during the legislative session. No member of Congress may be prosecuted in the courts for libel or slander on account of statements made in Congress, or for the official publication of what he has said during the legislative session. B. The House of Representatives. 538. Membership of the House. Since the Senate is composed of 2 senators from each state, its membership has been relatively stable. For a number of years there have been 96 senators, 2 for each of the 48 states of the Union. The membership of the House of Representatives, on the one hand, is steadily increasing because based upon population. The number of representatives to which any state is entitled depends upon its population as ascertained every 10 years by federal census. After each census, Congress determines the number of representatives of which the House shall consist. The population of the United States is then divided by this number, and the quotient is taken as the ratio of representation. The population of each state is then divided by this ratio to discover the number of representatives to which it is entitled. As a single exception to this rule, the Constitution provides that each state shall have at least 1 representative, regardless of population. Thus, Nevada, Arizona, Wyoming, and Delaware are entitled to 1 representative, whereas, according to the above rule, they would now be denied representation. The present membership of the House of Representatives is 435. 539. Who may vote for representatives? The federal Constitution provides that members of the House of Representatives shall be chosen by persons who, in their respective states, are qualified to vote for members of the more numerous branch of the state legislature. Most male and female citizens over 21 years of age may vote for members of this more numerous branch, and hence for representatives to Congress. In a number of states, however, educational, property, and other qualifications are imposed. Certain types of criminals, the insane, and the otherwise defective are regularly excluded. 540. Qualifications of representatives. The federal Constitution declares that a representative must be at least 25 years of age. He must have been a citizen for at least 7 years, and at the time of his candidacy, he must also be an inhabitant of the state from which he is chosen. The House itself determines whether or not these qualifications have been met. No state may add to the constitutional qualifications, but through the force of custom, a representative is almost always a resident of the district which he is chosen to represent. 541. Election of representatives. The federal Constitution permits the legislatures of the several states to regulate the time, manner, and place of elections for its representatives to Congress. However, the Constitution reserves to Congress the right to alter these regulations at its discretion. This right has been exercised several times. Congressional statute has provided that representatives shall be elected on the Tuesday following the first Monday in November of even-numbered years, and that the election shall be by written or printed ballot. It is also in accordance with congressional statute that representatives are selected on the district plan, one representative being chosen from each congressional district in the state. Congress has furthermore provided that these districts shall be of as nearly equal population as possible, and that they shall be composed of compact and contiguous territory. 542. The congressional district. Subject to the above limitations, the legislature of each state may determine the boundaries of its congressional districts. The state legislature finds it necessary to redistrict the state if the decennial census shows that the population of the state has increased unequally in various sections, or in case the Apportionment Act of Congress changes the state's representation. In many cases, states have redistricted their territory for illegitimate reasons. The federal provision with reference to contiguous territory has been loosely interpreted. In many cases, territory is held to be contiguous if it touches the district at any point. The requirement that districts shall be of nearly equal population has often been disregarded altogether. Since the state legislature is controlled by the political party having a majority, the dominant party can arrange the district lines so as to secure a party majority in the greatest possible number of districts. This is done by concentrating the opposition votes in a few districts which would be hostile under any circumstances, and so grouping the remaining votes as to ensure for the dominant party a majority in numerous districts. 543. Gerrymandering. The result of this illegitimate redistricting has been to create districts of great irregularity. In 1812, when Elbridge Gerry was governor of Massachusetts, the Republican Party was in control of the state legislature. In districting the state so as to win for themselves as many districts as possible, the Republicans gave one of the congressional districts a dragon-like appearance. To the suggestion of a famous painter that this looked like a salamander, a local wit replied that it was more nearly a gerrymander. The term gerrymander has since continued to be used to designate this type of illegitimate redistricting. 544. Term of representatives. Representatives are elected for 2 years, the legal term commencing on the 4th of March following the election. Except in the case of a special session, the actual service of representatives does not commence until the first Monday in December, 13 months after election. Members are frequently re-elected, the average term being about 4 years. When for any reason a vacancy occurs in the representation from any state, the governor may, on the authority of the federal Constitution, issue a writ of election to fill the vacancy. A special election is then held in the district in which the vacancy has occurred, and the representative so chosen serves for the remainder of the term. C. The powers of Congress. 545. Special powers of the Senate. Of the three powers exercised exclusively by the Senate, the power to approve treaties is one of the most important. All treaties negotiated by the President must be approved by a two-thirds vote of the Senate before becoming law. The treaty may be approved or rejected as a whole, or it may be rejected in part, and additional articles recommended as amendments. If changed in form or content by the Senate, the treaty does not become law until both the President and the foreign power have assented to the amendment or change. In order to become valid, a large number of presidential appointments must receive the approval of the Senate. The Senate exercises a special judicial function in that it may sit as a court of impeachment for the trial of persons whom the House of Representatives has formally charged with treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, excluding military and naval officers who are tried by court-martial, and excluding also members of Congress, who are subject only to the rules of their respective houses. All federal officers are subject to impeachment. Impeachment requires a two-thirds vote of the senators present. Removal from office and disqualification to hold any office under the United States is the heaviest penalty which can be imposed upon an impeached official. 546. Special powers of the House. The House, likewise, enjoys three special powers. One of these is the right to elect a President of the United States, in case no candidate has a majority of the electoral votes. This has happened only twice, in 1800 and again in 1824. The federal Constitution provides that all revenue bills must originate in the lower house. However, the Senate has come to share this power through its power to amend such bills. The House of Representatives has the sole power to prefer charges of impeachment, that is to say, to present what may be called the indictment against the accused official. The case is then tried before the Senate, the House appointing a committee of its own members to act as the prosecuting agency. 547. General survey of the powers of Congress. The powers of Congress, i.e., the two houses acting together, are of two kinds. First, express powers, by which is meant those specifically enumerated in the federal Constitution, and second, implied powers, by which is meant those that are incident to express powers and necessary to their execution. The foundation of the doctrine of implied powers is the constitutional clause. Footnote: Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. End of footnote. Which authorizes Congress to make all laws necessary and proper for carrying out the powers granted it by the federal Constitution. Grouping express and implied powers together, the more important powers of Congress may be summarized as follows. Revenue and expenditures. Congress has the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imports, and excises, and to appropriate money in order to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But indirect taxes must be uniform throughout the United States, and all direct taxes, except income taxes, must be apportioned among the states according to population. A further limitation is that Congress may not tax exports from any state, nor levy upon the necessary instrumentalities of any state government. National defense. Here the powers of Congress are practically unlimited, except by the constitutional provisions that the President shall be commander-in-chief, and that military appropriations shall not be made for more than 2 years. Congress can raise and support armies, create and maintain a navy, and provide for the organization and use of the state militia. Congress may also declare war and make rules concerning captures on land and sea. Foreign relations. Congress as a body has little direct control over foreign relations, though the Senate shares the treaty-making power with the President. But Congress has the power to create diplomatic and consular posts, as well as to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas, and offenses against the law of nations. Congress also exercises control over immigration and naturalization. Economic interests. Congress may regulate commerce with foreign countries, among the several states, and with Indian tribes. The exclusive power to coin money and otherwise control the monetary system is vested in Congress. Congress may make uniform laws on bankruptcy throughout the United States, and fix the standards of weights and measures. The establishment of post offices and post roads, and the protection of authors and inventors through legislation on patents and copyrights, are also functions of Congress. Territories. Congress has the power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. Congress likewise exercises exclusive control over the District of Columbia, and over all places purchased by the federal government for the erection of forts, arsenals, and similar buildings. Congress also has the right to determine the admission to the Union of new states, and to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States. Crime. In criminal matters, the power of Congress is slight. For example, it cannot say what constitutes treason, since that crime is defined by the Constitution. However, Congress may provide for the punishment of counterfeiters and persons committing crimes on the high seas, or offenses against international law. It may also define certain crimes against federal law, and prescribe penalties therefor. Control over the judiciary. The judiciary is an independent branch of government, but Congress may determine the number of Supreme Court judges, fix their salaries within certain limits, and define their appellate jurisdiction. Congress may also determine the jurisdiction and define the procedure of the inferior federal courts. Implied powers. Last among the powers of Congress is the authority granted to it by the Constitution to make all laws which shall be deemed necessary and proper for carrying into execution the powers expressly granted to Congress by the Constitution. It is under the authority of this clause that the implied powers of Congress have been so greatly expanded. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 43. Congress in Action. Part A. Organization of Congress. 548. Congressional Sessions. The federal Constitution requires Congress to assemble at least once a year, and Congress has provided that the date of meeting shall be the first Monday in December. In addition to such special sessions as may be called either by the President or by Congress itself, there are two regular sessions. One of these is the long session, from December of each odd year until Congress adjourns, generally sometime during the following summer. The other is the short session, beginning when Congress assembles in December of each even year, and ending at noon on the 4th of March following. The two houses of Congress jointly fix the time for adjournment, but in case they cannot agree upon this point, the President has the right to adjourn them to such time as he thinks fit. During the congressional session, neither house may, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days. nor to any other place than that in which the two houses are sitting. Since 1800, congressional sessions have regularly been held at Washington, D.C., the national capital. 549. Internal organization. Each House of Congress has the right to determine its own rule of practice, punish members for disorderly conduct, and, by a two-thirds vote, expel a member. Members guilty of acts of violence or abusive language may be punished by a vote of censure, or may be obliged to apologize to the House. For the commission of a grave offense, a congressman may be expelled from the House to which he was elected. The Constitution requires that each House shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy, and the yeas and nays of the members of either House shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered upon the journal. The object of this is to secure a permanent record of legislative action, as well as publicity of proceedings. The vote by yeas and nays fixes responsibility for his vote upon each member by making it a matter of public record. The Congressional Record, an official account of the congressional debates and proceedings, appears daily during congressional sessions. This is supposedly a verbatim report of what is said in each house, but, as a matter of fact, members are allowed to edit and revise their remarks before these are printed. In the case of the House, many of the published speeches have never been delivered at all. 550. The officers of Congress. In the House of Representatives, the chief officer is the Speaker, or presiding officer. The Speaker is chosen from the membership of the House by that body itself. As will be pointed out shortly, this officer is an important personage. In the Senate, the Vice President of the United States acts as the presiding officer. In the absence of the Vice President, or in case that officer succeeds to the presidency, the Senate itself chooses a President pro tempore to occupy the chair. The presiding officer of the Senate is much less powerful than the Speaker of the House. Indeed, he is little more than a chairman or moderator. There are a number of additional officers of Congress, who are chosen by the respective houses from outside their own membership. These officers include a clerk, who in the Senate is called the secretary, the doorkeeper, the sergeant at arms, the postmaster, and the chaplain. Nominally, these officers are chosen by each house, but, as a matter of practice, the choice is made by the caucus of the majority party, which is held a few days before the organization of each house. 551. The Speaker of the House of Representatives. A few days before the organization of the House, the caucus of the majority party settles upon its choice for Speaker. The candidate chosen invariably receives the solid vote of his party in the House, since it is a rule of the caucus that party members who take part in its discussions must abide by its decisions. As chairman of the House, the Speaker performs the customary duties of a presiding officer. He opens and closes the sittings of the House, maintains order, and decides questions of parliamentary law. The Speaker acts as the official representative of the House in its collective capacity, and authenticates all official proceedings by his signature. It is he who announces the order of business, states the question, and announces the vote. He also has the right to appoint the chairman of the committee of the whole. The Speaker takes part in debate, and may also vote. 552. Power of the Speaker over legislation. In addition to performing the customary duties of a presiding officer, the Speaker possesses important powers over legislation. The imperfect organization of the House, and its lack of effective leadership, as well as the vast amount of business coming before it, have tended to centralize much of the legislative power of the House in the hands of this officer. The Speaker of the House has the power to determine to which committee a bill shall be referred. Thus, he may determine the fate of a measure by sending it to a committee which he knows to be hostile to the bill, or to a friendly committee, just as he likes. It is the Speaker who decides when a member is entitled to the floor, and no motion or speech can be made except by a member who has been duly recognized by the chair. There are a number of unwritten rules in this regard, but in the last analysis the Speaker may recognize only persons whom he desires to have speak. Thus, Congressmen who are not of the Speaker's party may be kept from making themselves heard upon important measures. When a bill is before the House, the chairman of the committee in charge of the measure usually hands the Speaker a list of Congressmen who are to be heard upon the floor. By recognizing only those whose names appear on this list, the Speaker may confine the discussion to members who are favored by himself and his party. The Speaker has the power to decide points of order, and otherwise to deal with such obstructions to legislative business as the filibustering tactics of the minority party. Often this power is exercised in connection with the quorum. The quorum, or number of members who must be present in order that business may be transacted, is fixed by the Constitution as a majority of each house. Formerly, it was the habit of the minority members to remain silent at roll call, so that if several members of the majority party were absent, it might be that no quorum would appear. In such a case, legislative business would be blocked. But in 1890, Speaker Reed adopted the practice, since become invariable, of counting as present members actually in the House, whether or not they respond to their names at roll call. The Speaker also checks filibustering by disregarding all motions and appeals which he thinks are made simply for the purpose of obstructing legislative business. 553. The Committee on Rules. Of great importance in the House is the Committee on Rules. This committee has the power to decide upon the order for considering bills, and to determine the length of debates. It also determines the time when the vote shall be taken. This it does by reporting a rule, that is to say, by presenting a report as to the time and conditions under which the House shall consider a measure. This report takes precedence over all other business. Thus, the fate of a bill may be determined by the Committee on Rules. Previous to 1910, this committee consisted of the Speaker and two majority and two minority members named by the Speaker. But in the 61st Congress, there occurred what has been called the Revolution of 1910. This revolution opposed Speaker Cannon's policy of using for personal and partisan purposes his power to appoint the other members of the Committee on Rules. As the result of a violent agitation, the House finally placed marked restrictions upon the Speaker's control over the committee. The membership of the Committee on Rules was increased, first to 10 and then to 12. Of these 12 members, 8 belong to the majority party and 4 are minority members. The committee is no longer chosen by the Speaker, but is selected by the House itself. The Speaker is even excluded from membership in the committee. 554. The Congressional Committee System. In both houses of Congress, the Assembly is divided into a number of committees, each of which is charged with the consideration of legislation dealing with particular subjects. Previous to 1911, the Speaker appointed all House committees, but since that date all committees have been chosen by the House as a body, though in practice the decisions are made by the caucuses of the majority and minority parties, held just before the organization of the House. Similarly, the Senate chooses its own committees from the lists drawn up by the caucuses of the two political parties. In either house, the minority party has such representation upon committees as the majority party chooses to allow. There are in the House more than 50 of these committees, while in the Senate that number is even larger. In the House of Representatives, the more important committees are those on rules, ways and means, appropriations, judiciary, banking and currency, interstate and foreign commerce, and rivers and harbors. Part B, the making of a federal law. 555. How legislation is initiated. The course of congressional legislation may be illustrated by following a bill through the House of Representatives. Any member of the House may introduce a bill by filing it with the clerk. The title of the bill is printed in the Journal and Record, this constituting a first reading. The bill is then delivered to the Speaker, who refers it to the proper committee. Once a bill has been passed to the committee, its fate rests largely with that body. The committee may confer with certain administrative officers, listen to individuals interested in the subject, summon and examine other persons, and then reach a decision upon the bill. The committee may amend the bill as it pleases. If unfavorable to the measure, the committee may report it adversely or too late for legislative action. Indeed, it may even fail to report it at all. Theoretically, the House may overrule the committee's decision on a bill, but so generally are the committee's recommendations followed by the House that the adverse action of the committee virtually kills a bill. 556. The bill is reported to the House. Let us suppose that the committee reports the bill back to the House. The measure is then placed upon a calendar, and here awaits its turn, unless the Committee on Rules sees fit to direct the immediate attention of the House to it. The second reading is an actual and full reading of the bill, for the purpose of allowing amendments to be offered. After the second reading, which may result in the adoption of amendments, the Speaker puts the motion, "Shall the bill be engrossed and read a third time?" Debate is then in order. If the vote which follows is in the affirmative, the bill is read a third time, but only by title. The question of passage is put by the Speaker immediately after the third reading. 557. Debate upon the bill. Debate in the House of Representatives has little influence upon most bills, the fate of a measure being practically determined by the committee considering it. Most speeches are frankly intended for political purposes, and for circulation in the Congressional Record, rather than as actual and positive influences upon the bill which is being discussed. Debate in the House is limited in several ways. No member may spend more than an hour in debate upon any question, except the member in charge of the bill. This member may have an additional hour at the close. In the Committee of the Whole, speeches are limited to 5 minutes. No member may speak more than once on the same subject without special permission from the chair. The single exception to this rule is the member who has introduced the bill. Before debate begins, the chairman of the committee in charge of the bill arranges, in consultation with the Speaker, a list of members who are to be heard upon the bill. No other members are ordinarily recognized by the Speaker in the ensuing debate. After a certain amount of discussion, the member in charge of the bill will generally move the previous question in order to cut short the debate and bring the House to a direct vote upon the question. 558. The vote. In the House, voting may be by any one of 3 methods. Voting may be by sound of voices. In this case, the Speaker calls in turn for the yeas and nays, and decides by the volume of the sound whether the motion has been carried or lost. This is usually the first method employed, but either of the other 2 methods may be demanded before or after voting by the sound of voices has been employed. Voting may be by tellers. When this is decided upon, the members pass between tellers appointed by the Speaker, those in the affirmative first, and are counted. This method requires the demand of 1/5 of a quorum. Voting may be by yeas and nays. In this event, the clerk calls the roll, and each member, as his name is reached, answers aye or no, the vote then being recorded. The Constitution provides that 1/5 of the members present may demand the yeas and nays. Since it takes a long time to call the roll of the House, demands for roll calls are frequently employed by minorities with the intent of obstructing legislative business. 559. The bill goes to the Senate. A bill defeated in the House never reaches the Senate, of course. But if it receives a majority vote in the House, it is engrossed and sent to the Senate. Here the bill goes through practically the same stages as in the House. Footnote. In the Senate, however, debate is unlimited. End of footnote. If the Senate rejects the bill, the measure is dead. If the Senate passes the bill without amendment, it is returned to the House and enrolled on parchment for signature by the President. If the Senate amends the bill and the attached amendments are returned to the House. If the House disagrees with the proposed changes, it may either ask for an inter-House conference, or it may simply send a notice of its disagreement to the Senate. In the latter case, the Senate either reconsiders its amendments or asks for a conference. In case of a conference, each house appoints an equal number of managers who arrive at some sort of compromise and embody this in a report. This report is acted upon by each house in separate session. 560. The bill goes to the President. Bills killed in Congress never reach the President, but a measure duly approved by both houses is then sent to the chief executive for his approval. If he signs it, the bill becomes law. If he does not approve it, he may return it with his objections to the house in which it originated. If this house votes for the passage of the measure by 2/3 of majority, and if this action is concurred in by the other house, the measure becomes law over the veto of the President. If the President neither signs nor returns the measure within 10 days, it automatically becomes law. However, measures reaching the President during the last 10 days of the congressional session become law only if signed by him. His failure to sign a bill reaching him under these circumstances constitutes a pocket veto. End of chapter 43. Chapters 44 and 45 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON, Chapter 44, The Federal Courts. Part A. Framework of the Federal Courts. 561. Constitutional basis of the federal judiciary. The federal Constitution makes only slight reference to the structure of the federal courts. It merely provides that the judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. In accordance with this provision, Congress, in 1789, passed the Judiciary Act, which still forms the basis of our federal judicial system. The Judiciary Act provided for the organization of the Supreme Court and also created a system of circuit and district courts. It likewise distributed federal jurisdiction among the 3 grades of courts, established the office of Attorney General, and provided for a federal marshal in each judicial district. In order to relieve the Supreme Court of part of its appellate jurisdiction, Congress in 1891 created 9 circuit courts of appeals. In 1912, Congress abolished the circuit courts which had been established by the Act of 1789. At the present time, thus, there are 3 grades of federal courts: the Supreme Court, 9 circuit courts of appeals, and 81 district courts. In addition, there are several special federal courts. 562. Federal judicial agents. All federal judges are appointed by the President, subject to confirmation by the Senate. They hold office for life, or during good behavior. Since federal judges can be removed from office only by impeachment, they are relatively independent, both of the appointing power and of the popular will. Judges receive salaries which may be increased, but which cannot be diminished, during their term of office. Each of the 8 associate judges of the Supreme Court receives an annual salary of $14,500, while the Chief Justice receives $14,900 a year. Circuit judges receive a salary of $7,000 a year. Each district court judge receives $6,000 a year. Upon reaching the age of 70 years, any federal judge who has held his commission for at least 10 years may resign and continue to draw full salary during the remainder of his life. Some additional judicial agents may be mentioned. In each federal judicial district there is an United States Marshal, who is charged with the duty of enforcing the orders of the court. There is also in each district a federal prosecutor, who has the title of United States District Attorney. It is this officer who institutes proceedings against persons violating federal law. Both marshals and district attorneys work under the direction of the Attorney General of the United States. 563. The Supreme Court. At the head of the federal judicial system stands the Supreme Court. This tribunal holds its annual sessions at Washington, D.C., usually from October until May. By far, the most important business coming before this court involves questions of constitutional law. Footnote: Jurisdiction over questions of constitutionality is a form of appellate jurisdiction. In addition, the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction in 1. Cases affecting diplomatic and consular offices, and 2. Cases to which a state is a party. In practice, however, the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court has been relatively unimportant. End of footnote. Cases involving questions of constitutionality are always brought up to the Supreme Court from either the lower federal courts or from the state courts. Cases of this kind are brought before the Supreme Court either on appeal or by writ of error. When a case is submitted to the Supreme Court, each justice makes an independent study of it, and a conference is then held in which the various sides of the question are discussed and a decision reached. The Chief Justice then requests one of his colleagues to prepare the opinion of the court, containing the conclusions reached by the majority. In important cases, the disagreeing minority prepares a dissenting opinion, setting forth their reasons for believing that the case should have been decided otherwise. This dissenting opinion does not, however, affect the validity of the decision reached by the majority of the justices. 564. The Circuit Court of Appeals. The United States is divided into 9 circuits, in each one of which a Circuit Court of Appeals exercises jurisdiction. The Circuit Court consists of 3 judges. As a general proposition, this court has appellate jurisdiction to review the decisions of the district courts, but in some instances, cases may be taken from the district courts directly to the Supreme Court of the United States. In cases in which jurisdiction results from the fact that the suit is one between an American citizen and an alien, or between citizens of different states in the Union, the decision of the Circuit Court of Appeals is generally final. The jurisdiction of this court is also final in all cases arising under the revenue, patent, and copyright laws of the United States. 565. The District Court. The lowest of the regular federal courts is the District Court. One of these courts exists in each of the 81 districts into which the country is divided. For each district court there is generally a separate district judge, who holds court at one or more places within the district. The matters which may be brought before a federal district court are various. Among other things, the jurisdiction of the court extends to all crimes and offenses cognizable under the authority of the United States, cases arising under the Internal Revenue, postal and copyright laws, proceedings in bankruptcy, all suits proceeding arising under any law regulating immigration, and also all suits and proceedings arising under any law to protect trade and commerce against monopoly. 566. Special Federal Courts. Besides the 3 sets of federal courts described above, Congress has from time to time created a number of special courts. The Court of Claims was created in 1855. It consists of 5 justices sitting at Washington and exercising jurisdiction over cases involving claims against the United States. In 1911, Congress created the Court of Customs Appeals, consisting of 5 judges who may review the decisions of the Board of General Appraisers with respect to the classification and taxation of imports. Congress has also provided a system of territorial courts to handle cases arising in the territories and in the District of Columbia. Courts martial for the trial of military and naval offenses have also been provided for by congressional statute. Part B. The Federal Courts in Action. 567. Jurisdiction of the Federal Courts. The federal courts exercise limited, rather than general, jurisdiction. That is to say, they have authority to try only such cases as are specifically placed within their jurisdiction by the Constitution or by congressional statute. Cases falling within the jurisdiction of the federal courts may be grouped under 2 heads. First, cases affecting certain parties or persons, and second, cases relative to certain matters. Under the first head may be grouped cases affecting ambassadors, other diplomatic representatives, and consuls. In the same group are controversies to which the United States is a party, controversies between 2 or more states, controversies between a state and the citizen of another state, controversies between citizens of different states, and controversies between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens or subjects thereof. Under the second head fall 3 types of cases. First, controversies between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states. Second, cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction. And third, cases in law or equity arising under the Constitution or laws of the United States, or treaties made under their authority. 568. The writ of habeas corpus. In the exercise of their judicial functions, the federal courts may have the power of issuing 3 great writs affecting the rights of citizens. Of these, the most famous is the writ of habeas corpus. This writ is designed to secure any imprisoned person to the right to have an immediate preliminary hearing for the purpose of discovering the reason for his detention. Where the writ is properly issued, the prisoner is brought into court for a summary examination. If it is found that he has been detained in violation of law, he is released. If not, he is remanded for trial. Federal judges may not issue writs of habeas corpus indiscriminately. A writ can only be issued in the following cases. First, when a prisoner is in jail under federal custody or authority. Second, when an individual is in jail for some act done or omitted in pursuance of a law of the United States or the order, process, or decree of some federal court or judge. Third, when an individual has been detained because of violation of the Constitution or some law or treaty of the United States. And fourth, when a citizen of a foreign country claims to be imprisoned for some act committed with the sanction of his government. 569. The writ of mandamus. The writ of mandamus may be used against public officials, private persons, and corporations for the purpose of forcing them to perform some duty required of them by law. Properly used, the writ of mandamus is called into action to compel executive officers to perform some administrative duty. The court will not intervene, however, where the duty is purely discretionary and its performance dependent either upon the pleasure of the official or upon his interpretation of the law. Usually, the applicant for a writ of mandamus must show that he has no other adequate legal remedy, and that he has a clear legal right to have the action in question performed by the officer. 570. The writ or bill of injunction. This writ may be of several distinct types. It may take the form of a mandatory writ, ordering some person or corporation to maintain a status quo by performing certain acts. For example, striking railway employees may be ordered to continue to perform their regular and customary duties while remaining in the service of their employer. The injunction may take the form of a temporary restraining order, forbidding a party to alter the existing condition of things in question until the merits of the cases have been decided. This is often used in labor disputes. Sometimes the writ is in the form of a permanent injunction ordering a party not to perform some act, the results of which cannot be remedied by any proceeding in law. This, too, has often been used in labor and disputes. 571. Judicial interpretation of the statutes. The crowning feature of the American judiciary is its power to pass upon the constitutionality of state and federal laws. The Constitution does not give to the courts the power to declare state or federal statutes invalid on the ground that they may conflict with the federal Constitution, but in the famous case of Marbury v. Madison in 1803, Chief Justice Marshall demonstrated that under the Constitution the Supreme Court must possess the power of declaring statutes null and void when they conflict with the fundamental law of the land. In deciding against the validity of a law, the court does not officially annul it, but merely refuses to enforce the statute in the particular case before the court. Thereupon, the executive officials who might be charged with the administration of that particular law neglect to enforce it. 572. General policy of the federal courts. The federal courts have consistently refused to decide abstract questions not presented in the form of a concrete case between parties to an actual suit. The Supreme Court, for example, will take no notice of a statute until the question of its constitutionality arises in the form of a concrete case. The federal courts have consistently refused to interfere in purely political questions, the decision of which rests with executive or legislative authorities. For example, the court will not touch questions of the existence of war or peace, or the admission of a new state into the Union. In reaching a decision, two forces are brought to bear upon the courts. First, the character of the previous decisions in similar or analogous cases influences a decision. Second, important consideration is given the demands of justice or equity in the particular case in hand, regardless of precedent. Generally speaking, judicial decisions strike a course midway between these two extremes. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45. State and local government. Constitutional basis of state government. 573. Constitutional limitations on state governments. Under the Articles of Confederation, the states exercised practically sovereign powers. In the interests of a strong national government, the Constitution adopted in 1789 distinctly limited the scope of state government. The federal Constitution transferred many important powers from the states to the federal government, and imposed certain specific limitations upon state governments. The more important of these limitations are as follows. No state may, without the consent of Congress, lay or collect imposts or duties upon exports and imports. The single exception to this constitutional prohibition is that a state may lay such imports or duties as are absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws. No state may lay a tonnage duty without the consent of Congress. No state may levy a tax on the property, lawful agencies, or instrumentalities of the federal government. This is not a constitutional limitation, but was deduced by Chief Justice Marshall from the nature of the federal system. In recent years, however, this doctrine has been modified to mean that no state may tax a federal instrumentality if such a tax would impair its efficiency in performing the function which it was designed to serve. States may legislate concerning local commercial matters, but no state may interfere with interstate commerce. No state may pass any law impairing the obligation of contracts. The states have practically no control over the monetary system. They may not coin money, emit bills of credit, or make anything but gold and silver coin legal tender. States may charter and regulate state banks, however, and may also authorize a state bank to issue notes for circulation. No state may make or enforce any law which abridges the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. No state shall pass any bill of attainder, by which is meant a legislative act which inflicts punishment upon some person without ordinary judicial trial. Nor may any state pass an ex post facto law, that is to say, a law which imposes punishment for an act which was not legally punishable at the time when it was committed. Lastly, no state may deprive any citizen of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of law. 574. Powers of state governments. Federal law is the highest law of the land, and no state constitution, state statute, or local law or ordinance may contravene it. But beyond this restriction, the authority of the state is supreme. Just as state government must defer to federal authority, so local government is subservient to state authority. Just as the federal Supreme Court may declare unconstitutional any executive or legislative act, either of the national, state, or local authorities, so the Supreme Court of any state may declare null and void the acts of state or local authorities which conflict with its constitution. Though they are limited by the federal constitution in matters which are preeminently national, the states reserve to themselves a vast body of authority. Almost all of the ordinary activities of life are controlled by state or local governments, rather than by the federal government. 575. Classification of state constitutions. According to age. Each of the 48 states in the Union has a written constitution. To bring out the fundamental similarities and differences among the various state constitutions, these documents may be classified in two ways. First, as to age, and second, in the light of democratic development. If state constitutions are classified on the basis of age, it will be noted that the constitutions of Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and other New England states show signs of having been strongly influenced by colonial precedents. Next come constitutions which in form and general consent stand midway between the earlier New England constitutions and those of more recent years. The constitutions of New York, 1894. Pennsylvania, 1873, Indiana, 1851, Wisconsin, 1848, Kentucky, 1891, Minnesota, 1857, and Iowa, 1857, are examples. Next come those constitutions of the southern states, which have been revised within the last quarter of a century. Finally, we may note that California, Oregon, Oklahoma, and a few other western states have recently drafted new constitutions in which there has been a more or less radical departure from the precedents set in the older commonwealths. 576. Classification of state constitutions in the light of democratic development. Between 1776 and 1800, American state constitutions were generally brief and conservative. Between 1800 and 1860, the growing tendency toward democratic control resulted in the formation of state constitutions which were more and more liberal. During this period, fear of the masses was superseded by distrust of the executive and an unbounded faith in the people acting in their collective capacity. The suffrage was extended. The governor and often state judges came to be elected by direct vote, and the power of the state legislature was enlarged. After 1860, there was a reverse movement. This was due partly to a growing faith in the executive, and partly to a reaction against the abuse of power by state legislatures. Particularly, the more recent state constitutions have limited the power of the state legislature, increased the power of the executive, provided for the centralization of the state administration, and shortened the ballot. The present tendency among state constitutions is to continue in the direction of the above-mentioned reforms. The parts of a state constitution. 577. The Bill of Rights. A vital part of a state constitution is the Bill of Rights, roughly corresponding to the first 10 amendments to the federal Constitution. Generally, the Bill of Rights affirms the principle of republican government, maintains that all powers are inherent in the people, and declares that all free government is formed by the authority of the people. A typical Bill of Rights also provides that the laws of the state shall not be suspended except by the legislative assembly, and includes the traditional limitations on behalf of private rights. These include the right of free speech, the right to jury trial, the free exercise of religious worship, the right to peaceably assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances, the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, except in case of rebellion, invasion, or public danger, the prohibition of excessive bail, and cruel and unusual punishments, and compensation for private property when taken for public use. 578. The framework of the government. A second part of a typical state constitution deals with the distribution of powers, the limitations upon state officials, and other elements in the framework of government. Especially in the more recent constitutions is the form of state government outlined in considerable detail. In addition to providing a system of checks and balances by separating the executive, legislative, and judicial powers of state government, this part of the Constitution defines and limits the suffrage, provides for the organization of state legislature, and prescribes the limitations under which the legislature must operate. The election of the governor and other important state officials is provided for, as is the relation of rural and municipal government to the state government. This part of the Constitution likewise creates the state judicial system, though the regulation of details with regard to jurisdiction, procedure, and appeals is generally left to the discretion of the state legislature. 579. State finances. A third division of a typical state constitution places a number of limitations upon the financial powers of the state legislature. These provisions are often detailed and complicated, and hence are difficult to summarize. Their general purpose, however, is to fix a debt limit beyond which the legislature cannot go, and to compel that body to make adequate provision for the payment of interest and principal in the case of debts which shall be incurred. 580. Control of economic interests. The more recent state constitutions provide in considerable detail for the regulation of economic interests within the state. The activities of industrial organizations are often narrowly restricted. In many states, the Constitution provides for a corporation commission with large powers in the regulation of rates and charges, as well as general supervision of corporate business. Many recent constitutions specify the conditions under which women and children may be employed in industrial establishments. 581. Provision for the general welfare. An increasingly important part of the state constitution deals with the general welfare. Such vital concerns as the public school system are dealt with. In a typical Western state, for example, the Constitution requires the legislature to provide free instruction in the common schools of the state for all persons between the ages of 5 and 25. The same document sets aside certain revenues for educational purposes. The safeguarding of public health, and detailed provision for the creation and maintenance of public institutions for the dependent, defective, and delinquent classes are other concerns of this part of the state constitution. 582. Provision for amendment. In about 2/3 of the states, the Constitution provides for its own amendment by a constitutional convention composed of delegates elected by the voters of the state. The convention method is universally employed when a new constitution is desired. Sometimes the state constitution provides for the holding of such conventions at regular intervals, but generally the initiative is left to the legislature. When, by vote or resolution, this body declares in favor of a convention, The proposition is placed before the voters. If a majority of these favor the project, the legislature arranges for the election of delegates, and fixes the time and place for the convention sessions. After the convention has completed its work, it is customary for the new constitution to be submitted to the people for approval. Another common way of amending the state constitution, found in every state except New Hampshire, is through legislative action subsequently ratified by popular vote. By this method, separate constitutional amendments may be adopted, without necessitating a wholesale revision of the Constitution. Such individual amendments are usually proposed by the legislature and are later submitted to popular vote. In some states, only a majority vote of the legislature is required for the proposal of amendments, but ordinarily a special majority of 2/3 or 3/4 of the members of each house is required. In a few states, amendments cannot be considered until they have been proposed by 2 successive legislatures. After the amendment has been proposed for the second time, it must be ratified at the polls. Within the last decade, several states, particularly in the West, have adopted a more direct method of amending the Constitution. This is through initiative and referendum. In Oregon, for example, 8% of the legal voters may petition for a proposed amendment to the Constitution. The proposal is then submitted to the voters, and if it receives a majority of all votes cast, it becomes part of the state constitution. Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Michigan, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, North Dakota, and other states allow this type of constitutional amendment. End of chapter 45. Chapters 46 and 47 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 46. The State Executive. A. The Governor. 583. The election of the governor. In every state in the Union, the governor is elected by popular vote. In most of the states, this election takes place, together with that of other state officials, on the Tuesday following the first Monday in November. Usually, a gubernatorial candidate is required to be at least 30 years of age. He must be a United States citizen and also a resident of his state of at least 5 years standing. The governor's term varies from 2 years in Massachusetts to 4 years in more than 20 states. In general, the term of office is increasing. The average salary received by a state governor is $5,000 a year. 584. Limitations upon the governor. A number of factors operate to limit the power of the state governor. The federal Constitution limits his authority by declaring that persons charged with crime in and escaped from a neighboring state must be delivered up to the executive authorities of the state in which the crime is charged to have been committed. The executive power of state government is not concentrated under the governor, but is shared by the governor with a host of administrative officials. Many of these officials are elected directly by the people and cannot, therefore, be held accountable by the governor. Furthermore, the actual execution of the state laws rests primarily with municipal and other local officials, and over these officers the governor has little or no control. The express powers of the President of the United States have been rather liberally interpreted by the courts, but the powers of the state governor have generally been construed in a narrow and literal sense. In many states, the power of the governor rarely or never extends beyond the express limits imposed by the state constitution. 585. Executive powers of the governor. The governor is charged by the state constitution to see that the laws are faithfully executed. This is similar to the chief duty of the President of the United States, but whereas the President is aided by subordinate administrative officials over whom he has complete control, the Governor must act through a large number of state and local officials over whom he has little effective control. Of some value, however, is the power of the Governor to exercise general supervision over the various executive officers of the state. He enjoys, in addition, the power to appoint many of the subordinate administrative officials. Usually these appointments must be confirmed by the upper house of the state legislature. In most cases, the Governor cannot remove officials so appointed without the consent of the Senate or Council. The Governor is commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the state, and when the regular officers of the law are unable to cope with domestic violence, he is empowered to call out the militia. In this connection, the Governor has the power of suspending the writ of habeas corpus, though most states declare that this writ may not be suspended except in times of rebellion and invasion. 2 or 3 states have recently provided that the writ of habeas corpus may not be suspended in any case whatsoever. 586. Legislative powers of the Governor. In general, the Governor occupies the same relation to the state legislature as does the President toward Congress. Thus, the Governor may send periodic messages to the legislature, and may recommend such legislative measures as he believes desirable. The Governor often communicates with the legislature concerning the financial condition and needs of the state. The Governor may also call special sessions of the state legislature for the consideration of urgent matters. In case the 2 houses of the legislature are unable to agree for a time for adjournment, the Governor may adjourn the state legislature. In one respect, the Governor's power of veto exceeds that of the President, for in about 2/3 of the states the Governor may veto individual items in appropriation bills. This privilege is denied the President, who must accept or reject a bill as a whole. Like the President, the Governor influences legislation through his relations with the leaders of his party in the legislature, as well as through his power of the patronage. 587. Judicial powers of the Governor. In almost every state the Governor has considerable control over the issuance of pardons and reprieves, in the case of all offenses committed against the state. In some states, the power to issue pardons and reprieves is exercised with the consent of the state legislature. In other states, the Governor shares this power with a board of pardons. In a few states, the Governor may act alone. 588. Tendency of the Governor's power to increase. The earlier state constitutions tended to restrict the powers of the Governor, and to extend liberal grants of power to the state legislature. Of recent years, the abuse of legislative power has tended to encourage suspicion of the legislature and a growing confidence in the Governor. As a consequence, the Governor's term is in many states increasing. In the effort to shorten the ballot and concentrate responsibility for the state administration upon some one official, various states are increasing the appointive power of the Governor. In a few states, the Governor now has authority to make special inquiries into the workings of the various executive departments, with a view to checking inefficient and irresponsible methods of work. In some states, the Governor's share in budget making is increasing. In the majority of states, the general tendency toward a shorter ballot, the reorganization of the state administration, and other methods of reforming state government will probably continue to enlarge the power and influence of the Governor. Part B. The State Administration. 589. The older group of administrative officers. Aside from the Governor, the administrative officers of the state fall into 2 groups. First, the older officers, who are relatively few, and who are almost always elective; and second, the newer officers, boards, and commissions, who are relatively numerous, and who may be either elective or appointive. The first group comprises such officers as the lieutenant governor, the secretary of state, the state treasurer, the auditor or comptroller, and the attorney general. These older officers are usually elected at the general state election for a term varying from state to state. These officers are not under the control of the governor, but fulfill duties prescribed by the Constitution and are responsible only to the people and to the courts. They may be, and often are, of a different political party than the governor, and since they are not under the control of that official, they often work at cross purposes with him. This lack of coordination is in striking contrast to the harmony of action existing between the President of the United States and the heads of the federal executive departments. 590. The newer group of administrative officers. As state government has increased in complexity, the older group of administrative officers has been supplemented by the addition of a large number of new officers. These newer administrative officials are quite numerous, but their general character may be indicated by dividing them into two classes. The first class includes individual officers, such as, for example, a superintendent of prisons, state architect, a state historian, a commissioner of health, a food inspector, a geologist, a commissioner of corporations, a commissioner of banking, a superintendent of public works, and a state surveyor. Besides individual officers, the newer group of administrative officials includes a large number of boards and commissions which have been created by the state legislature and endowed with large powers for the study and control of specific matters. The following boards and commissions are examples of this second class: a state civil service commission, a tax commission, a board of charities and correction, a water supply commission, a tax equalization board, a quarantine commission, a voting machine commission, a board of pharmacy, a highway commission, and a public service commission. 591. Defects of state administration. The enlargement of the state administration by this creation of numerous individual offices, boards, and commissions indicates an attempt on the part of state governments to grapple with the problems of democracy. Nevertheless, this rapid growth of state administration has had serious consequences. Once created, many of the newer officers have attempted to perpetuate themselves. State legislatures have been harassed by boards and commissions seeking unnecessary appropriations. Politicians without expert training or ability are often placed on boards and commissions dealing with technical matters. Responsible and efficient state government is rendered difficult by the inability of the governor effectively to control the few elective officials who constitute the older group of administrative officers. An even greater difficulty arises from the creation and expansion of the newer group of officers. The excessive number of individual officers, boards, and commissions makes for inefficient and irresponsible government. Some of these officials are elected by the people, others are appointed by the governor. Their terms vary so widely that, as Professor Beard had pointed out, the appointing power never has an opportunity to make a clean sweep and introduce more efficient administrative methods. There is little or no coordination between the various administrative offices and very little centralization of responsibility. 592. The state of civil service. The spoils system has long constituted a defect, not only in the federal government, but in American state government as well. And as is in the case of the national government, this evil has been attacked primarily through the merit system. New York State led the way in 1883 by passing a comprehensive Civil Service Act. This law provided for a commission authorized to cooperate with the governor in preparing rules, classifying the state civil service, and conducting the examinations for the positions to be filled. Since then, Massachusetts, Wisconsin, Colorado, New Jersey, California, Ohio, Illinois, and other states have adopted some type of civil service system. State civil service laws are largely modeled after the National Civil Service Act of 1883. In most of the legislating states, laws of this type provide for competitive examinations of a practical nature. They prohibit political and religious interrogatives. They forbid the assessment of holders of civil service positions for political purposes. Appointment and promotion are upon the basis of merit, although, as is in the case of the Federal Civil Service, the standards for judging the character and capacity of individual office holders have not yet been perfected. Chapter 46. Chapter 47. The State Legislature. 593. Structure of the State Legislature. The representative branch of state government is known under different names in various states, but the term state legislature is in more or less general use. The state legislature is invariably a two-chambered body. The upper house is the smaller and is called the Senate, while the lower and more numerous branch is variously known as the House of Representatives, House of Delegates, or Assembly. Usually, the state Senate differs from the lower house in certain important particulars. The senatorial districts from which members of the upper house are elected are always larger than are the districts from which members to the lower house are chosen. Senators are usually chosen for longer terms than are representatives. As in the case of the National Senate, the Senate, in most states, is made a continuous body by the provision that its members shall begin their terms at certain periodic intervals. In the lower house of the state legislature, on the other hand, all of the members take their seats at the same time. 594. Basis of representation. For the purpose of electing members of the state legislature, practically all of the states are divided into numerous senatorial and representative election districts. Some states apply the rule that representatives in the state legislature shall be apportioned among districts containing practically an equal number of inhabitants. Other states, however, provide exceptions to this rule. For example, Alabama, Florida, New York, and other states provide that each county shall have at least one member in the House. Often the result of this arrangement is that the smaller or more sparsely populated counties are overrepresented in the state legislature, while the more populous counties are underrepresented. Several states, notably Connecticut and Vermont, arrange representation in the state legislature so that with respect to overpopulation, cities are underrepresented and rural districts are overrepresented. 595. Membership. The state constitution determines the qualifications for those who are entitled to vote for state legislatures. Footnote: for an enumeration of these qualifications, see Chapter 33, Section 415. End of footnote. Generally, anyone qualified to vote for a state legislator is also eligible to membership. However, holders of both federal and state offices are excluded from sitting in the state legislature. In some states, the term of a senator is the same as that of a representative, but generally senators are elected for a longer term than are members to the lower house. Representatives are generally chosen for 2 years, senators for 4. In all states, members of the legislature are paid either a fixed annual salary or a per diem allowance based upon the length of the legislative session. In most states, senators and representatives receive equal compensation. All state legislators are privileged from arrest or civil process during the session. In addition, they enjoy the usual privilege of free speech in their official capacities. 596. Organization. Formerly, state legislatures met annually, but at present the great majority convene only once in 2 years. In the effort to cut down the amount of superfluous legislation, a number of state constitutions now restrict the legislative session to from 40 to 90 days. The legislature may adjourn itself to meet later in special session, or the governor may call special sessions. The governor may adjourn the legislature if the two houses fail to agree upon a time for adjournment. In an internal organization, the state legislature resembles Congress. Except that the lieutenant governor is often the presiding officer of the Senate, each house chooses all of its own officers. Each house determines its own rules of procedure and keeps a journal of its proceedings. In addition, each house exercises the right of deciding upon the qualifications of its members, and disciplines and punishes its members for misconduct. As in the national legislature, work is expedited by the committee system. The party is a dominant force in the state as well as in the national legislature. 597. Powers of the state legislature. The lawmaking powers of the state legislature extend practically to all subjects. The presumption is that this body has a right to legislate upon any subject, unless specific prohibitions have been imposed upon it by either the federal or the state constitution. The federal constitution forbids any state legislature to emit bills of credit, coin money, or pass laws impairing the obligation of contracts. Neither bills of attainder nor ex post facto legislation may be enacted by a state legislature. The federal constitution likewise declares that state legislatures may neither abridge the privileges and immunities of citizens of the United States, nor deprive persons of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. No state may deny to any person within the state jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Restrictions imposed by the state constitution fall into several groups. These include restrictions in favor of trial by jury, religious freedom, and other privileges usually embodied in a Bill of Rights. Provisions controlling the grant of special favors to corporations, restrictions upon the financial powers of the state legislature, provisions defining the framework of state government, and prohibitions upon the power of the legislature to pass special and local laws. Footnote: a special or local law is one which applies to some particular individual or corporation, or to some particular city, county, or other locality. Prohibitions upon special and local laws are necessary in order to prevent the legislature from extending special favors to particular individuals or localities. End of footnote. 598. How a state law is made. Bills may originate in either house of the state legislature, except that in most states money bills must originate in the lower chamber. To illustrate lawmaking in the state legislature, let us assume that a bill is introduced in the lower house. This may be done by any one of several methods. Any member of the house may deposit a bill in a box near the speaker's desk. Sometimes a bill is introduced by the report of a committee, or even by a messenger from the Senate. When the bill has been introduced, it is given a first reading. With the consent of the House, the Speaker then refers the measure to the appropriate committee. The adverse report of the committee generally kills the bill, but if the bill is favorably reported, and this report is approved by the House, the bill is placed on the order of second reading, and is debated section by section, unless by unanimous vote it is advanced to the third reading. If the bill passes the second reading, it is generally referred to the committee on revision. It is then engrossed, reported back to the House for a third reading and the final vote. Sometimes the yeas and nays of this final vote are entered upon the journal, so that the responsibility may be fixed upon each member. The bill then goes to the Senate, where the procedure is very much like that of the House, except that the committee of the whole sometimes takes the place of the order of the second reading as conducted in the House. 599. The bill goes to the governor. In every state except North Carolina, a bill which has passed both branches of the legislature must then go to the governor for approval. If this officer signs it, it becomes law. If he disapproves it, he returns it with his objections to the house in which it originated. In spite of this objection by the governor, the legislature may enact the measure into law if a sufficiently large majority in each house votes in favor of the bill. This majority is usually 2/3 of the members in each house. Generally, the governor has a 10-day period in which to consider bills. If a bill is not returned to the legislature with his objections within this period, it automatically becomes law without his signature, unless the adjournment of the legislature prevents its return to that body. In most states, the governor has the important privilege of vetoing particular items in appropriation bills, while sanctioning the rest of the measure. 600. Defects in state legislation. There is, among students of American government, a general agreement that the legislative procedure of the various states evidences a number of serious defects. One of these defects is the absence of responsibility. Any member of the state legislature may introduce as many bills as he likes, but he need not assume responsibility for any of them. Another serious evil is the lack of experience and technical skill on the part of the legislators. Legislators are frequently ignorant of the subject matter with which they are called upon to deal. There is a tendency for legislators to ignore the effect of a new statute upon the existing body of law, nor is the constitutionality of the measure contemplated always taken into account. Ill-advised and pernicious legislation is the result. Log rolling and lobbying constitute another defect of state legislation. Log rolling leads to the passage of numerous bills without their adequate scrutiny by individual members, and without either individual members or legislative committees assuming responsibility for those measures. The pressure exerted upon state legislatures for legislation favoring special interests is still great. 601. The reform of legislative procedure. A few states have attempted to overcome the lack of technical information on the part of legislators by providing for expert bill drafters. In New York, for example, the state legislature has been provided with a number of competent bill drafters, whose duty it shall be, during the session of the legislature, to draw bills, examine and revise proposed bills, and advise as to the legal effect of any legislation. These bill drafters may be set to work on the request of either House or of a committee member or officer thereof. A large number of states now have a legislative reference bureau, which keeps a careful record of the laws passed in the various states of the Union. This bureau maintains a library and issues bulletins for the guidance of legislators. In 1909, Wisconsin created the office of reviser. This officer keeps a loose-leaf system of laws, and collects court decisions affecting statutes. At the beginning of each session, this officer also presents to the committees on revision of each house of the legislature bills providing for such consolidation and revisions as may be completed from time to time. The reviser supervises the preparation, printing, and binding of such compilations of particular portions of the statutes as may be ordered by the head of any state department. There is an increasing tendency to curb lobbying in state legislatures. The laws of New York and Wisconsin may be taken as typical. That of New York provides that every person retained or employed for compensation as a counsel or agent by any person, firm, corporation, or association, to promote or oppose, directly or indirectly, the passage of any bill or resolution, must be registered every year in the office of the Secretary of State, and must give the name of the person by whom he is retained. The Wisconsin law provides that legislative agents or counsels may not attempt to influence members privately, but must confine themselves to arguing before committees and filing printed briefs with the members of the legislature. End of chapter 47. Chapters 48 and 49 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 48. The State Courts. Part A. Sources of Law. 602. English Common Law. One important source of our system of jurisprudence is the English common law. This law is not found in the enactment of statutes, but consists of court decisions spread over several centuries. The common law has been defined as that rule of civil conduct which originated in the common wisdom and experience of society, and which in time became an established custom, and has finally received judicial sanction and affirmance in the decisions of the courts of last resort. The common law began its development in early England, and with the settlement of America was transplanted to this country. Though radically modified by American constitutional and statutory enactments, it still remains the basis of our legal system. 603. Equity. Common law tended to become so stereotyped and so inflexible that in some cases an application of the law worked an injustice. Very early in English history, this situation gave rise to a new form of jurisprudence called equity. Equity is that legal system which supplements common and statute law by aiming to secure justice where a strict application of law would work an injustice. Equity developed in England after the Norman Conquest, and, like the common law, was transferred to this country in colonial times. A distinct set of chancery or equity courts was created to administer equity in early America, but at present equity is administered by the same judges that preside over the regular state law courts. Both equitable and legal relief may be secured in one suit. 604. Statutes. Another important source of law is the statutes enacted by the state legislature. Most state laws relate to the structure and functions of government, but statutory enactment is also employed to regulate a few branches of private law, including principally matters which affect the public at large as well as private individuals. Examples are laws relating to wills and succession to property, marriage and divorce, partnerships, and corporations. The scope of the statutes is widening, and during the last half-century, several fields of the common law have been covered by statute. Criminal law, criminal procedure, and civil procedure have been codified in various states. Some states have attempted to codify the entire civil law, but experience has proved that this may easily render the law too rigid. 605. Other sources of law. The state constitution, the federal constitution, and federal laws and treaties with foreign countries are other sources of state law. In summary, the various kinds of law which are enforceable in the state courts may be considered as forming a pyramid built upward by the following steps: English common law, equity, state statutes, the state constitution, federal statutes, treaties with foreign nations, and the federal constitution. Part B. Structure of the courts. 606. The justice of the peace. State courts are arranged in a progressive series. At the bottom of this series is the justice of the peace, who exercises jurisdiction over petty offenses and over civil cases involving very small amounts. Generally, there is a justice of the peace in each township or other local district. In large cities, the civil and criminal jurisdiction of the justice of the peace is usually divided between two sets of courts. First, the municipal or city courts, with a minor civil jurisdiction. And second, the police or magistrates' courts with jurisdiction over petty criminal offenses. The police or magistrates' courts have the power to make preliminary investigations in case of felonies or serious misdemeanors. 607. The county courts. Above the justices of the peace, there are, in most states, a number of county courts, exercising limited jurisdiction. These courts, sometimes called courts of common pleas or district courts, have jurisdiction over civil cases involving considerable sums, as well as jurisdiction over most criminal offenses. In addition, These courts usually consider appeals from the judgments of justices of the peace. 608. Superior or circuit courts. In many states, there is a superior, circuit, or district court immediately above the county courts, though in some states this tribunal takes the place of the county courts. The superior court has jurisdiction over civil cases involving unlimited sums as well as unlimited original jurisdiction over criminal matters. It may also try all cases over which the lower courts have no jurisdiction. 609. The Supreme Court. At the head of the state judicial system, there is a court of last resort, known in various states by different names. It may be called the Court of Appeals, the Court of Errors and Appeals, or simply the Supreme Court. Practically all of the cases coming before this court are appealed from the lower courts. Ordinarily, it deals with points of law rather than of fact. 610. Special Court. In addition to the regular state courts, there are sometimes special tribunals for special purposes. Examples of such courts are the probate or surrogates courts for the settlement of estates of deceased persons, children's courts for the treatment of cases involving children, courts of domestic relations, and courts of claims for hearing claims against the state. 611. State judges. In almost all of the states, judges are chosen by popular vote, though in half a dozen states the choice of these officials still lies with the legislature or with the governor, or with both acting jointly. Judges of the higher state courts are generally chosen for a long period of time, even for life, while the judges of the lower courts are chosen for relatively short periods. Salaries vary from practically nothing but fee money for some justices of the peace to an average of $7,000 a year for justices of the Supreme Court. The qualifications imposed upon judges include a minimum age of 25 to 35 years, and citizenship for a varying period of years. Another common requirement is residence within the state, or even residence within the judicial district. For judges of the higher courts, it is the custom to demand membership in the legal profession. Judges may be removed by impeachment, and, in a few states, by the use of the recall. 612. Other court officials. The district or prosecuting attorney is an important official. Generally, he is chosen by the voters of the county, though in some instances he is elected from larger areas. The district attorney represents the state in all criminal cases, and conducts the prosecution. This officer conducts a preliminary investigation into crimes and determines whether or not a prosecution should be instituted. If the decision is in the affirmative, he presents the case to the grand jury. If the grand jury returns an indictment, that is, if it demands that the accused be held for trial, the prosecuting attorney conducts the prosecution at the ensuing trial. The clerk, or recording officer, is generally appointed by the court, though he may be elected by popular vote. The constable or sheriff is elected by popular vote. The clerk and the constable are charged with the execution of all orders, judgments, and decrees of the court. Part C. Powers and Procedure. 613. Relation of state to federal courts. The framework of American government includes a dual system of courts, the federal courts and the state courts. The jurisdiction of the federal courts is specifically defined by the federal Constitution, while the state courts have a jurisdiction which is limited only by the prohibitions of the state and federal constitutions. The two systems of courts are independent in the exercise of their respective powers and have separate jurisdictions. In some cases, however, the state courts have a concurrent jurisdiction with the federal courts, and a litigant has no choice of tribunals before which to bring suit. In most suits, the decision of the state Supreme Court is final, but cases involving federal law may be appealed for final decision to the Supreme Court of the United States. 614. Power to declare state statutes unconstitutional. Just as the federal courts are the final interpreters of all domestic law, so the state courts have the power to pass upon the constitutionality of statutes enacted either by the state legislature or by local lawmaking bodies. The state constitution is the fundamental law of the state, and it is the duty of the state courts to see that all state and local legislative acts conform to this fundamental law. 615. Power over executive officials. Through their power to pass upon the legality of executive acts, the state courts exercise some degree of control over executive officials. If a state governor were illegally to remove an official from office, for example, the courts could reinstate the latter. The state courts also have the power to issue writs of mandamus and injunction. The former may be used, under certain circumstances, to compel an executive officer to perform his duty. The latter writ may be used to prevent either state officials or private individuals from committing illegal acts. 616. Civil jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of the state courts is either civil or criminal. The purpose of civil law is to protect the rights of the individual and to redress his wrongs. The individual rights which are the concern of civil law fall under three heads. First, the right of personal security, including the right of protection against violence. Second, the right of personal liberty, including the rights set forth in the Bill of Rights of the state constitution. Third, the rights of property, including the right to acquire and hold property, and the right to demand fulfillment of contracts made under state law. 617. Civil procedure. If an individual believes that his rights have been violated, he, as plaintiff, is entitled to file a complaint with the proper court. The sheriff or constable then summons the defendant to appear in court, and the clerk of the court issues a summons or subpoena to all witnesses which either party to the suit desires to have testify. Generally, either party may demand a trial by jury. Both plaintiff and defendant are ordinarily represented by counsel, which present the different sides of the case to the judge and the jury. The judge decides what evidence may be properly presented to the jury. After the closing argument of the plaintiff's counsel, the judge instructs the jury on the legal points involved in the case. The jury then retire and attempt to reach a unanimous decision. If able so to agree, they return a verdict for either plaintiff or defendant, and after the verdict has been accepted by the court, judgment is rendered. If the jurors have been unable to come to a unanimous decision, the case is ordinarily tried with another jury, though in a few states a unanimous verdict in civil cases is not required. If the decision of the court is accepted as final, the judgment is enforced. On the other hand, the dissatisfied party may appeal the case to the next higher court on the ground that the verdict was contrary to the weight of evidence, or because of errors of law committed by the judge. Under certain circumstances, the judge who tries the case may be induced to grant a new trial. 618. Criminal jurisdiction. The purpose of criminal law is to punish those who have committed public wrongs, i.e., wrongs against the state or community. Crimes are of two types. First, felonies, including such grave offenses as murder, arson, burglary, and larceny. And second, misdemeanors, including such lesser offenses as bribery, knowingly receiving stolen goods, libel, assault and battery, and disturbance of the peace. Usually felonies are punished either by death or by a long prison sentence. Misdemeanors are ordinarily punished by fines or by imprisonment for a short term. 619. Criminal procedure. A criminal proceeding usually begins with the arrest of the accused person. Generally, though not always, arrest is in pursuance of a warrant. As soon after arrest as possible, the accused is brought before a magistrate for a preliminary examination. If the examining magistrate finds that there is probable cause for holding him for trial, the accused is committed to jail to await the trial. Unless the charge is murder, however, the defendant may be released on bail. If the charge is a serious one, indictment by the grand jury is the next step. If this jury decides that the evidence is insufficient, the charge is dismissed and the prisoner released. The grand jury meets in secret and hears only the charges against the accused. These are generally presented by the prosecuting attorney. After the defendant is indicted, the prisoner is brought into court and allowed to plead. If he pleads guilty, the judge may forthwith impose sentence, and there is no trial. If the plea is not guilty, a trial is arranged, a jury of 12 men impaneled, and the trial begins. The case is opened by the prosecuting attorney, since it is the duty of the state to assume the defendant innocent until he is proved guilty. The prosecuting attorney presents his witnesses, each of which the defendant's attorney may cross-examine, and in turn allows the defendant's attorney to present the defense. The prisoner is not questioned at any stage in the trial, unless he is willing to take the stand as a witness on his own behalf. After the prosecuting attorney and the defendant's counsel have completed their case, the judge sums up the evidence brought out by each side and instructs the jury as to the law involved. The jury then retire and attempt to reach a verdict. Generally, such a verdict must be unanimous, and if this cannot be secured, the jury is dismissed and the case is held for retrial. If the verdict is not guilty, the prisoner is discharged. If he is found guilty, sentence is imposed by the court, either immediately or at some future date. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. Municipal Government. Part A. Development of the American Municipality. 620. Rapid growth of American cities. A striking feature of American life is the rapidity with which our cities have grown. At the time of Washington's first inauguration, the United States were so predominantly rural that only about 1/30 of our population was found in the cities. With the progress of the Industrial Revolution came an unprecedented development of transportation and the factory system. More and more people made their homes in the cities until, in 1890, approximately a third of the people of the United States were living in cities. According to the census of 1920, more than half of our population is concentrated in towns and cities. 621. The American City before the Revolution. New York, now the largest American city, is also the oldest, having received its charter in 1686. Between that date and the outbreak of the Revolution, 19 other municipalities received charters. The colonial cities modeled their organization after the English borough. Practically all authority was vested in a council, consisting of a mayor, recorder, aldermen, and councilmen, acting as a single body. The mayor was either appointed by the governor or elected by the council. The chief duty of the mayor was to preside over the council and execute its ordinances. 622. The American City, 1775 to 1825. Several important changes in the character of the American city took place in the half-century which followed the Declaration of Independence. The power to grant charters to cities was transferred from the governor to the state legislature. This was the natural outcome of an increasing suspicion of the executive authority and a corresponding increase of faith in the state legislature. Before the end of this period, the city came definitely under the control of the state legislature. In the absence of constitutional restrictions, the legislature has continued to exercise an almost dictatorial control over the cities within its borders. Also typical of this period was the subordination of city affairs to state and national politics. 623. The American City, 1825 to 1850. During this period, a number of new cities sprang into prominence. Immigration was increasing, and the industrialization of the country was crowding the population into larger and larger units. New York, Boston, St. Louis, and other cities adopted the two-chambered council plan. The passion for democratic control swept away the property qualifications prescribed by some of the early city charters, and practically attained universal manhood suffrage. The demand for popular control likewise led to the present practice of choosing the mayor by popular vote, the older methods of state appointment or council election being discarded. 624. The American City, 1850 to 1875. Many pressing municipal problems appeared in this period. The functions of the American city became more numerous and more complex. Police and fire systems were installed. Waterworks, sewer systems, and city parks were provided. Education and charitable relief were developed. Under the stress of administering these additional functions, cities applied more and more frequently to the state legislature for special legislation granting them additional powers. State legislatures tended to pass such special acts freely, with the result that corrupt and pernicious legislation became common in many states. Special interests engaged in lobbying, bribery, and log rolling to secure special favors from legislatures. Public service corporations often secured valuable franchises on terms that did not adequately protect the public interest. 625. Municipal reform. The period since 1875, and especially since 1900, has been marked by a strong tendency to reform municipal government. The abuse of power by the city council in many instances forfeited the respect with which the public had formerly regarded that body. The power to appoint various city officials was transferred from the council to the voters, and many of the functions formerly exercised by the council were entrusted to newly created municipal boards. In about half of the states, constitutional provisions now forbid the legislature to pass special acts concerning municipalities. In other states, the Constitution enumerates a large number of subjects with regard to which the legislature cannot enact special legislation. In some states, the cities of the state are classified into two or more groups, according to population. The legislature is compelled to designate the group or groups to which statutes are to apply. In about a dozen states, certain types of cities are allowed to frame and amend their own charters, provided that such acts are not inconsistent with the Constitution and statutes of the state. Municipal civil service reform is of increasing importance, more than 200 American cities having sanctioned it in some form. As applied to municipal affairs, the merit system includes a municipal commission appointed by the mayor. A system of competitive examinations designed to test character and capacity, a plan for requiring the appointing officer in each department of city government to select his subordinates from an eligible list, a method of removing officials, and sometimes a system of pensioning employees who have grown old in the service. The movement for popular control has been closely associated with municipal development. The tendency to shorten the ballot, the holding of municipal elections at different times than state and national elections, and the concentration of administrative officers under a responsible appointing head are steps in this direction. In many states, the direct primary has been intimately associated with municipal development. The initiative, referendum, and recall have been adopted in a large number of cities, especially where the mayor-council plan has been abandoned for the commission form of government. Part B. Municipal organization. 626. The three types of city government. The three types of city government in the United States are the mayor-council plan, the commission plan, and the city-manager plan. Footnote: for a description of the commission and city manager plans of city government, see Chapter 36. End of footnote. The commission plan is a new form of city government which has been designed to overcome the defects of the old mayor-council plan, while the city-manager plan is a modification of the commission plan. Of recent years, both the commission plan and the city-manager plan have spread rapidly, but it is still true that few American cities of any appreciable size have adopted either of these two plans. The old mayor-council plan prevails in most American cities, And for this reason, the remainder of this chapter will be devoted to a description of this form of government. 627. The City Council. Organization. Usually, the city council is a single-chambered body, though some of the larger cities have, from time to time, experimented with a double-chambered council. In some cities, councilmen are chosen on a general ticket, but in most cases the council consists of one member from each ward or district into which the city is divided. Councilmen must be voters in the city in which they serve, and by custom they are generally required to be residents of the ward from which they are chosen. The terms of councilmen vary from 1 to 4 years, 2 years being the average term. In the smaller cities, councilmen are usually unpaid, but in the larger municipalities they receive a stated salary. 628. The City Council. Powers. The typical American city is subservient to the state legislature, the powers of city government being enumerated in a charter received from the legislature. These enumerated powers have been rather narrowly interpreted by the courts. The council enjoys a measure of police power, which it may invoke to protect the health and to further the well-being of the city's inhabitants. The exercise of this police power, however, must not conflict with state law. The council has the power to levy taxes to defray expenses incurred in performing municipal functions. State constitutions and legislatures limit this power rather narrowly, however. Subject to a similar limitation is the council's power to raise money through the issue of bonds. City councils may act as the agents of the state government in matters affecting education and charitable relief. 629. The City Council. Procedure. The City Council meets periodically, generally weekly or biweekly. It determines its own rules of procedure and keeps a journal. The committee system is used for the dispatch of business. Ordinances may be proposed by any member of the council. After being introduced, ordinances are read by title and are referred to the proper committee. A second and third reading at subsequent meetings are required. If the ordinance is approved by a majority of the council, it is signed by the presiding officer and sent to the mayor. In many cities, the mayor may veto any ordinance passed by the council. In case of a veto, the measure becomes law only if passed by a 2/3, in some cities 3/4 or 4/5 vote of the council. In those cities where the mayor has no veto power, the ordinance goes into effect immediately upon being passed by the council. 630. The mayor. In all cities where the mayor-council plan of government prevails, the chief executive officer is the mayor or chief magistrate. This officer is usually elected by popular vote, for a term varying from 1 to 4 years. Usually the term is 2 years, though in New England a 1-year term is more common. The mayor is paid a salary which ranges from a few $100s in the smaller cities to several thousands of dollars in a number of the larger municipalities. 631. The mayor and the council. It is the duty of the mayor to communicate at least once a year to the city council a general statement of the administration and financial condition of the city. The mayor may also recommend to the city council, in his annual message or otherwise, the passage of ordinances which he considers needful. In smaller cities, and in a few of the larger municipalities, the mayor presides over the council, and has a casting vote in case of a tie, but in most of the larger cities he is not a member of the council. In most cities he has the veto power. In many of the more recent city charters, the mayor is given the power to veto separate items in an appropriation bill, while approving the remainder of the measure, just as some governors may veto separate items in appropriations bills enacted by the state legislature. 632. Administrative duties of the mayor. The mayor stands at the head of the city administration, but the extent of his control varies from city to city. In the last half century, the decline in popular favor of the city council has been accompanied by a growing tendency to enlarge the administrative powers of the mayor. In many of the smaller cities, the mayor is still little more than a presiding officer of the council. In such cities, subordinate executive officials are usually chosen by popular vote or are appointed by the council. In other cities, the mayor may appoint the chief administrative officials, subject to the consent of the council. In still other cities, including many of the larger municipalities, the mayor may both appoint and remove the heads of the executive departments without interference on the part of the council. 633. Other administrative officials. Such highly complex and important matters as health, education, parks, charities, police, fire protection, and public works are the concern of the numerous administrative officials of the city. Administrative work is carried on by two methods. First, the board system, in which such concerns as schools, public health, and police are managed by boards composed of members of the city council. And second, single commissioners, who are more or less under the control of the mayor. The board system has proved less efficient than the single commissioner plan, and accordingly there is a tendency to abandon the former for the latter plan. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Problems in American Democracy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Chapter 50. Rural Local Government. 634. Types of Rural Local Government. Rural local governments in the United States vary widely as between different sections of the country, but in general they are divisible into three types. These are A. The town type, so common in New England. B. The county type, found chiefly in the South, the Southwest, and the Far West. And C. The mixed type of the Middle, Central, and Northwestern states. These three general types will be discussed in the order named. A. The town type. 635. Nature of the town. The basis of rural local government in New England is the town. Footnote: the county exists in New England as an aggregation of towns. The county has acquired other functions, but it is still primarily a judicial district. End of footnote. In general, the New England town is an irregularly shaped area, varying in size from 20 to 45 square miles. The area comprising the typical town is primarily rural and generally contains one or more villages. Although the town is primarily a rural unit, the villages within its bounds may be so populous as to be classed as cities. Yet these populous communities may, as in the case of Brookline, Massachusetts, retain the town government. Other New England cities, such as New Haven and Hartford, Connecticut, have continued the town organization separate from the city government. 636. Origin of the town. Some authorities believe that the town type of rural local government can be traced back through English history to the early Teutonic tribes. Whether or not this is true, it is certain that the principle is an ancient one, and that when New England was first settled, the colonists grouped together in small compact communities or towns, instead of scattering over larger areas. 637. Why town government developed in New England. Several factors are responsible for the tendency of the settlers of early New England to draw together in towns. From the economic point of view, the barren nature of the soil rendered extensive farms impracticable, while, on the other hand, the opportunities for fishing and commerce encouraged small, compact settlements along the coast. The hostility of many of the New England Indians also discouraged sparse settlements and obliged the people to settle in close formation. Lastly, many of the New England colonists came to the New World as groups or communities which in their European homes had pivoted about a common church. In New England, these people naturally preferred to live very near one another. 638. Town government. The government of the New England town is vested in a town meeting, which consists of an annual session of the voters of the town. At this meeting the voters enact laws governing such local matters as town finance, schools, police, and highways. A second important function of the town meeting is to choose the town officers, including the selectmen. [Footnote: In Rhode Island the selectmen are known as the council.] The town clerk, treasurer, constable, and others. The chief executive officers are the selectmen, varying in number from 3 to 9, and generally chosen for the term of 1 year. The selectmen have general charge of town affairs, and act under authority conferred by statute or by the town meeting. The town clerk keeps the records. The treasurer has charge of the funds of the town, and sometimes audits accounts, while the constable keeps the peace of the town, serves writs, and collects local taxes. In addition, there are a number of minor officials, such as tax assessors, pound keepers, guardians of the poor, highway officials, and library trustees. Part B. The county type. Why county government developed in the South. The system of county government became as firmly entrenched in the Southern colonies as did the concept of the town in early New England. 4 factors operated to discourage town government, and to encourage county government in the South. First, the Southern colonists did not come in small family groups, as did the New Englanders, but rather as individuals and from different classes of society. Second, the Indians of the South were either weak or peaceful, so that fear of Indian attack did not oblige the colonists to congregate in small, compact communities. Third, the climate and soil of the South encouraged a plantation system, which resulted in a sparse rather than in a compact population. Fourth, the aristocratic type of society developing from the plantation and slave system prevented the rise of democratic town meetings. 640. Government of the Southern county. Though county government is also found in the Southwest and Far West, it is seen in its purest form in the South. Here the county was originally a judicial district, or sometimes also a financial district, to facilitate the collection of taxes. The functions of the county have gradually increased until such local affairs as schools, jails, poorhouses, and the maintenance of roads and bridges are concerns of the Southern county. The chief administrative authority in the county is either the county court or a small board of commissioners. In either case, the administrative authority is chosen by popular vote. In addition, there are a number of minor officers, such as the treasurer, tax assessor, and recorder, all of them chosen by popular vote for terms varying from 1 to 4 years. 641. Government of the Far Western county. In the Far West, likewise, the most important unit of rural local government is the county. The county is governed by a board, usually consisting of 3 commissioners. In general, the officers of the Far Western county resemble those in the Central States. See Section 644. Part C. The mixed type. Footnote. Sometimes called the township county system. End of footnote. 642. Origin of the mixed type. The mixed type of rural local government is a hybrid, the result of the incomplete fusion of the town type with the county type. The northern parts of the Central States were settled largely by immigrants from New England, while the southern portions of the Middle West were settled by pioneers from Pennsylvania and the states south of the Ohio River. The New England immigrants were used to town government, and endeavored to perpetuate it in their new home. The settlers from the South preferred the county form of government, and sought its adoption in their new homes. The result was a compromise, some functions of rural local government being assigned to the county and some to the township. 643. The 2 subtypes. In the fusion of the town and county types of government, the county system tended to predominate over the town or township form of government when settlers from the South were in the majority. In the northern section of the country, on the other hand, the compromise form tended to include a majority of the features of the town type. The result was the formulation of two subtypes. The first of these may be called the Pennsylvania subtype, so named because it originated in Pennsylvania and then spread, with modifications, to Ohio, Indiana, Kansas, Missouri, and other states. In these states, the town or township authority is subordinated to the county government. There is no town meeting. The New York subtype exists in typical form in New York, but is also found in New Jersey, Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Minnesota, the Dakotas, and other states. The town meeting is found in these states, and in 5 of them the townships are represented on the county board. 644. The New York subtype. In states possessing the New York subtype of rural local government, the town meeting is still important. This meeting is similar to the New England town meeting, though it exercises less authority. All the legal voters of the township are qualified to take part in this meeting, which is held annually and on special occasions. At this meeting are chosen township officers for the following year. The most important of these are the supervisor, clerk, treasurer, assessor, and a varying number of constables and justices of the peace. In addition to electing these and other officers, the town meeting enacts legislation with regard to such local matters as bridges, roads, and schools. In some of the central states, general executive authority over township affairs is vested in a township board, while in other states, administrative authority is divided between a township board of from 3 to 11 members and a supervisor or trustee. Besides these officials, there are a number of minor officers, including a clerk, a treasurer, an assessor, overseers of the poor, constables, and justices of the peace. The county board continues to exist under the New York plan, but it is far less important than under the Pennsylvania subtype. The functions of the county board are similar in these two subtypes. 645. The Pennsylvania subtype. In those states in which the Pennsylvania subtype of rural local government prevails, general control of government is vested in a county board. This board is composed of 3 commissioners, who are elected by the voters of the county. In all of the central states, the county board possesses numerous powers, but the powers of the board are greater under the Pennsylvania than under the New York subtype. Under the former plan, the county board exercised 4 groups of powers. First, the levying of taxes and the appropriation of local funds. Second, the maintenance of roads. Third, poor relief. And fourth, the supervision of local elections. Besides the members of the county board, there are a number of other county officials. The chief executive officer of the county court is the sheriff. The prosecuting attorney is an elective official, whose duty it is to conduct criminal prosecutions and to act as the legal agent of the county. The treasurer has charge of county funds and sometimes supervises the collection of taxes. He is elected by the people, generally for a 2-year term. The clerk or auditor is an important county officer, as is the surveyor, the county superintendent of schools, and the recorder or register of deeds. 646. Home rule for counties. Generally, county authorities are narrowly limited by the state constitution and state statutes. This has always resulted in numerous appeals to the legislature for special legislation, and has lately given rise to a demand for home rule for counties. In the effort to reduce the pressure for special laws in the legislature, the Michigan Constitution of 1908 provided for a measure of home rule in the counties. The legislature is authorized to confer legislative powers on the county boards, which may pass laws and ordinances relative to purely local affairs, provided such enactments do not conflict with state law, and provided further that such enactments do not interfere with the local affairs of any township, incorporated city, or village within the limits of the county. Such laws may be vetoed by the governor, but may be passed over his veto by a 2/3 vote of the county board. Another step toward home rule was taken when in 1911 California by constitutional amendment empowered counties to frame their own charters and, on securing popular approval, to put the same into effect. However, the charter thus framed and approved must first be sanctioned by the state legislature. Chapter 50. The Constitution of the United States of America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Allyson Hester of Athens, Georgia. Problems in American Democracy by Thames WILLIAMSON. Appendix. The Constitution of the United States of America. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Section 2, Part 1. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. Section 2, Part 2. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years, and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. Section 2, Part 3. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such a manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative, and, until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. Section 2, Part 4. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. Section 2, Part 5. The House of Representatives shall choose their Speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Article 1, Section 3. Part 1. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, chosen by the legislature thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. Section 3, Part 2. Immediately after they shall be assembled in consequence of the first election, they shall be divided as equally as may be into 3 classes. The seats of the senators of the first class shall be vacated at the expiration of the 2nd year, of the 2nd class at the expiration of the 4th year, and of the 3rd class at the expiration of the 6th year, so that 1/3 may be chosen every 2nd year. And if vacancies happen by resignation or otherwise during the recess of the legislature of any state, the executive thereof may make temporary appointments until the next meeting of the legislature, which shall then fill such vacancies. Section 3, Part 3. No person shall be a senator who shall not have attained to the age of 30 years, and been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state for which he shall be chosen. Section 3, Part 4. The Vice President of the United States shall be the President of the Senate, but shall have no vote, unless they be equally divided. 5. The Senate shall choose their other officers, and also a President pro tempore in the absence of the Vice President, or when he shall exercise the office of the President of the United States. 6. The Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation. When the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside, and no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. 7. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment, according to law. Section 4. 1. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as to the places of choosing senators. 2. The Congress shall assemble at least once in every year, and such meeting shall be on the first Monday in December, unless they shall by law appoint a different day. Section 5. 1. Each house shall be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members, and a majority of each shall constitute a quorum to do business. But a smaller number may adjourn from day to day, and may be authorized to compel the attendance of absent members, in such manner and under such penalties as each house may provide. 2. Each house may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with the concurrence of 2/3 expel a member. 3. Each house shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and from time to time publish the same, excepting such parts as may in their judgment require secrecy. And the yeas and nays of the members of either house on any question shall, at the desire of 1/5 of those present, be entered on the journal. 4. Neither house, during the session of Congress, shall, without the consent of the other, adjourn for more than 3 days, nor to any other place than that in which the two houses shall be sitting. Section 6. 1. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services, to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respective houses, and in going to and returning from the same. And for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. 2. No senator or representative shall, during the time for which he was elected, be appointed to any civil office under the authority of the United States, which shall have been created, or the emoluments whereof shall have been increased during such a time. And no person holding any office under the United States shall be a member of either house during his continuance in office. Section 7. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments as on other bills. 2. Every bill which shall have passed the House of Representatives and the Senate shall, before it become law, be presented to the President of the United States. If he approve, he shall sign it; but if not, he shall return it with his objections to that House in which it shall have originated, who shall enter the objections at large on their journal, and proceed to reconsider it. If after such reconsideration 2/3 of that House shall agree to pass the bill, it shall be sent, together with the objections, to the other House, by which it shall likewise be reconsidered, and if approved by 2/3 of that House, it shall become a law. But in all such cases the votes of both houses shall be determined by yeas and nays, and the names of the persons voting for and against the bill shall be entered on the journal of each house respectively. If any bill shall not be returned by the President within 10 days, Sundays excepted, after it shall have been presented to him, the same shall be a law, in like manner as if he had signed it, unless the Congress by their adjournment prevent its return, in which case it shall not be a law. 3. Every order, resolution, or vote to which the concurrence of the Senate and House of Representatives may be necessary, except on a question of adjournment, shall be presented to the President of the United States, and before the same shall take effect shall be approved by him, or being disapproved by him, shall be repassed by 2/3 of the Senate and House of Representatives, according to the rules and limitations prescribed in the case of a bill. Section 8. The Congress shall have power: 1. To lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises, to pay the debts, and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. 2. To borrow money on the credit of the United States. 3. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states, and with the Indian tribes. 4. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization, and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. 5. To coin money, regulate the value thereof, and of foreign coin, and fix the standards of weight and measures. 6. To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting, and securities and current coin of the United States. 7. To establish post offices and post roads. 8. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. 9. To constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. 10. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations. 11. To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. 12. To raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. 13. To provide and maintain a navy. 14. To make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces. 15. To provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. 16. To provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states respectively the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. 17. To exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever, over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by secession of particular states, and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state, in which the same shall be, for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings, and 18. To make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers, and all other powers vested by this Constitution in the government of the United States, or in any department or office thereof. Section 9. 1. The migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person. 2. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it. 3. No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed. 4. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. 5. No tax or duty shall be laid on articles exported from any state. 6. No preference shall be given by any regulation of commerce or revenue to the ports of one state over those of another, nor shall vessels bound to or from one state be obliged to enter, clear, or pay duties in another. 7. No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. 8. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept of any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. Section 10. 1. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, grant letters of marque and reprisal, coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payment of debts, pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts, or grant any title of nobility. 2. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any imposts or duties on imports or exports, except what may be absolutely necessary for executing its inspection laws, and the net produce of all duties and imposts laid by any state on imports or exports shall be for the use of the Treasury of the United States, and all such laws shall be subject to the revision and control of the Congress. 3. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any duty of tonnage, keep troops, or ships of war in times of peace, enter into any agreement or compact with another state, or with a foreign power, or engage in war, unless actually invaded, or in such imminent danger as will not admit of delay. Article II. Section 1. 1. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. He shall hold his office during the term of 4 years, and together with the Vice President chosen for the same term, be elected as follows. 2. Each state shall appoint, in such a manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress, but no senator or representative, or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States, shall be appointed an elector. The electors shall meet in their respective states, and vote by ballot for 2 persons, of whom one at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves, and they shall make a list of all the persons voted for, and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President. If such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if there be more than one who have such a majority, and have an equal number of votes, then the House of Representatives shall immediately choose by ballot one of them for President. And if no person has a majority, then from the 5 highest on the list, the said House shall, in like manner, choose the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by the states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. In every case, after the choice of the President, the person having the greatest number of votes of the electors shall be the Vice President. But if there should remain two or more who have equal votes, the Senate shall choose from them by ballot the Vice President. 3. The Congress may determine the time of choosing the electors, and the day on which they shall give their votes, which day shall be the same throughout the United States. 4. No person except a natural-born citizen, or a citizen of the United States, at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, shall be eligible to the office of President. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years, and been 14 years a resident within the United States. 5. In case of the removal of the President from office, or of his death, resignation, or inability to discharge the powers and duties of the said office, the same shall devolve on the Vice President, and the Congress may, by law, provide for the case of removal, death, resignation, or inability, both of the President and the Vice President, declaring what officer shall then act as President, and such officer shall act accordingly until the disability be removed, or a President shall be elected. 6. The President shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States, or any of them. 7. Before he enters the execution of his office, he shall take the following oath or affirmation: I do solemnly swear, or affirm, that I will faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Section 2. 1. The President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy of the United States, and of the militia of the several states, when called into the actual service of the United States. He may require the opinion, in writing, of the principal officer in each of the executive departments, upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and he shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. 2. He shall have power, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate, to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. And he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate shall appoint ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States, whose appointments are not herein otherwise provided for, and which shall be established by law. But the Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers, as they think proper, in the President alone, in the courts of law, or in the heads of departments. 3. The President shall have power to fill up all vacancies that may happen during the recess of the Senate, by granting commissions which shall expire at the end of their next session. Section 3. He shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses, or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them, with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he shall think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and shall commission all the officers of the United States. Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for, and on conviction of, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 3, Section 1. 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as Congress may, from time to time, ordain and establish. The judges, both of the supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Section 2. 1. The judicial power shall extend to all cases, in law and equity, arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made, or which shall be made, under their authority; to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls; to all cases of admiralty jurisdiction; to controversies to which the United States shall be a party; to controversies between two or more states; between a state and citizens of another state; between citizens of different states; between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states; and between a state, or the citizens thereof, and foreign states, citizens or subjects. 2. In all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, and those in which a state shall be a party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and facts, with such exceptions, and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. 3. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed; but when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. Section 3. 1. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. 2. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture, except during the life of the person attainted. Article 4. Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state; and the Congress may by general laws prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved, and the effect thereof. Section 2. 1. The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. 2. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall on the demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up, to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. 3. No person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. Section 3. 1. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this Union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of 2 or more states, or parts of states, without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress. 2. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this Union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and on application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened, against domestic violence. Article 5. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which, in either case, shall be valid to all intents and purposes, as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by conventions in 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by Congress, provided that no amendments which may be made prior to the year 1808 shall in any manner affect the first and fourth clauses in the 9th section of the first article, and that no state, without its consent, shall be deprived of its equal suffrage in the Senate. Article 6. 1. All debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States under this Constitution as under the Confederation. 2. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made, under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. 3. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. But no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Article 7. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states so ratifying the same. Done in convention by the unanimous consent of the states present, the 17th day in September, in the year of our Lord 1787, and of the independence of the United States of America the 12th, in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names. Articles in addition to and amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, proposed by Congress, and ratified by the legislatures of the several states, pursuant to the 5th article of the original Constitution. Footnote: the first 10 amendments were adopted in 1791. End of footnote. Article 1. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Article 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Article 3. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Article 4. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched, and the persons or things to be seized. Article 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or an otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces, or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Article 6. In all criminal prosecutions the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Article 7. In suits at common law, where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. Article 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Article 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Article 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Article 11. The judicial power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity, commenced or prosecuted against one of the United States by citizens of another state, or by citizens or subjects of any foreign state. Adopted in 1798. Article 12. The electors shall meet in their respective states, and vote by ballot for President and Vice President, one of whom, at least, shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for as President, and in distinct ballots the person voted for as Vice President, and they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for as President, and all persons voted for as Vice President, and of the number of votes for each, which lists they shall sign and certify, and transmit sealed to the seat of government of the United States, directed to the President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for President shall be the President, if such a number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no person have such a majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers not exceeding 3 on the list of those voted for as President, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the President. But in choosing the President, the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all the states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a President whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the Vice President shall act as President, as in the case of the death or other constitutional disability of the President. The person having the greatest number of votes as Vice President shall be the Vice President, if such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have a majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list the Senate shall choose the Vice President. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of President shall be eligible to that of Vice President of the United States. Adopted in 1894. Article 13, Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section 2. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Adopted in 1865. Article 14, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Section 2. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to their respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state, excluding Indians not taxed. But when the right to vote at any election for the choice of electors for President and Vice President of the United States, representatives in Congress, the executive and judicial officers of a state, or the members of the legislature thereof, is denied to any of the male inhabitants of such state, being 21 years of age, and citizens of the United States, or in any way abridged, except for participation in rebellion or other crime, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress, or elector of President and Vice President, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any state legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 in each house, remove such disability. Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States, authorized by law, including debts incurred for payments of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave, but all such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. Section 5. The Congress shall have power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article. Adopted in 1867. Article 15, Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Adopted in 1870. Article 16. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes, from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. Adopted in 1913. Article 17, Section 1. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, elected by the people thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. The electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for the electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislatures. Section 2. When vacancies happen in the representation of any state in the Senate, the executive authority of such state shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. Provided that the legislature of any state may empower the executive thereof to make temporary appointments until the people fill the vacancies by election, as the legislature may direct. Section 3. This amendment shall not be so construed as to affect the election or term of any senator chosen before it becomes valid as part of the Constitution. Adopted in 1913. Article 18, Section 1. After 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within, the importation thereof into, or the exportation thereof from, the United States and all territories subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. Section 2. The Congress and the several states shall have concurrent power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Section 3. This article shall be inoperative unless it shall have been ratified as an amendment to the Constitution by the legislatures of the several states, as provided by the Constitution, within 7 years from the date of the submission hereof to the states by the Congress. Adopted in 1919. Article 19, Section 1. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. End of the Constitution of the United States, and end of Problems in American Democracy. This has been a LibriVox recording read by Allyson Hester in February 2008.